gone. It was the children whose heads were gone. Kaiahua! Kaiahua! Elder Mew was about to go crazy. She directly jumped into the corpse pit and started to search with her bare hands. She did not look like a cultivator at all. With the stamina of a golden core cultivator, the hundreds of corpses in the pit were all dug out. The stench of decay and blood was so dense that it could almost be lit by a fire. Only a few hidden rock cultivators who had seen more dark things could remain calm. They lined up the corpses and analyzed the wounds and any possible clues. Below these corpses, another layer of children's corpses that had long turned into bones appeared. They also had no heads. This was not the first time that those damned guys had done such a thing. The only fortunate thing was that Shen Shan Kaiahua and the other cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance were not among them. Elder Mew, calm down first. The number of corpses here doesn't match. The mayor said that 912 people were taken away this year. However, there are only 911 corpses. Those people should have taken away the child who really had a spiritual root. Ordinary children without spiritual roots were killed. Shen Shan Kaiahua and the others should have been taken away as well. On the official road more than 50 kilometers away, a convoy pulled by spirit colts was traveling under the night sky. In the carriage at the front, 6 cultivators dressed as merchants were gathered together and chatting. Sigh, the gains this time are not small. 2 profound rank flying swords are worth a lot of money. Hehe, Big Brother heard that your child has been tested with a water attribute spiritual root. This flying sword is perfect for use. They disguised themselves as mortal wine merchants on the main road. Even if they were seen by others, they would not notice anything amiss. They sat in the carriage chatting and laughing as they distributed the spoils of war from the previous day. Small forces like this that meddle in other people's business are quite rich. There are still a few geniuses inside. After shipping them out, they can also sell for a lot of spirit stones. If we can encounter such people every day, we'll be rich. A few of them were very happy. Only the one called Big Brother looked serious and reliable. Control yourself. The more low profile you are in our line of work, the better. Don't easily fight with others. If we are discovered, our heads will fall to the ground. The water attribute profound rank flying sword that this elder brother handed over was indeed a good item that was not easy to see. Thinking of his child, he hung the flying sword on his waist. We have you, Big Brother. Big Brother, you're a dignified nascent soul cultivator. Anyone who sees you should give some face. Others still did not think that the high yield was enough to keep them busy. All right, after we complete this transaction, I should retire. I'll leave the eastern region and find a new city to live in. We brothers might never see each other again. When the sun rises, we'll reach the next town. Everyone, get ready. This group of people did not bring many children as Zhang Li had imagined. As soon as they came out of the town, they buried the excess mortal children on the ground. Therefore, the speed at which they traveled was several times faster. They crossed several towns and arrived at another mortal gathering place that was relatively far away. They were very cautious. They had always been using the method of changing places every time they struck. Every time they took away the children, they would give them money as compensation. Deception, coupled with genuine gold and silver, would not cause public anger, so there was naturally no suspicion or investigation. As a result, they did not attract much attention after so many years. Many towns even looked forward to their arrival. The next day, their convoy drove into a new town. They displayed some spells and quickly made the mortals in the city happy. The mortals in the town put down their work and brought their children to line up in front of the convoy. What they held in their hands was not a true immortal opportunity stone. No matter who grabbed it, they could basically release light. However, only they knew if there was really a spiritual root. Hundreds of children of suitable age were loaded onto the carriages. With such an exaggerated birth rate of spiritual roots, they could easily convince the local residents with just one sentence, this place is a place where spiritual chi gather. There are outstanding people and talents everywhere. There was also a large amount of silver that was enough to make these families rich. Big brother, there are really many cultivation seedlings here. We can earn a little more this time. Their casual words seemed to have come true. In this town, they had tested more than 20 children with spiritual roots. They had been doing this all year round and knew very well the probability of a spiritual root appearing. In such a large town, it was already extremely lucky for 1 or 2 cultivation seedlings to appear every year. This time, it was more than 10 times. Perhaps a cultivator family had really appeared in this town and left behind some bloodline inheritances. However, they would only appear in ordinary towns without anyone's protection. They had long stepped on certain spots, so no one would discover their traces. After spending a day pretending to test their spiritual roots and rejecting the enthusiastic invitations of these mortals, they drove the carriage towards the distant mountain. These mortals sent the immortal masters away happily. However, they did not know what the cultivators they called immortal masters would do to their children. They only needed those children with spiritual root aptitude to live. As for the rest, they only needed to take away a head to sell for a good price. As for the larger number of cumbersome bodies, they could just find a place to bury them in the mountain ahead. Under the moonlight, the convoy slowly left. Over 50 kilometers away, Zhang Li, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 327, It will only hurt for a little while. Beside him, the 9 nether clone transformed into a bare shrub without any leaves. There were a total of 3,000 branches growing on the shrub, pointing in different directions. At this moment, 20 of the branches on the 9 nether bush pointed in the same direction were slowly moving. He stared at the branch for a moment, then looked in the direction it pointed. Is it there? With a casual wave of his hand, the 9 nether wood transformed into a green light that returned to Zhang Li's body. Only a branch peeked out from his wrist and still pointed firmly ahead. The immortal slaying flying sword floated to Zhang Li's side and reached out to press on the sword. A purple-red light flashed, and his body suddenly transformed into a sword rainbow that shot in that direction. After Zhang Li left last night, he did not stay idle. He ran at the fastest speed to all the places where humans gathered in a radius of 200 kilometers. Taking advantage of the night, he distributed the 3,000 spiritual root seeds to some children of suitable age in each gathering place. There were only a few large gathering places. The small ones were like villages, so there were only a few. He also used his spiritual chi to mature the spiritual root seed as quickly as possible before leaving. He spent the entire night without stopping. It was not until dawn that he released the 9 nether clone. He was betting that the group of cultivators would not be satisfied with a town, and that they would commit crimes again. The 9 nether wood could roughly locate the location of his spiritual root seed. Zhang Li planted the seeds in advance and used the 9 nether wood to monitor them. If any spiritual root seeds moved beyond the limits of a mortal's ability in a short period of time, they would undoubtedly be taken away. Zhang Li took out almost all the seeds in his inventory, but he was not confident that he would succeed. What if they moved farther than he could cast the net? Or perhaps they had already reached their goal and stopped, so he could only search for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, his luck was good. After waiting anxiously for a day, 20 of the branches finally moved. Immortal. Immortal Master, are we going to spend the night on this mountain? After the children who had just been pulled onto the carriage and were still very excited entered the forest not far away, they were called down by these immortal masters. In the cold night wind, they were a little confused. No, you're the ones who will spend the night on this mountain. Come here. One of the cultivators grabbed a child with a spiritual root. After casually scattering some powder to make him faint, he took out a wine jar from the carriage mountain. Then, he directly stuffed the entire person into the wine jar with a special spell technique. The others also attacked. Soon, they stored all the children with spiritual roots. The chattering children were troublesome, so it was much more convenient to put them in the jar. Then, they took out their weapons and looked at the remaining children without any pity in their eyes. Some of their children were still very young. No one knew why they could do this to other people's children without guilt. "Child, don't be afraid. It will only hurt for a while." Now, these children finally knew what the wine jars in the carriage were. However, why were these immortal masters pointing their swords at them? This was the first time they had left home. This sudden change frightened them, making the originally chattering children fall silent. They were inexperienced in the world, but they knew that something bad might happen next. At this moment, many children suddenly looked behind the rogue cultivators. "Meteor," a child called softly. Then, the meteor crashed. A young man in a heavy mountain-embroidered robe appeared behind them. He held the head of a man with a stunned expression in his hand. He had already died before he could react. "Don't be afraid. It'll only hurt for a while." Phew! It was not until a large amount of blood spurted out from their necks that they realized that one of their companions had already had his head removed. The others wanted to turn around and resist. However, their bodies were as stiff as rocks. They felt that they were enveloped by a terrifying aura and could not even move a finger. "Senior, calm down. Please spare our lives. We were forced. We were forced to do this." The only nascent soul cultivator among them trembled and barely raised the sword in his hand. However, Zhang Li knew that sword was from Shu Mountain. It was the water attribute flying sword used by Shen Shan Kaihua. The Azura Dragon Chi appeared behind Zhang Li and roared at them with killing intent. "Speaking of which, you might not believe me now. For the next 100 years, you will wish that your soul had dissipated now." The yin burial coffin flew out. Countless tentacle-like roots surged out and dragged all of them in. Including the head, Zhang Li was planning to build the cruelest Fengde dungeon in the coffin. It was just nice. He could let them be the first batch of permanent residents. After grabbing Shen Shan Kaihua's 2 flying swords, Zhang Li waved his hand and tore apart a few carriages. Inside, he saw more than 100 jars that were sealed by talismans. In the cultivation world, only demons and ghosts would use such jars to transport slaves. They had actually stuffed Shen Shan Kaihua into this. This caused the anger in Zhang Li's heart to rise slightly. One after another, they knocked open the jars. In next to no time, a familiar face that was pale like paper appeared before Zhang Li. It was Shen Shan Kaihua, whom he had not seen for months. Zhang Li stepped forward and was about to carry the other party, but a layer of tough light membrane blocked his palm. He used a little strength, but the membrane still blocked his palm. Zhang Li was stunned. The strength he revealed with every move was shocking and terrifying, even though it was absent because he was afraid of injuring the other party. However, there was something on Kaihua that could block his hand. This situation did not happen to the others. It was impossible for this membrane of light to be the work of those fellows from before, otherwise, they would not have been captured by Zhang Li so easily. This layer of energy light membrane was emitted from Shen Shan Kaihua's body. Was this Shu Mountain's life-saving artifact? At this moment, a jade pendant on his body emitted a milky white light. The membrane of light on Shen Shan Kaihua's body automatically disappeared. Zhang Li could reach out and hug the other party. That was one of the gifts Shen Shan Kaihua had given him when he was a guest in Shu Mountain. She had not told him the exact use of it, and Zhang Li had always worn it as an ordinary protective talisman. From the looks of it, this jade pendant should be very important to junior sister Kaihua. However, he was not in the mood to think about anything else. Zhang Li carried the other party and carefully checked her up and down. He discovered that her clothes were intact, and there were no obvious external injuries on her body, but her internal injuries were not light. This energy should have protected Kaihua. However, because those few fellows had forcefully refined Shen Shan Kaihua's flying sword, causing her origin to be heavily injured, the current situation was still quite dangerous. Chapter 328, Baiting and Fishing. What happened? Shen Shan Kaihua's eyelashes shook, and she slowly opened her eyes. Senior brother. Zhang Li. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Zhang Li, who she had not seen for a long time. Her face habitually reddened, but it quickly returned to being pale. After waking up from her coma, she still did not understand what had happened. Don't move. Calm your breathing. If you're tired, sleep first. Shen Shan Kaihua wanted to think, but the intense headache and exhaustion made her close her eyes and curl up in Zhang Li's arms. Zhang Li hugged Shen Shan Kaihua as pure wood attribute spiritual qi was continuously transferred into her body. If not for his spiritual qi, Shen Shan Kaihua would have spat blood if she spoke now. Previously, Zhang Li had dozens of healing spells and medicinal pill statuses on his body. Later on, he consumed an earth-rank medicinal pill, the body-repairing golden WIRM pill. With the enhancement of these statuses, even if he was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he could recover mostly in 10 breaths. After a long period of research, he discovered that although he could not directly mobilize the hidden energy of these healing statuses, if he used would attribute spiritual qi to execute a healing spell technique alone, he could also bring out a portion of the energy. Therefore, although Zhang Li had only casually learned a basic rejuvenation technique, the effect that he could achieve was comparable to a professional medical team. When the Shu Mountain Sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword was injured, it usually injured them severely. Shen Shan Kaihua happened to have 2 intrinsic flying swords. They had been forcefully refined these few days and had been heavily injured twice. If not for the special energy in her body protecting the core's origin, she might have died in that wine jar long ago. However, this energy did not feel like the effect of an artifact to Zhang Li. He still remembered that back then, under the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak's demon subduing pagoda, an old turtle had relied on his turtle treasure to discover the special characteristics of Shen Shan Kaihua. The last time he saw the other party, Shen Shan Kaihua's body also showed some abnormalities. This energy might have appeared from that time. Zhang Li could only sense that the quality of that force was very high, but he could not recognize the exact reason. While he was healing Shen Shan Kaihua, he waved his hand and summoned a large number of wood demons. A portion of the wood demons sent the group of helpless children home, while the rest went to rescue the others who were trapped in the jar. The few cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance were also found in the broken jar. Their injuries were not serious as they were directly subdued by someone with absolute strength. After consuming a few medicinal pills, it was not a problem to adjust his breathing. Then, while checking their storage bags, Zhang Li discovered many boxes with the effect of preserving freshness. After opening it, he discovered that there were thousands of heads inside. Why exactly did these guys do this? The heads of these mortal children were not spiritual materials or spiritual objects. At most, they could only be used as unorthodox methods to create a few low-grade yellow rank artifacts that were not even high-grade yellow rank. Amongst these 6 people, there was even a nascent soul cultivator. This little bit of profit should not be enough for them. What were they after? Who needed the head of such mortals? After the few cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance who were the least injured woke up from their meditation, Zhang Li learned about the incident. It was Shen Shan Kaihua, who had awakened her special talent, who had heard the cries of countless children. Only then did they descend to the ground to check the situation. In the end, they happened to encounter the convoy led by the 6 people. Unfortunately, their strength was too weak, and they were unable to act chivalrously. In a single exchange, they were captured and even thrown into a wine jar. They did not even have time to send out a distress signal. It had to be said that Shen Shan Kaihua had to take the blame. With the personality of other old foxes, it was impossible for them to specially stop and meddle in other people's business. It was probably because of the status of the little princess of the Shen Shan family that they had no choice but to violate the rules. You've worked hard. Get up quickly. Rest well for a period of time after you return. I'll compensate you personally for the lost artifacts and medicinal pills. A few cultivators who were kneeling on the ground to apologize were helped up by the wood demon soldiers and placed beside them. Soon, Elder Mu and the others who received the news rushed over. She thanked Zhongli repeatedly. If not for Zhongli, this kind of thing would have been more dangerous the longer it took, and the chances of finding it back would have been lower. The reason why he could find them this time was firstly because of the large-scale spreading of spiritual root seeds, and secondly, a certain level of luck. Under the continuous nourishment of Zhongli's spiritual qi, the injuries on Shenshan Kaihua's body finally stabilized. However, it was not so easy to heal the damage to the soul. Even if he used the spider lily to make tea every day and the carefree grass to make porridge, she would have to recuperate for at least a month. The matter was resolved without any mishaps. After roughly tidying up the battlefield, the group rode the flying ship back to the encampment. However, to Zhongli, this was far from the end. After leaving Shenshan Kaihua, Zhongli walked into the coffin alone. Inside, the few rogue cultivators who had been dragged in were hanging on the trees like dried meat. Their bodies were not dead, and their souls were dragged out. They were fried in a pot of oil. Zhongli used a technique similar to that in the Fengde dungeon, making it not so easy for their souls to dissipate even if it suffered excessive torture. They could endure pain repeatedly. These guys' cultivation levels were not low. After enduring a day of torture, they could still maintain their rationality. When they saw Zhongli enter, they hurriedly begged for mercy. "Senior! Spare me! Spare me! They instructed me. I won't dare to do it again. We have parents and children in our family. Please give us another chance. We'll give all our savings to you, Lord. We really don't dare to do this anymore." They struggled and shouted in the oil pot, looking quite energetic. With a wave of his hand, 6 branches stretched out and hooked out one of the 5 living souls in the pot. After the 6 crisp souls left the pot, it was as if they had obtained new life. They hurriedly promised Zhongli that they would repay his kindness of not killing them even if they had to work hard in their next life. "Tell me, who are you working for? What is the use of those children's heads?" "This. Senior, we're only a few rogue cultivators. No one instructed us. We. Ah." The person who spoke was thrown into the pot of oil again. "Next, who wants to try and lie to me?" Zhongli had originally thought that rogue cultivators had always been some without morals, but he never expected that these fellows would actually be able to persist in being stubborn after their souls had been drawn out. "Lord, all our savings are in Phoenix Sun City's Cloud Inn. We really don't know anything else, please." Then, he was also thrown into the pot. The others had just been fried for a day, and they did not want to go back anymore. They hurriedly explained. "Lord, we really can't say it. If we do, we'll die. Our family and children will all be killed." Then, all of them followed suit. Zhongli frowned. He could have used the spiritual root seed to directly control them, but these fellows were too disgusting. Zhongli did not want to give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, there might be something strange about their firm attitude. The 9 Netherwood reached into the soul search attempt to forcefully obtain some useful information. However, the soul search had just begun when he discovered a restriction. Then, before he could react, his entire soul suddenly exploded, causing hot oil to splash all over the ground. What a powerful restriction! It was no wonder they did not say anything. This restriction was very sensitive. As long as their souls were detected and modified, or if they tried to tell the truth, they would immediately explode without any room to recover. If one ate the spiritual root seed, they would also parasitize and modify the low-level soul in the host body. Under such circumstances, they would probably explode after eating it. That faction would only recruit rogue cultivators with families and children. Every rogue cultivator could only carry out a mission once or twice, and they would act once every few years. They would wander around all over the world and carry out new missions. They had something that cultivators could not escape from and set up such a restriction. Using such a meticulous method to keep it a secret, the situation here was probably very deep. Since he could not get an answer directly, he could only hook the bait and fish slowly. A few days later, a convoy slowly drove under the night sky. They looked like an ordinary mortal caravan, but the direction they were traveling in was gradually far from the gathering place of humans. Even when a lake appeared at the end of the road, they did not stop. When the convoy reached the lake, the calm lake water suddenly rippled. The river water in front of them separated from the middle, revealing a path downwards. After the convoy drove in, the lake water closed again, leaving no traces on the surface. Following the passage under the lake, a stone door marked with strange runes appeared ahead. 1, 9, 3, 2, 3, 6, 7, 9, 10. A nascent soul cultivator got down from the carriage and spat out a string of scrambled codes. This was the secret signal they had agreed on. A moment later, the stone door in front of him opened automatically. Inside was a dark and empty underground cave. "You're late." After the convoy entered, they could see familiar wine jars and boxes everywhere. It was obvious what was inside. This convoy was not alone. There were many other scums helping them. A group of people surrounded them to unload the goods. A cultivator with a ledger came up to count the quantity. "Sorry, Lord Registrar, something happened and we were delayed." A few rogue cultivators hurried forward to explain. "There are still too few of them." "What about the mortal executioners you brought? You can only reap a few by yourselves." "Oh? I remember that there should be 6 of you. Where's the last guy?" The registrar shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with their work. "Forget it. It's you who can't seize the opportunity. What do you want to do next time?" The head of a child was worth 5 spirit stones, and a seedling with a spiritual root was worth 100 spirit stones. If it was a cultivator with cultivation, they could also sell a considerable number of spirit stones according to their cultivation talent. This price was simply subverting the understanding of the cultivation world. In any town, there could be more than 1,000 mortal children. After this trip, each of them easily earned tens of thousands of spirit stones. This was something that they usually had to risk their lives to obtain. However, now, all they had to do was ride the carriage around and keep it a secret. With the conscience of a group of rogue cultivators, it was one thing to sell a few hundred spirit stones, let alone tens of thousands. The registrar paid the spirit stones very directly and used a spell technique to change the restriction in their minds. After leaving this place, all the memories related to this place would disappear within a few days. Only those who were prepared to do it a second time could retain a portion of their memories. A few years later, they would be notified to carry out another mission. The 5 of them left the cave under the lake and immediately dispersed. According to the rules, they could not fly in a radius of 50 kilometers. After leaving, they could not meet privately for at least a few months. However, under the night sky, a few black and white fox demons secretly followed them. Under the envelopment of the brilliant talent illusion technique, they unknowingly lost their direction and finally met up in a forest dozens of miles away. They did not see each other at all and crashed into a coffin one after another. Zhang Li could not directly break through the restriction, but he could modify the memories of these 5 people outside the restriction. After the torture caused their minds to collapse, with Qin Shuman's Shu Mountain illusory art life record and the Mountain Fox Demon's illusion talent, he erased the memories of the 5 people after they met him. Only the nascent soul leader was a troublesome one. However, taking out the finger bone of the 9-tailed demon fox Daji, he still easily broke through the other party's will. He used an illusion technique to weave some reasonable experiences for them, and then he let these people bring the original goods and some of Zhang Li's puppets to hand over the goods. After leaving the delivery location, the fox demon controlled them to walk into the trap. As long as they did not discover the trick of planting puppets, it was equivalent to bringing a locating device. Zhang Li wanted to see what these guys wanted to do. At the front line of the mechanism city, they were attacked by the sea beast tide again. Densely packed fins crowded in the murky sea water. The countless mechanisms and traps of the mechanism city were constantly strangling the flesh and blood, dyeing a large area red. With the 1,000 mechanism sphere as the core, the entire city could unleash several times its previous power. The giant sea-floating wood forest around the city also displayed a huge effect, resisting tens of thousands of sea beasts. Coupled with the top combat strength of the Great Mountain region, the Great Mountain Alliance could barely resist. Zhang Li, who was standing on the city wall, released a vast amount of spiritual qi to sustain the range of the 9 nether tree realm. He used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to investigate the armored trolls hidden in the beast tide. Once they were discovered, the soul formation cultivator standing beside him would kill the troll with lightning speed. This armored troll attack feels a little intentional. Zhang Li raised his hand, and a smooth tree branch slowly grew out from his wrist. The tree branch pointed behind him at first, but now it was moving forward at a moderate speed. Chapter 329, Imperial Family of the Sea. In the past few days, Zhang Li would occasionally use his 9 nether clone to stare at the batch of spiritual root puppets that he had sent to the secret base under the lake. The other party was very cautious and did not move much. However, one time, they opened all the jars and divided the goods according to age, talent, and cultivation level. At first, Zhang Li thought that some demonic cultivator sect had some special intention to secretly do this. However, on this day, a large number of beast tides suddenly appeared on the coastline without any warning. According to the information exchanged by the Medicine King Pavilion, this time, not only were they attacked alone. Instead, they had crossed thousands of kilometers and suffered such intense attacks from dozens of strongholds from the outside to the inside. The spiritual root puppets that Zhang Li sent in happened to move at this moment. While the various forces on the front line were compressed into defensive positions, those spiritual root puppets were actually being quickly brought to the battlefield from the safe area behind. This sort of abnormal coincidence caused Zhang Li to be unable to help but think of something. Children's heads and kids with spiritual roots. No way. The armored trolls like to eat people's brains. Every time a sect's stronghold was defeated at the front line, there would be headless corpses left behind. The puppets that Ink sect later used their dead companions to create were all mechanical heads made of wood. Could the buyers of those children's heads actually be these armored trolls? Zhang Li could not help but guess. However, could those monsters that ate humans as food and fought each other for thousands of years really be traded? Would someone really sell the lives of their companions to their greatest enemy? Zhang Li recalled the high reward those rogue cultivators received. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. If it was not a deal to collude with the enemy, who would spend so many spirit stones to purchase the human heads? Subsequently, Zhang Li felt a surge of anger. If he had not found Shen Shan Kaihua in time earlier, with her talent and aptitude, she would probably have been treated as a top-grade good and sent to the dining table of the armored trolls. That group of villains could not atone for their sins. Under the guidance of the 9 nether clone, the speed of the spiritual root puppet was very fast. In just half a day, it had already passed through the strategic deep area and arrived at the front line that was on par with the mechanism city. There were a large number of sea beasts that covered the sky and earth outside. Without any special methods, even soul formation cultivators could not last long under this wave, let alone maintain this speed. However, those people advanced so smoothly in the beast tide, so it was more likely that they colluded with the armored trolls. I discovered something. Everyone, guard the mechanism city and don't leave easily. Zhang Li instructed the few higher UPS beside him, and then his figure transformed into a sword rainbow as he left the city wall of Mechanism City and flew towards the distance. The higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance were helpless about this. 2 of them should have stayed by the Alliance leader's side to protect him. However, Zhang Li was too bold, and his strength had improved a little too quickly. If they waited a few more days, they would probably not be needed at all. When the large number of sea beasts outside the city saw a target like him appear, they raised their heads and revealed ferocious gazes. For a time, the water surface seemed to boil as hundreds of turbid currents shot into the sky. The water that shot out was enough to break metal and jade. High-speed water currents that were several meters in diameter formed a large net that enveloped Zhang Li, and it still struck him out of the sword rainbow state. Then, more than 100 flying fish that were more than 10 meters long shot out from the water. They had sharp spiral bone spears on their heads as they stabbed towards Zhang Li. They were sea beasts, but they still had the air force. These flying fish jumped out of the water extremely quickly. The fins on their sides opened up, and they could still turn around in the air freely. In the blink of an eye, countless bone spears landed on him. Zhang Li could kill one with a slap. However, these continuous attacks still caused him quite a bit of trouble. The great mountain-embroidered robe on his body had several large holes pierced through it, and there was a fishy smell already. How troublesome! A sword technique was unleashed, and a vast amount of spiritual qi immediately surged into the immortal slaying flying sword. In the next moment, Zhang Li transformed into a sword shadow that resembled a moving dragon. Two golden dragon shadows circled around a seemingly corporeal giant sword shadow and rushed forward. A dragon roared and tore apart all the monsters in front of him, breaking through the dense siege with unstoppable might. Shu Mountain. Fuxi Emperor Dragon Sword. Zhang Li openly displayed the powerful sword technique of the top three in Shu Mountain and left under the overwhelming beast tide. However, this sword technique shocked the Shu Mountain 5 Elements peak cultivators in Mechanism City greatly. So this was how this sword technique was used? They had practiced it for decades, why had they never seen it like this before? Grand Elder, is that the Fuxi Emperor Dragon Sword? Zhang Li's sword technique was personally taught by Shu Mountain, so naturally, no one would say that he had secretly stolen their technique. However, the power of his sword technique was indeed a little ridiculous. The sword shadow was incomparably noble, and the golden dragon was vivid and lifelike. Its power even surpassed them countless times. Apart from the astonishing quality of his spiritual qi and the high quality of his flying sword, the most important thing was that Zhang Li had the blood qi of the human emperor in his body and the dragon pearl, dragon blood, and dragon qi. His compatibility with this sword technique could be said to be 200%. Even if he did not deliberately mobilize these two forces, the power of the Fuxi Emperor Dragon Sword he displayed was more than 10 times that of others. Immediately, he disappeared from the eyes of the Great Mountain Alliance cultivators. After flying for dozens of kilometers with the Golden Dragon Sword Shadow, there were at least 7 or 8,000 sea beasts that blocked his path. His sword shadow was finally erased and disappeared into the air. He had just appeared from the sword shadow when he was immediately surrounded by dense sea beasts. He definitely could not kill all of them like this. Zhang Li looked gloomily at the bloody mouth that was about to envelop him. He suddenly thought of something and did not immediately attack. Instead, he took the initiative to face it. The giant tooth shark with serrated sharp teeth closed its mouth and swallowed the Great Mountain Alliance leader. This creature, known as the King of the Shallow Sea, had reached the proudest moment of its life. In the stomach of the giant tooth shark, half of Zhang Li was soaked in the disgusting yellow-green liquid. A stench of fish assaulted his senses. He resisted the urge to cut open the fish's stomach and get out. If he went out now, he would have to continue facing the countless sea beasts outside. It was not important that he was exhausted from the battle. The key was that he had caused too much of a commotion while fighting among the sea beasts. If those people discovered him in advance, he might not be able to catch anything. He had to endure it. Zhang Li took out a spiritual root seed from his bosom. He stuffed the seed into the shark's stomach wall. White roots immediately grew out and began to absorb the shark's energy. Under Zhang Li's stimulation, a green-black sprout emerged from the spiritual root seed. Then, it found the demon core of the giant tooth shark and directly entered without any obstruction. The struggling giant tooth shark also quieted down at this moment. It even took the initiative to empty the digestive fluids in its stomach, allowing Zhongli to stay more comfortable. This was the first time Zhongli had seen the growth of a spiritual root seed in his body. The growth speed of the seed was not fast, but before its sprout completely disappeared into the core, it was still very easy for others to discover the problem and resist. This was also the reason why Zhongli had never tried to deceive some high-level cultivators to eat the earth fruits. Because that was impossible. It would be immediately discovered and expelled. For those above the nascent soul realm, he could only guarantee success after subduing and binding them. Or perhaps, after the 9 nether clones level increased, this situation could be changed. Of course, this giant tooth shark did not have that ability. Zhongli used his ability and prepared to control the giant tooth shark to change direction and continue traveling. But at this moment, he felt another will that was driving a shark. Attack! Slaughter! Attack! Slaughter! As if ripples were spreading in the water, it repeatedly ordered the giant tooth shark to surge forward and attack any building or cultivator. This kind of order from an unknown source was the reason why the sea beast tide had been attacking the human camp against its biological instincts. After the previous large-scale battle, the Great Mountain Alliance had dissected and studied a few armored trolls. However, they discovered that the captured trolls did not have the ability to control the sea beasts. Previously, many of the higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance had also infiltrated alone in an attempt to find the culprit who controlled the sea beast, but in the end, that was only the enemy's plan to lure them away. The key enemy was not found, and their base was almost destroyed. The other party could control the sea beasts, which was the biggest reason why humans had suffered such heavy losses. If they could resolve the source, their future battles would be much easier. Now, he had 2 choices. One was to continue following the tree branch's guidance and find the trader who sold and transported humans. The second was to follow the order to find the trolls controlling a large number of sea beasts. While Zhongli was hesitating, the surrounding sea beasts suddenly stopped attacking desperately. After a pause, they dragged the corpses of a large number of dead sea beasts and retreated into the sea. The order that entered the giant tooth shark's mind also changed from attacking and killing to retreating with food. They were leaving. This large-scale surprise attack ended so quickly, Zhongli did not expect it. He looked at the branch on his wrist that was already completely pointed overseas. It seemed that he was still a step late. The other party had already completed the transaction. He stopped controlling the shark. He let it follow the order and retreated with the group. This journey lasted for half a day. The chaotic sea beasts were divided into several waves according to their breed and swam towards different seas. The giant tooth shark that Zhongli was in was an ocean amphibian. After crossing a considerable distance, it was brought to a nearby sea coral reef by the fluctuation. The temperature here was more suitable for shark beasts to stay in. Then, the special fluctuation was followed by an order to eat on the spot and reproduce. Through the intensity of the fluctuation, Zhongli could sense that the existence who gave the lurker shark the order was already very close to them. After letting the giant tooth shark abandon the corpse of the sea beast in its mouth, he forcefully controlled the shark to swim in the direction of the order. The quality of the water in this area was not bad. Sunlight penetrated more than 100 meters of seawater. The underwater world did not appear dim. However, what appeared in front of Zhongli was a beautiful coral palace. A group of beautiful humanoid creatures was releasing circles of special fluctuations above the palace. When the fluctuations reached these sea beasts, it became an order that was almost impossible to disobey. This was the royal family of the sea, the merfolk, or rather, the merman race mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. They had a fish tail and were extremely beautiful. Each could control ordinary sea beasts without any difficulty. In the current era where the dragon race did not exist, the merman race relied on their special talent to become the overlord of the sea. So the merfolk were behind this. No wonder the front line was filled with so many sea beasts. Wait, if these were mermen, what were those? Zhang Li quickly discovered that something was wrong, because these mermen had bitter expressions. Their necks were covered in some kind of metal collar. There was a chain attached to them, and they were trapped within a certain range of the seabed, unable to move freely. They were more like captives and slaves. In addition, there were more than 10 mermen with the same human body and fish tail, but their skin was red and their bodies were not beautiful at all. The key thing that Zhang Li cared about was that the faces of these mermen actually had bone armor that was identical to the armored trolls. This was a little shocking. How could the armored trolls have such a variant that looked like a merman? It was one thing for them to look similar, but they could actually replicate the abilities of the royal family in the sea. This was a little unorthodox. Through the eyes of the giant toothed shark, Zhang Li could clearly see that the armored merman could also release that kind of innate fluctuation and control the few sharks to kill each other. Armored trolls were a monster-like race. Apart from being ugly, were there no other flaws? At this moment, a few armored mermen swam over from the island not far away. Bring us 20 more companions. Their voices were not very clear underwater, and coupled with Zhang Li's understanding of the armored troll's language, he could only read these words. The new armored merman pulled the chains of the 20 orthodox mermen together with the other armored faces, waving the steel trident and escorting them upstream towards the island. At this moment, among the 20 mermen who were taken away, a male merman wearing a crystal crown suddenly attacked. He turned around and collided with the armored merman who was holding onto his chain. He snatched the trident from the other party's hand and suddenly emitted a ripple. The shark beasts in the surrounding sea instantly went berserk and surrounded them. The armored mermen hurriedly released their waves to counterattack, but their waves were clearly not as effective as the crowned merman, they only blocked a portion of the sea beasts' attacks. There were still a large number of shark beasts pouncing. However, in the next moment, all the sea beasts stopped moving. It was the crowned merman who asked them to stop. Because one of the armored merman had an aqua-blue egg in his hand. The sharp sea trident had already pierced some cracks in the eggshell. If he moved again, this egg would definitely be destroyed. An armored merman came forward and used a long whip made of a sea thorn ball to ruthlessly send the crowned merman flying. Then, he swam up and grabbed the crowned merman's hair, slamming into a rock repeatedly. The difference in beast taming talent between a merman royal family and an ordinary merman was huge. If not for this merman egg, he might have really let the other party escape. It was as if it was venting its anger, it continuously knocked its head on the rock, the crowned merman started to spit bubbles. At this moment, a giant tooth shark suddenly darted out and swallowed the two of them. Then, it turned around and swam into the distance. Chapter 330, Planting Flesh. Stop that fish, don't let it escape. The giant tooth shark was abnormally brave. After swallowing 2 mermen, it opened its mouth at the other armored mermen, shooting out a large number of huge teeth. Sharks' teeth were easily shed and could be grown again. Shooting out teeth like this was a long-range attack method. It could be used to hunt food or to block enemies. Although the armored merman looked strong, they were actually like orthodox mermen, they were not good at close combat. After being obstructed by a large number of shark teeth for a moment, the giant tooth shark turned around and instantly entered the surrounding shark fish, blending in. As it was the same skin color and the same size, it was impossible to tell with the naked eye. The armored merman was anxious. The royal family of mermen was different from ordinary mermen. If this one escaped, it would be like a flood dragon entering the sea or a ferocious tiger returning to the mountain. There would be no end of trouble. With such a huge mistake, the armored viscount would definitely dig out their brains as dessert. One of the armored mermen immediately took out a bell and shook it urgently. The bell did not make any sound in the sea, but circles of ripples spread out. All the orthodox mermen in this sea immediately twisted violently. They could not even swim instinctively and sank into the water. The collar on their necks could restrict the abilities of mermen and cause them great harm. The crowned merman, Namor, who was swallowed by the shark, was also controlled by the collar and lost all ability to resist. Mermen were too dangerous in the sea, so how could the armored troll not do anything? Then, all the armored mermen released special fluctuations, controlling all the sharks in that area to stop swimming. The giant tooth shark that did not manage to escape stopped moving. Come out quickly, then. Otherwise, your child and all your clansmen will be buried with you. The leading armored merman violently pulled a young female merman over and slashed her neck. The merman's blood quickly surged out and spread in the sea. Under the soaking of the sea water, it was even harder to stop the bleeding of the wound, let alone directly cutting open the carotid artery. In just a few dozen breaths, this little merman's life would be lost along with the blood. Still not coming out? What about this? He took out the egg again. Some cracks had already appeared on the eggshell. He used his sharp claws to stab at the crack. Phew! A transparent egg white seeped out of the small hole. He had really pierced the egg. At this moment, the abdomen of one of the sharks suddenly moved. This commotion was immediately noticed by the other armored merman. A few tridents that had been prepared long ago were thrown over, directly piercing through the head of the giant tooth shark that could not move after receiving the order. No matter what creature it was, its brain was always a fatal point. The trident with the rope dragged the shark's corpse back. However, before they could continue, another sea trident stabbed out from the shark's stomach. It slid horizontally and cut a large hole in the fish's stomach. The armored merman that was swallowed earlier dragged the crowned merman out. I was too careless. Are you all right? The other armored merman immediately went forward and dealt with Namor, who was trying to escape. They added several safety measures and locks on him before barely letting it go. It's fine. It's not good to kill him. Does this guy still think he's a prince? The chains on his neck are still in my hands. He can't do anything. The harmless incident ended with a round of beating. After they escorted the 20 orthodox armored trolls away, the corpse of the giant tooth shark that was left on the spot was snatched by all the surrounding sharks. Before long, it had disappeared completely. However, Zhongli was not among them. At this moment, Zhongli was hiding in the coffin which was attached to the armored merman. As for the merman, his brain had already been sucked dry. A special creature from the Azura world, the spirit-absorbing monster, was entrenched in his head and controlling everything in his body. The thing that controlled the shark and swallowed the two mermen was naturally not that, but Zhongli's actions. After swallowing them both, Zhongli immediately controlled the armored merman. Who are you? The other merman royalty wearing a crown looked at Zhongli, who had appeared in the shark's stomach, with surprise. Was this a human? Since when could humans control sea beasts? Don't speak. We have a common enemy. Cooperate with me. I might be able to help you escape. Merman tears were a rare material. The flesh and blood of mermen had a certain lifespan extension effect. Their fish oil could also be an everlasting lamp that emitted a calming fragrance when lit. This caused the relationship between mermen and humans to be unfriendly. However, the two sides were mortal enemies with the armored trolls. Under such circumstances, they could barely reach a consensus. Zhongli controlled the sharks to swim into the fish to stall for time, then quickly stuffed the spirit suction monster into the armored merman's mouth. Using the spiritual root seed required some conversion time. Moreover, after being parasitized, the host would lose a lot of memories. Now was clearly not the best choice. Fortunately, the spirit-absorbing monster could do this very well. After absorbing the brain matter in a short period of time and controlling this armored merman, even the people closest to him would find it difficult to notice. The crowned merman did not expose Zhongli. Instead, he acted as if he had accepted his fate and became very cooperative. He wore a collar around his neck and was escorted to the shore with his other companions. When the mermen left the water, the fish tail could split into two and walk on the shore like humans. This was the same for the armored merman. The ability of the spirit-absorbing monster to control the body was much greater than the original owner of the body. Even if it was the first time, it still completed the segmentation smoothly and was not discovered by others. With the help of the armored merman's eyes, Zhongli, who was hiding in the coffin, saw the appearance of this island clearly. In the dense sea fog, a large number of strange totem stone pillars stood. Behind them was a large stone nest. There was not much beauty, but one could see the traces of civilization. It was unknown if this island was natural or was affected by some force. It was enveloped by sea fog all year round. If one looked down from the sky, they would probably not be able to see anything. It was no wonder that this place was actually not very far from the shore, but it had never been discovered by human forces. As he followed the escort team forward, Zhongli discovered in surprise that the island was actually filled with all kinds of armored trolls. It was not easy to find a few trolls during attacks. Now, with a casual glance, the number had exceeded tens of thousands. Zhongli was a little eager to give it a try. If he could start a massacre here, he would definitely be able to obtain a large amount of bone armor plates. This should be one of the outposts of the armored trolls. Ordinary trolls were not of the sea race and could not survive in the sea for a long time. Therefore, they had to use these islands as a springboard to attack the Azure Cloud continent. Moreover, the armored trolls were also a high-level intelligent race. If they wanted to maintain their combat strength, they needed stable and powerful logistics support. On these islands, besides the trolls who attacked the coast from time to time, there were also a large number of weak logistics personnel. Usually, it was because they were hiding on the island that cultivators could only passively defend and keep fighting. Now that he knew the location, he could blow the horn of a counterattack. The Inksec's 600,000 merit points were also accumulated after they found several island strongholds and successfully captured them. The current merit points of the Great Mountain Alliance were 730,000. They were still short of 270,000. As long as he could find 2 or 3 more such island strongholds, he would probably be able to gather them. However, Zhongli did not attack immediately, nor was he in a hurry to notify the Great Mountain Alliance. Through the 9 Nether clone, Zhongli learned that his spiritual root puppets had indeed been sent to this island. He wanted to secretly observe the habits of these monsters. Why did they do everything they could to obtain so many human heads and children with spiritual root aptitude? How did they obtain the power of the merman race? Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. The armored demon escorted the 20 mermen to a place that was similar to an execution ground and locked them in the cages of the standing people. The space inside these cages was very small, only able to accommodate a humanoid creature who could barely stand. Standing inside, he could not move his feet or even bend his knees. The prisoners inside could not rest against the cage because there were sharp spikes everywhere in the cage. If their bodies swayed slightly, they would be pierced all over. This was especially difficult for mermen who rarely used their legs to walk. They used this method to slowly weaken the mermen. After a while, 2 figures walked out of the thick fog. They were 2 armored troll priests in white robes. The identities of the 2 priests were obviously much higher than ordinary trolls. The armored merman bowed in a strange posture, and the spirit-absorbing monster naturally followed. The 2 priests walked closer and ignored the escort team as they checked the situation of the 20 orthodox mermen. A moment later, they nodded, looking satisfied. "Leave one behind. The rest can leave." The other armored merman did not want to stay on the shore. The armored troll controlled by Zhongli took the initiative to stay behind as a guard and obtained the bell and key that controlled the collar. The 2 priests did not need Zhongli's help. They held sharp small knives in their hands and passed through the gaps in the cage to cut open the wounds on the mermen. Then, they cut off pieces of flesh from their bodies and stuffed them into the wounds to stitch them up. In the small cage, the merman could not resist or move, they could only endure this passively. Zhongli, who was watching from the side, seemed to be in deep thought. Could this be the way the armored trolls corroded other races? Just by putting a piece of flesh in, they could assimilate the other races into becoming armored trolls and maintain the innate ability characteristics of the original race. Wasn't this a little too convenient? Could it be that all the strange armored trolls came from this? What kind of monster had the human cultivators been fighting with all these years? Watch them. No matter what, don't open the cage and let them out. The two priests seemed to be very busy. After exhorting them, they left together. Only the armored troll controlled by Zhongli stayed here. He looked at the bell and then at the string of keys. Could he do whatever he wanted now? Then, Namor, if I can remove your collar, can you summon sea beasts to attack this island? Seeing that no one was around, Zhongli revealed his true body and spoke again. After being implanted with the flesh and blood of a troll, Namor's expression was ugly. That's impossible. It's easy to summon sea beasts, but my father has also been corrupted and had grown a mask, becoming a monster like them. His ability is above mine. As long as he's here, the sea beasts can't be used by us. Zhongli nodded. He did not expect to destroy this base so easily. He also took out a small knife and started to clean the merman's wounds as he asked. Then do you have a way to stop the beast tide's attack? Zhongli asked again, but the other party hesitated for a moment and did not answer directly. You should be one of those human cultivators from the salty water wetlands. I have a way to prevent you from being harassed by the sea beasts, but I can't tell you now. You don't have much time left. The blood of those monsters has already flowed through our bodies. Removing the meat can only slow down the process of corruption. In a few hours, when the sun comes out, we will be weak. Slowly, we will become like that. They have the antidote. It's a dried flower. You have to find it before dawn. The merman Namor's words were not polite. The armored mermen who were mistaken for their own kind were tricked out of the palace in the deep sea, and then all their clansmen lost their freedom. This was not the most terrifying thing. It was that his clansmen and parents had also become unrecognizable one after another. Sooner or later, it would be Namor's turn. This made him wary of everything. Moreover, he was polluted by that blood and was about to lose himself. How could he still have the mood to be polite? Of course, Zhongli understood this. Don't worry. Since we're here, I'll definitely save you. I can't open this collar now. Once I do, I'll be discovered by the armored trolls. However, as my sincerity, these spiritual fruits can help you quickly recover your injuries and strength. These flesh and blood need you to be weak in order to quickly corrode you. If your condition is better, you can last a little longer no matter what. Hang in there. When the time comes, I still need all of your strength to escape together. Zhongli generously took out 20 fragrant 9 nether earth fruits. These mermen who were trapped in the cage only smelled it and felt much better. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the fruit in Zhongli's hand. Zhongli pretended to be unwilling and sighed before distributing the fruits. Mermen lived at the bottom of the sea in small numbers. There were not so many plots and schemes like in the human world. If they were so easily tricked by the armored trolls, it was enough to prove that their wariness was not strong. If it was a human cultivator's pill, they might hesitate. However, in their common sense, it was impossible to tamper with the spiritual fruit that had just been plucked from the tree. Moreover, they were already in a life and death situation. How could they allow themselves to be so careful? They ate without much worry. Only Namor hesitated for a moment, but after waiting for a while and seeing that there was nothing wrong with the other members of his race, he could not help but eat it too. Chapter 331, Trolls Consumption. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Namor's eyes lit up. As soon as the spiritual fruit entered his mouth, pure spiritual chi and vitality spread out. This fruit is probably even more precious than the fruit of the sea heartwood. What pure water attributes spiritual chi? My cultivation has actually increased. Thank you for your gift, fellow deist. If you can escape, you must come to our dragon palace. Not long after, the relationship between the other 19 mermen and Zhongli reached the level of worship. The royal merman's attitude towards Zhongli also improved greatly. However, due to his strength, it would take too long for the spiritual root seed to successfully parasitize him without being easily discovered. Therefore, Zhongli temporarily suppressed it. When the other party started to be unable to resist and was gradually corroded by the flesh and blood of the armored troll, the spiritual root seed would be activated immediately and fight for control. Zhongli had never tried it before. Was the corrosion of the armored troll's flesh stronger, or was the parasitism effect of the spiritual root seed better? However, the rank of the spiritual root of heaven and earth was still higher. He was quite confident about this. After letting the spirit-absorbing monster control his body to watch, Zhongli came out of the yin burial coffin and transformed into a tree root that burrowed into the ground, quietly continuing to move deeper into the island. Zhongli had two main targets now. The first was to find the withered flowers that were said to be able to remove the corrosion of the armored troll's flesh and blood. Although Zhongli was confident that the spiritual root seed should be able to suppress the effect of the armored troll, these mermen would be an important force for the Great Mountain Alliance to deal with the sea beast tide in the future. If they were all armored trolls, it would be inconvenient for them to appear in the human camp. The second was to kill Namor's father. According to Namor, his father was an armored merman with a crown on his head. Only by dealing with him could they rely on the sea beasts to escape from this island. Otherwise, even if they ran, the endless sea beasts would still be a problem that they could not escape from. However, he did not know the exact location of these two targets, so he could only quietly search for them on the island that was filled with enemies. Zhongli, who had burrowed a distance underground and transformed into the root of the 9 netherwood, burrowed into a tall tree from the ground. He swam up the tree trunk and silently poked his head out from the tree branches above. Looking around, there was an armored troll holding a spear lying on a tree trunk and sleeping. Zhongli's eyes lit up. This troll was not too big and did not have any exaggerated mutation organs. It looked relatively suitable. A tree branch-like hand appeared from the tree trunk and covered the troll's mouth. It dragged him into the tree trunk without making any sound. A moment later, a crack appeared in the middle of the tree trunk. Zhongli, who had already worn a layer of the troll skin, walked out. This time, he did not use the spirit-absorbing monster or the spiritual root seed. Instead, he used a spell technique he had obtained in the past, the body transformation technique. Back then, when he explored the Seven Roads Ghost City at night, besides forming an inexplicable relationship with the female ghost, Qin Shuman, he had also casually dealt with a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator. He also obtained a body transformation technique and a ghost talisman book from that person. The series of black talismans in the ghost talisman book were extremely compatible with Zhongli's 9 nether spiritual qi, and its might was slightly stronger than ordinary talismans. Up until now, he was still using it. However, the body transformation technique that required him to wear someone's skin was a little disgusting. In the past, Zhongli, who used his iron fists to conquer the world, did not need this, so he had never paid much attention to it. Even if he had entered Blackstone City under an alias, he had only used his spiritual qi to change his appearance and body. He had not really skinned anyone to disguise himself. However, if he wanted to hide, even his race had to change. It was not something that could be done with just a face change. He used the 9 nether spiritual qi to quickly deal with this skin cover, entered it, and began to swell his body. The armored trolls were generally taller than humans. However, Zhongli was a body cultivator, so changing his figure was only basic for him. He swelled his body to about 9 feet and filled the entire skin. Zhongli walked out of the tree trunk and stretched his body. There were no obvious displacement creases on the skin on his body. It looked like he had really become an armored troll. This transformation technique was quite brilliant. That rogue cultivator from back then could pretend to be a little girl that was 2 to 3 feet tall and not reveal any flaws. Now, Zhongli, who was already at the Golden Core realm, naturally did far more than him. However, there was an awkward flaw. Zhongli scratched the front of his face. However, these 2 vertical eyes were really not very useful. No matter how he changed his appearance, Zhongli could not move his eyes to the center. He could only use the special organ of the spiritual plant, the flesh tree, to temporarily connect the other party's 2 eyeballs to his nose and forehead. The flesh tree was an excellent supplementary material to regrow limbs and transplant the organs of demon beasts. With it as a temporary graft, Zhongli could also use the 2 eyeballs normally. However, the sight of the 2 vertical eyes was still a little strange. It was as if he had been looking at something with his head tilted. He was not used to it. After adapting, he grabbed the spear from before and pretended to patrol the island. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the armored trolls were really similar to humans. They had obvious statuses and positions. Most of the low-level armored trolls were only wrapped in simple linen or were not wearing anything. They did more labor-intensive and tougher work. The high-level trolls were well-dressed and had many unique accessories on them. Among them, the noble would even paint bright colors and symbols on their armor to show their difference. Of course, in Zhongli's opinion, those with runes and colors on the armor were usually stronger. It was unknown if it was because they were powerful that their status was noble, or if it was because their status was noble that they were powerful. Zhongli temporarily did not have any other clues, so he followed the guidance of the 9 nether clone and walked towards the location of his spiritual root puppet. Just as he was about to reach the core circle of the island, Zhongli discovered that a large number of armored trolls were surrounding one of them. Some powerful guards were maintaining order, but the noise continued. "Lord, please. This is the 5th time I haven't gotten any nourishment to eat. Please, if I don't eat it, I'll become wild again. Get lost. Don't push me. If you come any closer, I'll break your arm." More than 2,000 armored trolls were crowding together and fighting for something. The strong ones took the best positions. As for the thin ones, they were squeezed to the outermost area. They were unwilling to give up and wanted to squeeze more. A group of trolls with spears were pushing around them, trying to get them to line up. "You! Come and help maintain order." When they saw the spear in Zhongli's hand, they naturally thought that Zhongli was a patrolling guard and temporarily recruited him. With the second spirit-absorbing monster that had eaten the head of the armored troll as a translator, he could already communicate with these monsters without any obstructions. Zhongli did not refuse. He carried his spear and lashed at the chaotic armored trolls. Even if he deliberately converged most of his strength in order to hide, the spear under his hand was still far more powerful than others. These monsters were beaten until their heads were bleeding, their bones were broken, and their muscles were broken. Some of them who tried to resist were sent flying by the spear for a long time and could not get up. Zhongli would not show mercy to them. After a series of slaps, he killed more than 10 of them. He even sent hidden force into many trolls' bodies. It would only act up after a day and night to shatter their internal organs. Under the influence of violence, the trolls quickly lined up again. One after another, they received what they called nourishment. Zhongli shook the blood-stained spear and followed the group forward. As he moved along, at the end of the group, he saw the so-called nourishment. These were familiar boxes that he had seen before. Zhongli's palm could not help but clench tightly. This solid metal spear was almost broken by him, leaving a clear handprint on it. At the front of the group was a counter. Behind the counter were a few obviously more noble and beautifully dressed armored trolls. They took out human heads from the box and skillfully opened the skulls. They used a special small spoon to scrape out pieces of brain matter and handed them to the trolls in front of them. Inside the box were the heads of the children transported from the human territories. Zhongli knew the cruelty and danger of the cultivation world, but there were actually people who would sell their own kind to other creatures for spirit stones. This kind of behavior was really infuriating. The human head was opened like a coconut. One spoonful after another, they dug out what was inside. This scene had quite a bit of an impact on Zhang Li. He really wanted to immediately erupt and fight on this island. However, in a fortress not far away, there were a few faint auras that made him clearly feel a strong threat. The armored trolls could suppress the entire eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent for thousands of years. Its strength was definitely not ordinary. The power that existed on this island might even be stronger and more dangerous than the myriad slaughter sect. Attacking now was a very unwise choice. Even if he could successfully kill a wave and escape, the other party would be alerted. It would be even harder to break through this island in the future. Zhang Li's rationality told him to wait for a more suitable opportunity. These trolls in the line used a leaf to catch the tofu-like brain matter and immediately sent it into their mouths impatiently, making extremely enjoyable sounds. That special small spoon was slightly larger than the milk powder spoon in his previous life. The brains in one head could be distributed to 20 armored trolls. There were about 10 heads in this box, which could be distributed to 200 trolls. Behind the counter, there were a total of 10 boxes, which were the heads of 100 human children. Zhang Li did not look at the scene of them eating. He only silently observed the changes in the surrounding environment and after the trolls ate the human brain. With a closer look, he discovered that the trolls in the line were more or less deformed. The body structure of the armored troll was different from humans. It had all kinds of forms. Descriptions of regular deformities were not suitable for them. However, it was clearly abnormal that they grew some useless non-functioning organs on their bodies. However, after eating the brain matter, the extra limbs or organs would quickly fall off their bodies. The excited emotions of the armored trolls would return to normal. Could it be that the armored trolls liked to eat human brains not because of their food preferences but because it was essential to maintain normal survival? Zhang Li guessed in his mind. The trolls in noble robes moved quickly. Together, they quickly finished off the heads of the people in the boxes. Zhang Li finally understood why those humans and demons were fighting so desperately just now. Food was always not enough. There were still 300 to 400 trolls left. They could only kneel on the ground and cry in pain. Each of them took a chain and locked their hands together. They could only survive the painful degeneration in this way and look forward to the next batch of distribution. Wait a moment. Zhang Li remembered this information in his heart and was about to leave when he was stopped by a robed person. You did well just now. I have something to hand you. Come with us. Zhang Li was not happy at all while being praised by the armored troll. Right now, he only wanted to find a secret corner and kill a batch of these guys first. Come with us with those 2 jars. After saying that, the robed armored troll left. Zhang Li looked at the 2 jars on the ground. He had seen this thing before. Inside was a cultivation seedling that they had stored. It was also from the eastern region of Azure Cloud continent. Lord, what's in that jar? Zhang Li pretended not to know. That's something only nobles can enjoy. You don't have to know. Zhang Li came to a realization. Something of better quality with guaranteed freshness naturally had to be provided to an existence with a higher status. He could meet the higher UPS of the armored trolls as long as he followed them. After thinking for a moment, he withdrew his golden core aura with all his might, picked up 2 jars, and followed. As expected, they were walking towards the fortress in the middle of the island. There were 2 groups of troll guards at the entrance of the fortress. Their level was obviously higher than the ordinary guards outside. Judging from the aura, they were probably stronger than the armored trolls Zhang Li had encountered on the battlefield. However, with a few robed figures leading the way, they did not stop him. They only looked at the jar in Zhang Li's hand, revealing a drooling expression. Azura World, the Vimacitran blood fighting arena. Little Yaksha, you've done a great job this time. Work hard. Lord Vimacitran will not treat you badly. In the past few days, the fallen blood yaksha could be said to be riding on the wave of success in the blood fighting arena. Opening a true spatial crack was the highest achievement of the underground blood pool. After completing this mission, the reward not only allowed the yaksha clone to make up for the loss of the fallen blood core. It even allowed him to take a step further and directly condense a blood nascent in his body, causing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, with the trust of the Evil Eye High Priest, he could now enter and leave the blood fighting arena on his own and mobilize several demon generals and a large number of resources without the approval of the higher UPS. That large number was even to the extent that he could secretly build another small blood pool. Chapter 332, Farm and Wild. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Now, on the central blood pool at the bottom of the blood fighting arena, the spatial crack had already opened. The Evil Eye High Priest and the entire blood fighting arena had already placed their focus on attacking the other world. The bloodbath at the top had not been held for a long time. All of them had been thrown into the war of invasion after the crack. The mysterious Great Asura Vimacitran also revealed his true form after the spatial crack opened. Compared to this stone statue, he was even taller and more majestic. His might had also reached a level that Zhang Li was temporarily unable to estimate. Together with the Evil Eye High Priest, he stood behind the crack and exerted influence on the other world, causing the people of the Myriad Slaughter sect to suffer terrible losses every time they crossed the range of the power of chaos. At that time, the Myriad Slaughter sect had also launched several fierce counterattacks, hoping to stop this inexplicable attack by destroying the temporary altar. After paying a considerable price, they successfully did this. After destroying the altar that Zhang Li had cut corners on, they saw the spatial crack begin to quickly heal. However, the Great Asura Vimacitran was sufficiently decisive. He actually threw the crown on his head. With the crown as the core, it stabilized the spatial crack again. This also showed that the blood fighting arena was actually much inferior to the Asura territory summoned by the Black Lotus Divine Sect back then. Back then, that faction had directly taken out a treasure of the level of the Karma Cleansing Lotus. However, Vimacitran was clearly not that rich. In order to maintain the crack, he had even thrown out his own crown. There was clearly a gap between this great Asura and the Asura Lord. Zhang Li watched this battle quietly from the side. He could only sigh at the world of true tycoons. It was something he could not imagine. However, it was also beneficial to Zhang Li if they fought happily. On the one hand, it could continuously weaken the strength of the Myriad Slaughter sect. On the other hand, the leader and second-in-command of the blood fighting arena were staring at the spatial crack. All kinds of trivial matters in the blood fighting arena naturally landed on the Yaksha clone, causing his authority to rise further. Every day, there were various Asuras looking for him to give gifts. Lord Fallen Blood, 3 demon generals are requesting an audience. They wish to join our blood fighting arena. The Yaksha clone was brandishing a newly obtained demonic weapon, the bloodthirsty trident. It was given to him by Vimacitran when he first appeared. Its might was not inferior to an earth-rank artifact at all. At this moment, a subordinate came to report and interrupted his test. In order to cross the spatial crack and defeat the cultivators of the Lamb world, the blood fighting arena had been recruiting powerful Asuras with small bodies recently. However, such a race was not easy to find in the Asura world. As a result, the battle situation had always been in a stalemate. During this period of time, there had been no great progress. He casually placed the earth-rank demonic weapon, the bloodthirsty trident, to the side and got his subordinates to bring them in. The fallen blood Yaksha found 3 jars of Vimacitran's blood. If they wanted to join the blood fighting arena, they had to drink a drop of his blood to express their loyalty. However, the 3 demon generals who entered made Zhang Li feel surprisingly familiar. He had actually seen these 3 demon generals before. A few months ago, these 3 were still high-level human cultivators. He did not expect that after a few months, they would meet in another world. Old Demon Black Lotus, the surviving member of the Black Lotus Divine Sect, the 100 Tempering Mountains Sect Master, Situ Fengzhu, and the 100 Tempering Mountains Soul Formation Elder, Situ Xin Gong. However, the three of them had already abandoned their human identity. After drinking the blood of madness, they transformed into Azura demon generals and joined this world. Back then, under the combined efforts of the three major sects of the Great Mountain region, they destroyed the 100 Tempering Mountain and closed the spatial crack by blowing up the blood pool with spiritual liquid. Due to the fact that it was the spiritual liquid that was sent out by the essence souls of a few elders to control the corpses of the 100 Tempering Mountain disciples, at that time, Zhang Li had guessed that these three fellows might be ostracized in the other world and be unable to survive. Now, it seemed that it was indeed the case. They could not survive under that Azura Lord. Now, they were actually here to look for a job. Lord Fallen Blood, I've long heard of your name. This is a gift we brought. I hope you like it. Old Demon Black Lotus, who had already transformed into a 6-armed demon general, eagerly delivered a coffin and 2 wine jars to the Yaksha clone. Just by smelling the fragrance that leaked out, Zhang Li already knew the content inside. The corpse of a former 100 Tempering Mountain disciple and 2 bottles of intact human blood. Humans were the spirit of all things in the world, a race created by Nuwa in imitation of the gods. Therefore, humans had talent that many races did not have. After the Great Magus War, they gradually rose in status even in a dangerous place like the primordial world. However, because of this, be it devils, demons, ghosts, monsters, asuras, or armored trolls, they basically like to eat people. It was not just a matter of taste. They could really obtain great benefits from eating people. Old Demon Black Lotus knew this very well, so he had secretly collected quite a number of 100 Tempering Mountain disciples' corpses back then. In this world, they became hard currency that was even more useful than blood crystals. Yes, I heard that you were once subordinates of Lord Aditya's. Why did you suddenly come to the blood fighting arena? Lord Aditya's was the unlucky Azura Lord who had his blood pool explode. His territory was not far from the blood fighting arena, so the fallen blood Yaksha that had been reborn in the wilderness would walk to the blood fighting arena under the summon. These few people had also heard of Vemakatran's recruitment order and came here to try their luck. We admire Lord Vemakatran's grace even more and have specially come to seek refuge. We hope that Lord can take us in. In the Azura world, other than the succubus, witches, and a few other races, they were generally more straightforward in their words. People like them who could adapt to circumstances were also talented. Zhang Li did not abandon them because of past grudges. After all, only by leaving behind his subordinates could he easily take revenge on them. There's naturally no problem in letting you stay. Lord Vimasitran is currently in the midst of a war and is lacking a lot of manpower. Do you want to become the most heroic warriors? Or stay by my side and help me do something? Zhang Li gave them 2 choices. Having experienced the war of invaders, they naturally knew the danger of being thrown into that battlefield. To them, the current continent of the 9 provinces was not their home. Without much hesitation, they made a decision. We will be at Lord Yaksha's command. On the Troll Island in the outer sea of the Azure Cloud continent. Zhang Li, who was wearing a layer of troll skin, followed a few armored trolls in long robes into the fortress nest in the center of the island. The cold walls and stone walls gave people a deep sense of oppression. After passing through the door, the scene inside the fortress wall was completely different from the scene outside. This place was even more orderly and clean. The armored trolls inside were all wearing neat clothes or armor. Many trolls with strong auras were training together. Individuals with different abilities were divided into long range, close combat, support, and a few other units to train separately. The characteristics of these trolls were very variable. If it was just one, there would be a greater shortcoming. However, if they were to complement each other, Zhang Li had personally experienced the might produced. If the armored troll army on this island was all mobilized, at least half of the cultivators in the city would die if they wanted to stop them. Their treatment was worlds apart from the trolls outside. Behind them was a stone table with piles of human heads for them to take at any time. This was the smell of alcohol and meat from the trolls. He only took a few glances before following the 5 robes into the fortress. Inside were some tribal-style totem decorations. It looked relatively primitive, but the more deeply rooted the totem worship, the more stable and unified the authority formed. Compared to the chaotic human cultivation world, they were countless times more united. Moreover, if one really thought that they were undeveloped, they would suffer greatly. Zhang Li followed them around for a few more floors before stopping in front of a luxurious room. Outside the wall, inside the wall, and inside the fortress, there were 3 completely different worlds. Nowadays, even monsters knew how to do such things. Wait outside. Don't look around or move. One of the robed trolls instructed Zhang Li, and then he took one of the jars in his hand, pushed open the door, and walked in. The moment the door opened, Zhang Li tilted his head slightly and saw a figure sitting on a high chair. It was a fitting blue dress with well-proportioned and slender limbs. If not for the exposed claws and feet, Zhang Li would definitely think that it was a normal human wearing a mask. This troll was not exaggerated in size. Instead, it was closer to a human. However, Zhang Li knew that he was not this monster's match at first glance. His armor was painted with 2 scratches in an ominous color. Through the knowledge obtained from the armored troll, Zhang Li knew that the person sitting inside was the highest-ranking existence on this island, Viscount Galonran. Honorable Viscount, this is the latest high-quality food. Please enjoy it. The 5 robed trolls crawled in on their knees. They opened the jar, and a human head emerged. The person in the jar slowly woke up from his coma. Before he could understand the situation, he felt a chill on his scalp. Then, the top of his head was lifted from behind and hung in front of his eyes. The nourishment was pushed to the front of Viscount Galonran. This elegant troll in an exquisite dress opened his mouth, and smelly saliva dripped out. What a wonderful smell! What a developed and healthy nourishment! It's different from the things raised on the farm. If not for coming to the front line, I wouldn't have tasted such delicious food. Ordinary trolls could only eat a small piece every few months. The elite trolls in the city wall could eat them at any time. As for higher-level trolls, they were no longer satisfied with ordinary nourishment. There were higher requirements for everything that entered their mouths. The food they wanted to eat not only had to be fresh and have spiritual roots, but it also had to be wild and not farmed. Yes. Farm. Zhang Li, who was standing at the door, immediately thought of something terrible when he heard the word farm. Stealing from the back of the enemy's camp alone was clearly unable to satisfy the needs of the entire armored troll race. Even if it was only the lowest supply, it was definitely impossible to satisfy. Zhang Li had even thought of destroying the armored trolls by cutting off their supply channels. Now that he thought about it, there should have been human survivors who had been sold to the armored trolls a long time ago. They had used those innocent humans to build a so-called farm. They raised his companions like livestock. These damned guys! Zhang Li cursed in his mind, but he could not reveal his emotions on the surface. If not for the fact that the eyes that were exposed were not his, the intense killing intent in them would have exposed him instantly. Galonran took out an exquisite spoon and scraped it into his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and quietly savored the beautiful flavor. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Galonran suddenly straightened his body and spat out the white thing in his mouth. The white ball wriggled in the air, extending countless tiny roots. When it was placed into the mouth earlier, these roots tried to drill through the sticky membrane and parasitize Galonran. Unfortunately, he still discovered it. The troll looked at the jar again. As for the human children in the jar, they had already become wooden lumps without any vitality. How dare you fool me? The vertical pair of eyes were instantly filled with anger. Viscount, we don't know. We really didn't do it. Viscount, please spare us. The 5 people kneeling on the ground had originally thought that they could obtain a little reward this time. However, the sudden change made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Viscount Galonrin did not have the habit of listening to others explain. He raised his hand and waved it, and 5 white shadows suddenly flew out. Before Zhongli could react, it stabbed into the chests of the 5 armored trolls kneeling below. Zhongli estimated that even if he used his own eyes, he would not be able to see that speed clearly. If the target was him, he would probably not be able to escape. The 5 white shadows pierced into the chests of the few armored trolls. The few robed armored trolls with high statuses and strength actually did not struggle at all and fell to the ground. On their chests were 5 withered white flowers. The 5 robed figures and their muscles shriveled and melted. The 5 white flowers absorbed their blood and life, blooming the most beautiful red flowers. Withered flowers? Could it be that the thing that could remove the corrosion of the armored troll's flesh was this kind of flower that he had never seen before? Chapter 333, Strange Dr. Fran. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Drag them out. Zhongli was staring at the flowers on the surface of the long robes in shock. The armored troll was a creature with extremely tenacious vitality. For humans, fatal injuries could usually be healed in a short period of time on these monsters. As long as the core of the armor was not shattered, it was very difficult to kill them. More than half of the important organs had to be destroyed. But now, a seemingly harmless flower had easily taken their lives. Moreover, the description of the flowers was very similar to the antidote mentioned by Namor. This flower definitely had a special effect. Just as he was thinking, a rumbling sound came from the luxurious room. Zhongli looked left and right. There was no one else nearby. Could that fellow be calling him? He was a little hesitant. The disguise on his body was actually only a layer of skin. It might be fine if he was a distance away. If he was too close, Zhongli was not sure if he could fool the other party's eyes. Drag them away. Viscount Galonrin was currently in a fit of anger. When he saw Zhongli at the door and did not dare enter, he wanted to send another sacrificial flower to kill him. However, if he killed this guy, there would be another dirty corpse in his room. In the end, he still did not attack. He only flicked his sleeve, and a wave of air carried the 5 corpses as it smashed towards Zhongli. Zhongli suppressed his instinct to resist and allowed himself to be blasted flying by the wave of air. He collided with the wall and stopped when he and the 5 corpses were blown to the end of the corridor. The door of Viscount Galonrin's room closed again with a bang. Zhongli flipped over and sat up. The skin of the armored troll on the surface wriggled. He retracted the black scale armor that was sandwiched in the middle. Fortunately, the other party did not really attack. Otherwise, even if the black scale armor blocked the attack, it would definitely be discovered by the other party. After putting the 5 corpses with flowers into the coffin, he got up and quickly left. The food that had been tampered with was naturally Zhongli's doing. The 2 jars delivered here happened to contain his seed puppets. Through the jar, he catalyzed the seed inside in advance, making it extremely invasive. He originally wanted to trick this Viscount. In the end, he still discovered it. This method indeed could not work on powerful creatures. Fortunately, he was not the unlucky one. He happened to obtain this flower that would bloom after absorbing the blood. Zhongli found an empty corner in the fortress and took out one of them. Name: Sacrificial Flower. Type: Plant. Age: Blossomed. Reproduction method: Self-reproduction. Root structure: Siphon. Source of nutrition: Special blood, moonlight. Description: a magical flower that is thought to be able to communicate with the gods. Was this thing called a sacrificial flower? Zhongli casually took out a demon core realm snake demon from the coffin. Then, he took the sacrificial flower and stabbed it into the heart of the snake's waist. The stem of this flower was extremely hard and sharp. Even though the snake demon's skin was tough, it was still easily pierced through. However, a similar scene did not appear. Although the snake had its heart pierced and was wriggling in pain, the blood in its body was not sucked away by this sacrificial flower. It did not look like it was anything serious. It was no different from being pricked by an ordinary steel needle. The flower was bright red and not full. It should be able to continue drawing blood. However, this sacrificial flower did not seem to be effective against ordinary snake demons. Zhang Li had never seen an armored troll use such flowers to deal with human cultivators. Could it be that the effect of this flower was only targeted at the armored trolls? There were countless examples of mutual augmentation and suppression in the cultivation world, so it was not strange for such a situation to occur. However, Zhang Li was a little surprised. These armored trolls actually carried special plants that targeted their race. Was it to use it as a method to punish his subordinates and consolidate his rule? In the appraisal skill, it was also written that this flower was believed to be able to communicate with gods. There should be some elements of faith mixed in it. If they could grow them in bulk as weapons, it might be able to change the situation of the human camp greatly. He poured the 9 nether spiritual chi into the flower in an attempt to accelerate its reproduction. However, the 9 nether spiritual chi that had always been successful lost its effect on this flower. The sacrificial flower had indeed changed. A new flower grew from the straight stem. However, when the blood color on the flower petal completely receded, no matter how Zhang Li urged his spiritual chi, it could no longer grow. Moreover, it directly withered to its original state. The blood of an armored troll was only enough to breed another sacrificial flower. It was quite difficult to cultivate such a delicate plant. At the very least, they would not be able to grow them on a large scale in the short term. Big brother, what are you doing here with the sacrificial flower? The sudden voice made Zhang Li's hair stand on end. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out that a hidden door had opened on the stone wall at some point. A head had emerged from the secret door and was looking at him curiously. It was a short troll about 1.5 meters tall. From her clothes, hairstyle, and voice, she should be a female troll. However, the other party's armor was clearly painted with a bright color. This short troll was actually a noble. Is that food in your hand? Can you give it to me? The short troll looked at the jar in Zhang Li's hand. The other party could enter and leave the fortress freely. Her face was painted with the pattern of a troll noble. Moreover, this jar contained a puppet. Zhang Li thought for a moment and did not refuse. Of course, please enjoy. Zhang Li made a respectful gesture and leaned in to observe the other party. He suspected that this short troll, who was only 1.5 meters tall, might be a hidden expert. Then can you help me move it over more? My room is right ahead. She was very polite. She was simply different from the other armored trolls. At your service, my lady. The female troll pushed open the secret door on the stone wall and let Zhang Li in. Then, she walked in front while Zhang Li followed behind. This secret passage seemed to be specially designed for her. In the group of armored trolls more than 2 meters tall, the secret passage was only 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall. Zhang Li, who had entered, could only move forward with his back hunched. Soon, they arrived at another room that was not luxurious but was very clean. However, to Zhang Li's surprise, this room was filled with beds, and there were 19 human children lying on them. Please put him on this bed. The short female troll asked Zhang Li to open the remaining jar in his hand. Then, she placed the seated puppet on the last bed for a total of 20. Zhang Li looked at the room again. Sure enough, there were still 19 jars placed there. This little girl-like troll did not eat them. The scene in this room was different from the trolls he knew. Lady, what are you doing? Zhang Li pretended to be respectful and expressed his doubts appropriately. My name is Galan Fran. Big brother, just call me Fran. As nobles, even if we don't eat, we can still maintain our sanity. Galan Fran knew very well what Zhang Li was puzzled about. Her casual words allowed Zhang Li to obtain a lot of information. Noble trolls could maintain their rationality by not eating. In other words, non-noble trolls would lose their rationality if they did not eat enough nourishment. This matched the situation he had seen previously. It was probably an important reason why the armored troll had persisted in attacking the Azure Cloud continent for 1,000 years. However, if that was the case, Galonran was consuming children simply because he wanted to. Miss Fran, don't you want to eat them? Why do you want them to lie here? This troll was unexpectedly easygoing. Zhang Li tried to get more information from her. I don't plan to eat them. I'm a vegetarian by belief. Zhang Li was stunned. Could it be that this short and harmless-looking armored troll was the rare kind of human-loving demon that only appeared when the population was large enough? She did not eat these children. In order to protect them, she even kept them in her room? No, wait. If that was the case, why did all these children look unconscious? Moreover, the feeling they gave Zhang Li was a little strange. He even smelled some unusual scents. After glancing around, he saw that there were a few large cabinets in this clean room. However, what was placed on them were not clothes or belongings, but a large number of bottles and jars containing strange liquid. Galonfran did not explain and walked over. Zhang Li had just taken out the jar and placed it beside the puppet on the bed. Swoosh! Zhang Li's eyes narrowed. She actually cut open the puppet's chest and took out the heart with extreme proficiency. Then, she took out the heart of an armored troll from a vessel soaked in solution and quickly stitched it up on the puppet. The cold heart did not react, but she did not panic. She picked up a glass needle and injected some liquid into the heart. The heart actually beat again. The corners of Zhang Li's eyes twitched involuntarily. She actually had a needle? She tore off a strand of her long hair, then the silver needles in her hand danced as she sewed up the chest of the puppet. Ignoring everything else, the suturing technique could at least throw the medical cultivators of the Great Mountain Alliance far behind. Zhang Li cursed himself for being naive. How could there be good people in a group of armored trolls? This young lady looked harmless and spoke very politely. She did not eat human brains, but she would leave her food behind for human experiments. Human experiments were actually not rare in the cultivation world. Many rogue cultivators could open their own black market and change the limbs of demon beasts for others. However, their standards were clearly far inferior to this person. Come on, hang in there. She was actually still by the bed, encouraging the spiritual root puppet that had changed its heart. Zhang Li looked at the strange scene and thought of something. He walked to the side and opened the blanket on the other bed. However, the scene he saw, no matter how tenacious Zhang Li's mental consciousness was still strongly affected and shocked. If this was another world, his sanity value would drop drastically. The head of a child exposed beyond the blanket was still all right, but under the blanket, there was only a palm. There was nothing else. The palm of an armored troll was connected to the neck. Fortunately, the pair of eyes that he used were not his. In any case, he could not keep these eyes later. He lifted the next blanket. The feet of this experimental body had been replaced by the claws of the armored troll. The wound had completely healed. The armored troll's tissues were constantly corroding the child's body. Now, he looked like a half-human half-demon. After removing the other blankets, without exception, a few of the organs in these children were replaced. What was this armored troll doing? Was she playing a puzzle game? Miss Fran, can you tell me what you're doing? Fran thoughtfully covered the boy in bed 20 with a blanket. She looked up and looked at Zhang Li curiously. She did not directly answer Zhang Li's question, but spoke with a calm tone. Big brother, you should be a human, right? As soon as she finished speaking, in an instant, Zhang Li had already arrived in front of her. His palm grabbed the front of Fran's armor. As long as there was any abnormality, he would immediately crush the core of the armor and destroy it, causing this strange person to die. You're indeed a human. Your skin doesn't look too fresh anymore. But don't worry, no one else will come to my room. I won't tell anyone. There was no fear in the eyes that leaked out of Fran's fingers. She was still sizing up Zhongli, who was controlling her. Her voice was calm and polite as usual. She did not care about her life at all. Zhongli did not relax, because once the other party sounded the alarm, he would be attacked by all the trolls on the island. Especially that guy who was at least on the same level as the myriad slaughter sect master. Although Zhongli was no longer the same as before after breaking through, it was impossible for him to be a match for a big shot of that level. Whether he could escape from the other party was a problem. However, he did not kill the other party immediately. This armored troll was very different. Big brother, do you want to know what we are? I can tell you. I just want a few drops of dragon blood. Seeing that Zhongli did not move, Fran continued. Moreover, what made Zhongli even more fearful was that not only had the other party noticed that he was a human, she was actually able to notice that he had dragon blood in his body. This armored troll, called Fran, had terrifyingly sharp eyes. Or rather, what was terrifying was her knowledge. However, what she said did indeed arouse Zhongli's curiosity. This armored troll, who could probably be called a strange doctor, had probably played with countless fellow humans and had analyzed their bodies thoroughly. The dragon imprisoning lock flew out and tied up the slender troll. He then opened his palm. Forget about the dragon blood. I can give this piece of flesh as a substitute. It was impossible for Zhongli to give his blood to such a crazy doctor in the cultivation world. However, judging from the other party's expression, using her life to threaten her was most likely useless. He took out a piece of Azura's flesh from the coffin and shook it in front of the other party. Fran's eyes were instantly attracted to this piece of flesh that she had never seen before. This unknown material was extremely attractive to her. All right, I accept it. Then, Miss Fran, please enlighten me. Chapter 334, Ancient Flesh. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Even if the other party was firmly bound by the dragon imprisoning lock, Zhongli did not let down his guard at all. As an armored troll noble, Zhongli did not believe that the other party was really powerless. Fran shook the shackles in her hand but was not angry. She pushed open the door at the side and brought Zhongli into another laboratory. Fortunately, this laboratory was not the pure white laboratory that Zhongli had imagined. There were no classic scenes like nutrition liquids, clones, and formulas. Otherwise, Zhongli would really suspect that this person was also a transmigrator. Although it was called a laboratory, this place was more like a cell. The hygiene was just slightly better. Inside, there were many standing cages similar to the one Zhongli had seen earlier. However, the spikes in the cage had already been removed and were locked inside, so it should be slightly more comfortable. There were more than 10 armored trolls locked inside. As soon as the trolls saw someone enter, they started to claw at the cage and roar. They stretched out their claws and tried to attack and bite them. This was completely different from the armored trolls Zhongli had seen before. Was this how trolls looked after they lost their minds? Behave. Fran stepped forward and comforted them gently as if they were children. After feeding the few trolls who were the most noisy, she brought Zhongli through these cages. Then, she picked up a porcelain fish tank from the corner and handed it to Zhongli. This is our original appearance. Zhongli opened the lid. There was a pool of red flesh in the fish tank. As if sensing the change in light, after opening the lid of the fish tank, the red flesh began to squirm slightly, producing some tentacles that crawled towards the sides. It seemed like it wanted to crawl out of the tank. This thing did not have a fixed body and could change shape to move. Zhongli even saw a primitive pipe structure similar to blood vessels on its surface. Lingzi 1? Tai Sui? The first thing Zhongli thought of was the mysterious creature in the legends. From the looks of it, it was indeed very similar. I spent a lot of effort to get this from the forest. Big brother, don't you think it's very cute? As if petting a pet, Gallenfraun reached out and touched the piece of flesh, not minding the disgusting mucus on it at all. Name: Ancient Fleshling Z. Type: Compound mucosa. Age: Ancient. Reproduction method: Splitting. Life structure: Multi-core cell. Source of nutrition: Diverse. Description: An easily influenced ancient creature. This thing. How did it become your race? Zhongli could not understand how this thing was cute. However, according to the other party, this ancient Lingzi was secretly gathered from a very important place like the armored troll. Gallenfraun had specially come to the front line to study the secret of the ancient Lingzi. Viscount Galonran came to eat wild nourishment, while she came for this reason. Zhongli had only seen 2 troll nobles, but their motives were not pure. This was a good thing. The worse the other party's internal situation was, the easier the war here would be. This kind of flesh is very interesting. With her shackled hand, Gallenfraun picked up an egg from the side. After opening the eggshell, she threw away the yolk inside and only poured the egg white into the fish tank. The ancient Lingzi in the fish tank immediately grew many tentacles, inserted them into the egg white, and began to suck. This kind of sacred Lingzi can eat anything, but if it does so, something very interesting will happen. When Fran spoke about her research, she seemed very happy and excited. She tore open a black cloth at the side, and immediately, more than 10 iron cages were revealed. In the cage were many familiar but strange animals. There were bald hens with armored faces, ugly fish with armored faces, armored mountain leopards, and armored poisonous snakes. In these cages, half were ordinary wild beasts, and the other half were common demon beasts. One could still see some of their former appearances from their forms, but without exception, their faces had grown masks, and their physical characteristics were transforming into armored trolls. According to Gallenfraun, she had only separated a small piece of the ancient Lingzi and fed it with the flesh of these creatures. Slowly, they grew to this size. This change was very similar to what the trolls had done to the merman race, but the meaning was different. Storing flesh and blood into the bodies of other creatures was essentially corrosion and assimilation. After eating the corpse, it would grow like this in a short period of time. That was evolution, a superspeed evolution after robbing a useful gene. This was a kind of creature that was somewhat similar to the aliens in the movies in his previous life, but also more terrifying. The racial advantage of casually seizing the genes of other creatures that had evolved for countless years was self-evident. Interesting, right? That's how we started. After an unknown period of time, all the animals on the continent grew such a carapace. Gallenfraun knocked on the white bone armor on her face and spoke about the history of her hometown. She spoke lightly, but Zhongli listened with a heavy heart. Especially the word continent, it made him feel pressured. It turned out that the armored troll race was not only a dangerous race in the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent. They were terrifying monsters that thrived on another continent. Of the continents of the 9 provinces, there was actually one that was completely ruled by the armored trolls. The size difference between the two was 2 completely different concepts. The higher UPS of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent definitely knew this news, but they did not tell anyone below. If the people below knew that they were fighting a war with another continent of the 9 provinces, many people might be frightened to death. Then why did you attack us? Zhongli continued to ask. Big brother, all creatures have the instinct to pursue wisdom. The only thing that can bring us wisdom is eating nourishment. Gallenfraun blinked her 2 vertical eyes as if she was curious why Zhongli did not even know about this. To them, that should be common knowledge. Zhongli followed Fran's finger and looked at the standing cages in the room. Whether or not they have intelligence before they are converted. After being transformed, they will become such wild beasts. They will live without rationality and dignity. I know that on Big Brother's continent, the simplest creatures will also obtain intelligence after cultivating to become demons. However, the armored race is different. Only by eating it can you obtain wisdom and become one of us. There was still a box in Fran's laboratory, but she did not feed the trolls the food. Big brother, there were originally many people on our continent. However, many years ago, because of some accidents, there were only a small number of them left. Apart from the nobles, everyone was tortured by the pain of about to lose their minds. That was why there was this war. Later, they built a farm. When Zhongli heard this, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Coupled with what he had seen on the island, what Galen Fran said did not seem to be false. In that case, the two races and two continents would really fight to the death. The armored trolls would not be satisfied with farms, and humans could not tolerate this either. A group of monsters reared their own kind like livestock. Moreover, how could thousands of years of hatred end just like that? Of course, such a huge matter was not something that a small rural alliance leader like Zhang Li could worry about. His first goal now was to join the Divine Judgment Hall. Everything else was pointless. Miss Fran, what are you doing here? Zhang Li returned to Fran's laboratory. When he talked about this, the troll smiled again. About this, I want to try and see if I can create a species that can maintain intelligence without eating nourishment, like us nobles. Zhang Li stared at Galen Fran's face. This was really a great experiment. However, no matter what, he could not let this armored troll leave. Kill her? That was a waste. It might be more useful to keep her alive. If used well, this kind of scientific talent could match thousands of super soldiers. Miss Galen Fran, it's a waste of your talent to stay here. I sincerely invite Miss Fran to join the Great Mountain Alliance. If Miss Fran is interested in this piece of flesh, I have many other creatures that don't exist in this world. Perhaps I can develop something more interesting. Zhang Li released the Yin burial coffin, and a few monsters from the Azura world walked out. As expected, when the strange doctor, Fran, saw the few creatures she had never seen before, her face clearly revealed intense curiosity and excitement. Now, if she was given a small knife, she could dissect these guys on the spot. Zhang Li could roughly tell from their short interaction. Galen Fran was a typical research fanatic. There were no unnecessary emotions in her mind. In her eyes, nothing was more important than studying new things. As long as he could assist in the research she wanted to do, Zhang Li felt that she could agree with anything. Of course, as insurance, Zhang Li still needed to give her a gift. Galen Fran thought for a moment before finally taking the fruit from Zhang Li and eating it. On the one hand, she had come to the front line to study the ancient Lingzi without any reservations. On the other hand, the biological plants in the Azure Cloud continent that were different from her hometown were fatal to her. Now, in Zhang Li's hands, there was an entire unknown world placed in front of her. The strange doctor, Fran, was about to drool. The armored troll had never thought that a mere food would sneak into their island and secretly kidnap a noble. They did not expect Zhang Li to do something even worse. A few hours later, the sky gradually lit up. The mermen imprisoned in the cage of the standing people were a little anxious. Under the influence of the sea fog, the sun that had just come out could not harm them. However, if the sun rose above their heads, the situation would be different. It was said that there was once a mermaid princess who insisted on staying on the shore in order to marry a human prince on the shore. In the end, she was incinerated and turned into foam. This was a story passed down by word of mouth among the mermen. Although it might not be the truth, its goal was to warn the descendants of the tribe how dangerous the fierce sunlight was to them. Under the cover of the sea fog, although it would not be as serious as shooting directly, it would still cause them to fall into an extremely weak state. At that time, they would no longer have the strength to resist the corrosion of the armored troll's flesh. Now, all they could hope for was for their master, Zhang Li, to find the antidote in time to save them. No more, wait. Why am I calling him master? As for the Zhongli they were looking forward to, after changing his clothes, he swaggered into the armored troll's fortress. Now, this layer of skin on his body emitted the aura of a troll at all times. The slightly throbbing blood vessels under the skin were clearly visible. Even if he leaned close and observed carefully, there was no problem. This was much better than the spell technique that Zhongli had created himself. This skin that was fake and real was the version that Galanfran had helped him modify after the upgrade. Zhongli had also seen her ability with his own eyes. The strange doctor, Fran, had personally combined an entire set of blood vessel systems with her skin. She could actually let a piece of skin maintain her life alone. This change made the effect of Zhongli's appearance-changing technique undergo a huge change. Even if he really stood in front of Galanran, he would not easily discover any clues. With this leather skin and the noble token of Galanfran, Zhongli could be said to be swaggering without anyone daring to stop him. At this moment, he carried another jar of food and walked towards the bottom of the fortress. Below this fortress building, as the basement, was a wide cave lake. In the day, some of the trolls transformed from mermen stayed in the sea while the rest of the higher level ones came to rest. This referred to Namor's father, the former leader of the Merman tribe, Nadir, and his 3 wives. Sir Nadir, this is your nourishment. Zhongli picked up a rock on the shore and knocked it a few times beside the lake. The sound of collision spread throughout the entire underground lake. The calm water surface quickly rippled. 4 merman armored trolls floated out from the water. The merman in the lead had stronger armor, and he wore a crown that was similar to Namor but clearly much larger. This was the culprit who had repeatedly launched the Beast Tide and suppressed the Great Mountain Alliance's mechanism city. Didn't I say that no one should disturb me during the day? Nadir appeared very unhappy, but when he saw the jar Zhongli was holding, he clearly eased up greatly. A postnatal troll like him was far inferior to a noble in terms of status. Although he had contributed greatly, he was not qualified to enjoy the delicious nourishment. He did not expect that the organization would actually prepare such high-end ingredients for him today. Viscount Galanran asked me to bring this high-grade food to Sir Nadir. Of course, if it's not convenient, I'll come back later. Wait, help me thank Viscount Galanran for his generosity. Put the thing down. Nadir swayed his fishtail underwater and eagerly swam to the shore to open the nourishment that he had been waiting for. Chapter 335, Make a Comeback? Nadir excitedly opened the lid and a young human head popped out from the jar. The leader of the mermen, who had been controlling the sea beasts from afar, did not have a chance to see a living human. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that the creatures on the shore looked so delicious. He picked up a small knife placed at the side and cut open the skull in a circular manner. During this period of time, he had also eaten a lot of frozen food. This method was very practiced. Sir Nadir. At this moment, Nadir's 3 wives also approached, their eyes filled with desire. Clearly, they also wanted to try it. Under normal circumstances, only nobles could eat high-grade food. However, Nadir berated them impatiently. Ever since it was corroded by the flesh and blood of the armored troll, it had regained its intelligence and rationality through eating. However, most of his previous emotions and memories had already disappeared. Even his only son could watch as the other party suffered without feeling anything. How could these few former merman spouses affect his mood at all? He gave a spoonful of food and closed his eyes elegantly like the Viscount. This high-grade nourishment is indeed different from ordinary food. Not only did it melt in his mouth, but it also carried a faint strange fragrance. The dense fragrance seemed to have penetrated his skin in an instant, causing his mouth and throat to melt together. What a wonderful feeling! That. Sir Nadir, your mouth. He was still enjoying the wonder of this smell when 3 females cried out beside him. He was very annoyed by these 3 wives who were making a fuss. Tomorrow, he would definitely replace them with 3 beautiful mermaids who had not been corroded. Only they could match his noble status. However, when he wanted to speak, he suddenly realized that his mouth was not under his control. Reaching out, he touched his chin until a huge hole appeared in his throat. Nadia's eyes widened. He felt that the melting was actually real. Someone had poisoned him. Nadia quickly realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to sink into the water to escape. At the bottom of this cave, there was a tunnel that connected to the sea outside. Under the water, no one was faster than the merman race. However, he only felt weak all over. That poison took away his strength in an extremely short period of time. Nadia was a little desperate and regretful. If he had let the 3 trolls try first, he would not have ended up like this. Under the shadow, a coffin covered his head. Countless thick roots emerged from the coffin's mouth and sucked in Nadia and his 3 wives. The merman race relied on their special talent in summoning and controlling sea beasts to dominate the sea. Almost no race in the water was willing to provoke them. However, they were far inferior to the dragons. While they had a powerful cheat-like talent, their bodies were abnormally weak. If they fought alone, they would be far inferior to human cultivators of the same level. Zhang Li was already very confident when he reduced the distance between them by this much. To be safe, he even specially used the poison made by Galanfran. It was a poison targeted at armored trolls. The material used to make this poison was the sacrificial flower that Zhang Li had seen before. This flower did not cause any trouble or harm to other creatures other than the armored trolls. Everything in the world had a weakness. The stronger a race was, the more obvious their weakness would be. This flower just so happened to be targeted at the armored troll race. It could easily destroy their cells and dissolve their bodies. If the body was not completely corroded, this poison could also eliminate the carapace cells in the body. In other words, this poison was the antidote that could save the dragon people. Affected by the poison of the sacrificial flower, Nadia's already weak body was further weakened. Under the close-range attack, he faced Zhang Li, who was different from before. He controlled the earth rank artifact, the yin burial coffin, and the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 nether wood, so Nadia and his wives were utterly unable to resist at all. All of them were easily pulled into the coffin. They did not even have the chance to shout for help. Zhang Li placed his ear on the water surface and listened to this underground lake. There was nothing hidden inside, and there was only a dark river that led to the seawater of the outside world. He scanned the underground cave again. Every time he finished dealing with the enemy, searching for possible treasures was his specialty. Suddenly, Zhang Li's eyes lit up. On a platform not far away, he saw an egg. There was a slight crack on the eggshell. Zhang Li easily recognized it. This was the mermaid egg he had seen when he was hiding in the shark's stomach. In order to control Namor and not let him escape, the few soldiers underwater accidentally pierced the eggshell. At that time, there was clearly a leak. It should be that they were unwilling to give up on any merman who could control the sea beasts. After controlling Namor's egg, they sent it here to try to fix it. On the surface, the recovery was not bad. The vitality in the egg was indeed a little weak, but looking at the situation, if it was nurtured properly, it should still be able to successfully hatch. As the alliance leader, he naturally had to do something for his subordinates. After Zhang Li put away the egg, he did not return the same way and plunged into the sea. A few hours later, the sun gradually rose. The 20 mermen in the cage had recovered a little after consuming the 9 nether earth fruit. However, under the scorching sun, their skin that was only suitable for survival in the deep sea gradually emitted large drops of seawater. Not long after, a puddle of water flowed out from the ground. Their entire bodies were shrinking. The situation of the armored merman controlled by the spirit-absorbing monster was not very good. Since they wanted to enjoy the talent of the merman race before and after this transformation, there was no way to avoid that weakness. They could only continuously pour seawater on their bodies to ease the symptoms. At this moment, a few people wearing long robes and armor appeared from the fortress. There were some very exaggerated decorations on their heads. Clearly, their status was not low. They were specially responsible for the transformation of the armored troll race. However, these trolls frowned when they approached. Why are these mermen's conversion speeds so slow? This was not the first time they had done this. Their years of experience allowed them to accurately grasp the timing of a flesh and blood transformation ritual. However, the situation was not right. The mermen in these cages looked very weak and were on the verge of death. However, up until now, not to mention growing the iconic armored mask, they had not even completed the first stage of the transformation. The abnormally slow speed was clearly abnormal. A few robed armored trolls began to carefully inspect them. Especially the situation of the mermen in the standing cage. No, the flesh in their wounds have been taken out. The traces of flesh that Zhang Li took out from the wounds were very obvious. It was impossible to hide it from professionals like them. Then, they turned around and stared at the armored merman controlled by the spirit-absorbing monster. This armored merman had been guarding here from the beginning. No matter who did it, if something happened, it would definitely be related to him. Lowly merman troll, what have you done? Viscount Galonran bestowed upon you the glory of the armored troll race. You actually chose to betray us. Surrender now, or else Viscount Galonran will give you the cruelest death. Men, capture this guy. I want to see him dried up. They cursed and called the surrounding guards. However, at this moment, an explosion sounded from the fortress in the center of the island. There Viscount Galonran suddenly appeared in the sky. He stretched out his claw as if he had foreseen an attack. In the next moment, a purplish-red pillar of light that carried a destructive aura tore through the air and shot over from afar, and it collided with his raised claw. An invisible wall seemed to have appeared in front of Galonran's claws. The terrifying pillar of light lasted for 3 breaths of time but still could not break through the wall. After dissipating, there was only a distorted path in the air. Because of the tampered nourishment today, he was already in a terrible mood. Now, someone actually dared to attack his island like this. The mouth below the armored mask almost reached the ears before disappearing. The other noble trolls on the island also rose into the sky and chased after the twisted passage left behind by the energy pillar. They had always been the ones beating people up. Since when was it anyone else's turn to beat them up? The trolls below could not see their movements. Only the huge hole torn out of the sea fog above indicated that Galonran and the other noble experts had left the stronghold in the direction of the sun. A few hours ago, in the Azura world, the Yaksha clone led a team and calmly left the blood fighting arena. In principle, all the subordinates in the blood fighting arena were not allowed to leave the range of the arena without permission. However, Zhang Li's clone was already a higher up in the blood fighting arena, so no one dared to raise any objections. He brought some loyal subordinates who he had used the spiritual root seeds on, as well as the 3 demon generals who had recently come to seek refuge with him, to a tribal base that originally belonged to the stone statue ghosts. After opening the spatial crack, the top 2 people in the blood fighting arena did not have the time to pay attention to anything else. This gave Zhang Li a lot of autonomy. The Yaksha clone, who had ulterior motives to begin with, immediately began to fill his own pockets and transfer his assets. He lay on the huge body of the blood fighting arena and crazily sucked blood. After ordering the troops of the blood fighting arena to clean up this stone statue ghost nest, the Yaksha clone turned around and sent his direct subordinates to occupy this place. Moreover, they were continuously using the resources of the blood fighting arena to build this place. They went deeper into the nest's bottom, and the space below became wider and wider. When they reached the bottom, the scene they saw shocked old demon Black Lotus, Situ Fengzhu, and the others. Under this seemingly simple nest was a blood pool. Although the size of the blood pool was not large, less than the size of a standard swimming pool, building such a blood pool still required an extremely huge cost. They immediately had the intention of snatching it. As long as they occupied this nest, they might be able to develop into an overlord one day. However, the Vimacitran blood flowing in their bodies still made them give up on this idea. This place was too close to the blood-fighting arena. Even if they snatched the blood pool, it would not be long before they were discovered. At that time, it would be hard to explain. What puzzled them even more was that there was a small spatial crack above the blood pool. In the Azura world, when had the spatial crack become so common? It could be seen everywhere. This is an important mission from Lord Vimasitran. The human cultivators of the Lamb world did not discover the back of this crack. I need you to sneak into the back of the enemy from here and establish a stable stronghold that can support the spatial crack. After this is done, Lord Vimasitran will grant you the heart of sin and allow you to be qualified to become a true high-level Azura. Zhang Li paid no attention to their thoughts. He used Vimakitran's name to start promising them future rewards. This crack was really very small, roughly the width of an adult's shoulder. If it was them, they could only turn their bodies sideways and barely pass through. If they were not careful, a layer of skin would be scraped off. The three of them approached the crack and observed the other side. A salty and fishy smell of seawater seeped through. On the opposite side of the crack was a vast ocean. As Lord Yaksha had said, it was very calm there. There were no signs of battle. This blood-fighting arena was really impressive. It actually controlled two spatial rifts at the same time. Moreover, it was fortunate that no one had discovered the other side of the spatial rift. The three of them exchanged glances. This situation seemed very promising. They came from the 9 provinces to begin with, so they knew more about that place than the Azura world. Moreover, wasn't it just building an altar to maintain the spatial crack? They had done such a thing before at the mountain gate. With the premise of safety, it should not be difficult to do it again. In fact, if this crack was not far from the Great Mountain region, they could even attempt to contact the remaining forces of the 100 Tempering Mountain. If they could reunite, on the one hand, as ancestors, they could continue to protect their descendants and let the family develop and grow again. On the other hand, if the remaining forces of the 100 Tempering Mountain could control the strongholds on the continent of the 9 provinces for a long time, their authority in the blood-fighting arena would also rise. This fallen blood Yaksha had just condensed a blood nascent, so how could he order the powerful demon generals around? It was all because of his good luck that he had connected to a mortal city in a continent of the 9 provinces and tricked them into opening the spatial crack step by step. Through this, he had obtained the attention of the blood-fighting arena. However, how could a mortal city compare to a cultivation clan? Although the 100 Tempering Mountain had already been destroyed, they had sent away all the direct descendants in advance, and the family business they had left in the eastern region was not small. As long as they could reach a connection, they could do it 100 times better than any mortal city. The Azura world only cared about benefits, not relationships. When they revealed their value, they might be able to replace this Yaksha soon. They could make a comeback in the future and rise up again. At that time, they would let those 3 sects of the Great Mountain region taste the terror of destruction. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Without any hesitation, they agreed. Chapter 336, A Taste of Their Own Medicine. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Old Demon Black Lotus and the other 2 accepted the Yaksha clone's mission with ill intentions. They carefully observed the situation on the other side. After confirming that it was stable, they turned around and entered. After returning to the 9 provinces continent, their mood was very complicated. The air mixed with spiritual chi was so familiar. However, to the current them, breathing the air of the 9 provinces continent would only make them feel uncomfortable. When an Azura lord opened up a territory and invaded the land of the 9 provinces, he would obtain the reward of the Azura world's will and obtain huge benefits. Therefore, every Azura lord was trying to invade the Lamb world, but they did not have that ability. At this moment, old demon Black Lotus seemed to have sensed something. He looked around in confusion. He felt that there was a very familiar aura here, but he could not pinpoint it immediately. The other 2 did not notice his abnormality. The 100 Tempering Mountain Sect Master, Situ Fengzhu, took out a communication spirit stone from a storage bag that he had not used in a long time. This was originally the spirit stone used to contact the fleeing team. However, in the Azura world, no matter how high quality the communication devices were, they could not communicate with the remaining forces of the 100 Tempering Mountain. Now, even they did not know how the descendants were doing. The air was silent for a moment. Then, under their surprised gazes, the communication spirit stone suddenly emitted a red flickering light that pointed towards the west. This is a distress signal. They're not far away, they're in that direction. Now that they had already transformed into Asuras, the juniors left here were very important to them. They could not die easily. The 3 demon generals immediately moved and flew towards the direction the communication spirit stone pointed at. After they left, the spatial crack silently closed. The 3 demon generals had just flown for a distance when they discovered a trace of battle ahead. Just now, someone had used a destructive spell technique here. The straight air passage was still clearly visible. How did the descendants of the 100 Tempering Mountain escape to this sea? Also, how did they encounter such a powerful enemy? From the traces of this spell technique, the remaining disciples of the 100 Tempering Mountain would definitely not be his match. If not for the 3 of them rushing back in time, the remaining forces of the 100 Tempering Mountain might have all died. The expressions of the 2 higher UPS of the 100 Tempering Mountain surnamed Situ were solemn. Their figures flickered and they were about to continue flying forward. Only old demon Black Lotus remained wary because this had nothing to do with him. He had just returned and something had happened? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He stopped in the air to think about the suspicious points and was one step behind his 2 companions. However, in the next moment, the 2 soul formation cultivators of the Situ clan flew back at a faster speed than before. After his figure flashed past old demon Black Lotus at high speed, he did not dare to stop for a moment. He turned around and continued to fly into the distance. Old demon Black Lotus was shocked. In the next moment, he saw the reason why his 2 companions had fled. A strange creature wearing clothes with sharp claws and a face covered in armor had appeared before him at some point in time. What kind of monster is this? This question appeared in both their minds at the same time. But neither side clearly had the foundation or patience to communicate. A rumbling claw pressed down on old demon Black Lotus's chest. He could only instinctively raise his 6 arms to cross them in front of him. Crack! 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 Amidst a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds, 6 arms broke simultaneously. Then, his figure also flew back and caught up to the 2 Situ demon generals. How can this be? They still did not understand why their sex juniors would provoke such a powerful enemy. Now was not the time to find out the reason. Azura blood escape technique. The 3 of them burned their blood of madness together and fled in the direction they had come from. In just a single exchange, they had already understood that the 3 of them were absolutely not a match for the other party. Not to mention that there was a group of monsters following behind the other party. If they were to catch up to them, then they would really be unable to escape. Ignoring the injuries they had just suffered, they spat out blood as they activated blood escape to escape. The Azura world was indeed a world filled with battles at all times. The blood of madness could make them risk their lives to erupt until they died. The speed they displayed was really not bad. Even Viscount Galonran could not catch up to them for a while. Return to the spatial crack. We can escape through it. When they encountered a powerful enemy that surpassed the upper limit of their strength, they could not care less about the juniors of the sect or their future. They only wanted to quickly return to the Azura world to take refuge. However, when they burned their blood and returned to the original location of the spatial crack, they were shocked to discover that the crack had disappeared. This was a vast sea, and there were no obvious signs. However, at their level, they could already rely on their essence soul to sense the existence of space. How could they mistake the place? How many years had it been since the 3 of them had felt panic? Old demon Black Lotus, I finally took a gamble. Situ Fengzhu, yet, we lost so completely. Situ Xingong, damn. They suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that they had been set up by that damned Yaksha and were abandoned in the 9 provinces continent? In order to deal with the 3 of them, he had specially built a blood pool and even lost a spatial crack. There was no need to make such a big fuss. The 3 demon generals wanted to cry but had no tears, and they had no way to vent their anger. Now, they had already transformed into the Azura race and were incompatible with this world. There was no place to stay in this world. With such a powerful enemy chasing after them, the situation was really terrible. While the 3 of them were stunned, old demon Black Lotus suddenly recalled the aura he had smelled. Although the aura inside had changed greatly, wasn't that the demon lotus he had been dreaming about? Damn it! The one who opened the spatial crack is my sex precious treasure, the demon lotus. We were tricked. After their defeat back then, the demonic treasure lotus platform had definitely fallen into the hands of the 3 major sects of the Great Mountain region. He did not know how those guys had contacted the blood fighting arena and what kind of deal they had reached. However, other than them, who else could use the lotus platform to open the spatial crack? Those sanctimonious guys. They did the same thing as us. The 3 demon generals cursed the 3 major sects of the Great Mountain region in grief and indignation, but they did not dare to stop at all. They continued to erupt with the blood of madness and fled into the distance. No matter what, they had to survive first. Just like that, 3 blood-colored lights ran in front while more higher UPS of the armored troll race chased after them. Just like that, they were getting farther and farther away from the island. As for Zhongli, after releasing a destruction ray at the island from afar, he had been hiding underwater. It was not until all these guys left that he slowly surfaced. He looked in the direction they left and nodded in satisfaction. Now, everyone remaining in the 100 Tempering Mountain had already become his subordinates. The communication spirit stone to contact the sect leader was naturally in his hands. After making up his mind, he placed the communication spirit stone on the island of the armored troll and set the settings to continuously send emergency distress signals. As long as those 3 old fellows returned, they would immediately receive it. Moreover, because of their thoughts, Zhongli was at least 80% confident that they would rush over to help. To be honest, the operation just now was quite dangerous. Time had to be calculated very precisely. If these 2 groups of monsters did not collide with each other, or if one of them discovered Zhongli who was stirring up trouble in advance, then he would have to join the fleeing group. Fortunately, his luck was good. Moreover, in the eyes of the other party, an expert of that level was like the flames of war in the night. They could discover each other from afar. Under Zhongli's deliberate guidance and preconceptions, he naturally thought that the other party was the enemy. It was natural to start a fight. Previously, the trolls had lured the enemy away, causing the mechanism city of the Great Mountain Alliance to almost fall. There were heavy casualties. As the alliance leader, Zhongli wanted to take revenge today. Have a taste of your own medicine. On the island of the armored troll stronghold, a few robed armored trolls summoned a group of guards on the island. They surrounded Zhongli's spirit-absorbing monster. The spirit-absorbing monster was only a parasitic monster and did not have much combat strength. The armored merman it possessed was the same. It could not summon sea beasts, and under the scorching sun, its combat strength had already fallen to rock bottom. Surrounded by them, a few spears easily held him back. The leader of the group, a robed troll, grabbed his armor to see if it was stuck. They suspected that this armored troll might be a human cultivator in disguise. Humans were cunning and cunning. They had done this before. In addition, they did not believe that the warriors of the armored troll race would betray their race. With each pull, a piece of the bone armor was torn off. A small amount of blood flowed out from the broken bone, which meant that the surface was indeed firmly connected to the skull. There was no problem. They were also a little puzzled. Could it be that he was controlled by some illusion technique? Control him first and make a decision when the Viscount returns. There had to be a plot behind this. The leader of the robed guards waved his hand and ordered, but the guards did not move. They remained in their original positions and did not move. This scene made him even angrier. What? Even you want to betray me? The robed armored troll roared and reprimanded these subordinates. The distinction between the status of high and low armored trolls had already reached the extent of controlling life and death. However, in the next moment, a few heads rolled down from their necks. It was not that these guards did not want to listen to orders, but they could no longer listen to them. The robed man was shocked. Then, he saw a light flickering quickly around them. His companions fell one after another. In the end, this light enlarged in his eyes and instantly flashed past his neck. The leader of the group felt that he had lost all his senses below his neck. As his consciousness rolled, he saw a masked man walking towards them. Beside him floated a flying sword without a hilt. The three demon generals were naturally not weak, but it was impossible for them to lure the powerful trolls on the island away for too long. Zhang Li had to seize the time to resolve everything here as quickly as possible. Just now, the immortal slaying flying sword had instantly cut off the heads of the armored trolls. Lord, you're finally back. Zhang Li nodded and took out a few bottles of medicine made from the sacrificial flowers from the coffin before feeding them to the 20 armored trolls. A few pieces of skin that had already changed color and grown scales immediately began to fall off, returning to their original appearance. After blocking the sunlight, they were splashed with a large amount of seawater. Coupled with a few water attribute 9 nether earth fruits, the 20 armored trolls quickly recovered. After putting all of them into the coffin, the killing intent that Zhang Li had held back for a long time no longer concealed itself. Behind him, a benevolent Azura demon with 1,000 hands condensed into a blood statue visible to the naked eye from killing intent. Now is the time to let you feel pain. Swiren clan stars of fury. A huge amount of energy poured out. In the center of the island, a scorching ball of flames suddenly ignited and rose higher and higher. This abnormal scene immediately attracted the attention of all the armored trolls. The thousands of elite armored trolls trained in the fortress and the small 100,000 ordinary armored trolls doing various kinds of heavy work in the fortress looked up at the ball of flames. The scorching light seemed to be even more dazzling than the sun. The ball of flames suddenly exploded, splitting into countless huge fireballs that fell like meteors. Boom! 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 Every fireball would scatter when it smashed into the ground, emitting monstrous flames. The flames were extremely scorching, and they burned anything they encountered. They were not afraid of water or earth. In just a moment, the entire island turned into a purgatory sea of flames. This flame was no longer just the liquor fire spirit flame of Shu Mountain. It was infused with the super version of the 9 nether spiritual chi that Zhang Li had created using the energies of the 2 worlds, and there were also traces of the legendary human flame, the Swiren clan's human fire. Its power simply rose exponentially. This human fire was very special. Its damage to human cultivators was probably no different from ordinary flames. However, to foreign creatures, especially those who had deep grudges with the humans, they were the most terrifying things. Many prehistoric demons did not dare to approach when they felt the fire. The large number of ordinary armored trolls on the island were only equivalent to humans at the Foundation Establishment realm or even the Core Formation realm. How could they withstand the sea of flames? At all times, a large number of armored trolls died under the flames. Their bodies were burned to death, leaving only their armored plates on the ground. This was the first time Zhang Li had fully displayed the combat strength of a fire attribute false spiritual root. Although there were only 2 wisps of Swiren human fire, under the help of this legendary flame, its power was almost not inferior to Zhang Li's wood attribute ultimate technique. This time, he attacked the island while the higher UPS were drawn away. It was basically impossible to kill all the survivors here. If he used his signature ability, he would definitely attract the armored trolls' revenge. The current Great Mountain Alliance could not handle it, so he could only wear a mask and slaughter a large number of people with fire attribute spell techniques. He held a blood-colored steel trident that he had just obtained from the Yaksha clone and stood in the center of the island. A vast amount of spiritual chi continuously surged out from his body, causing the flames on the island to become even more violent. However, such ostentatious actions naturally could not be hidden from others. Soon, hundreds of figures penetrated the flames and surrounded him. Then, the ground shook. A two-headed armored troll that was 100 meters tall and had two heads tore open the fire wall and stood in front of Zhongli. The troll, who was probably transformed from the two-headed sea giant, looked down at the human who suddenly appeared. He spoke in a muffled voice, "Your head must be delicious." Chapter 337, The Importance of Artifacts. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Was this a sea giant? Zhongli was surrounded by nearly 1,000 armored troll elites, but he was not anxious. He only raised his head to size up this giant armored troll that had a strong smell of the sea. This was probably the second giant humanoid species Zhongli had seen. The last one he saw was the awakened wind protection giant in the Great Mountain Range. However, the sea giant was 100 meters tall. The wind protection giant could cross a small mountain with a single step. Be it in size or strength, there was a huge gap between the two. The wind protection giant's strength was completely above that of ordinary soul formation cultivators. It also had the wind control talent of the wind protection clan. In the entire Great Mountain region, probably only the Shu Mountain sword-head Shenshan could resist it. Although this 100-meter sea giant also made Zhongli feel quite a bit of pressure from its 100-meter tall body. From the aura leaked out from the other party, it might be able to rely on its powerful body to fight against a human soul formation cultivator, but it was definitely the weakest of that level. If it was only this one, it should be resolved in 15 minutes. The many years of advantageous battles had made the armored trolls abnormally proud. It was as if humans were only their food and could not defeat them at all. After receiving the brazen attack of the purple-red pillar of light, the top combat strength on the island practically poured out. Usually, human cultivators defended the front line, making it difficult for them to break through to the soul formation realm or above. Now that they suddenly discovered that someone was attacking the island, it made them abnormally excited. No one was willing to fall behind. They all thought that after killing the other party, it would be wonderful if they could obtain a piece of soul formation cultivator's flesh as nourishment. However, only this troll, who was transformed from a sea giant, was too huge and could not move easily. Coupled with the fact that the giants were generally slow to react, the other top-notch armored trolls ran away without him realizing it. Therefore, he stayed behind to guard the island. Zhongli roughly estimated that after he went to the island, the duration of the slaughter could not exceed 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the longer it took, the more dangerous it would be. Once high-level combatants like Galonran returned, even if they only returned a portion, it would bring him huge trouble. It was really helpless to encounter such a giant. Before he broke through to the Golden Core realm, the only thing he could do when he met this armored sea giant was to escape. But now, he had to test his methods. Ding! However, right at this moment, a black spike suddenly appeared behind Zhongli, and it stabbed into his back without any warning. It was a shadow assassin armored troll. It relied on its shadow transformation talent to silently approach. After being close, it stabbed at Zhongli with a fatal blow. Through the corrosion of flesh and blood, the armored trolls could easily obtain the talent of various powerful races. All kinds of unreasonable abilities were simply impossible to guard against. That black spike was incomparably sharp and poisonous. No matter how tough the skin was, it would still be pierced through. Then, the black poison would be injected into the body, and even the spirit and flesh would melt into slag. Coupled with the talent of shadow transformation, countless human experts died under this vicious and terrifying attack. Amidst a crisp sound, the spike easily pierced through Zhongli's artifact, the heart protection mirror. The quality of this protective artifact that Zhongli had obtained during the scripture storage valley's intersect competition was still a little low. However, to the shadow assassin's confusion, the extremely sharp spikes could easily pierce through defensive artifacts, but they were firmly blocked by Zhongli's skin. No matter how hard the shadow assassin tried, Zhongli's skin did not even have much of a dent. Although this attack was powerful, it was far from being able to break through Zhongli's overlord body art. Zhongli turned around to glance at the shadow assassin. The other party's entire body instantly stiffened, and it was terrified to the point of being unable to move. He reached out and grabbed the neck of the shadow assassin, crushing it. However, in the blink of an eye, the ground around him began to collapse. The gravity around him seemed to have increased by more than 100 times. It was not a spell technique that was brilliant enough to control gravity, but the intense wind pressure produced when a palm pressed down. This armored sea giant was so shameless. First, it let the shadow assassin attract his attention, and then it launched a sneak attack. Boom! Due to Zhongli being distracted by the shadow assassin earlier, the giant's palm was already impossible to dodge when it arrived before him, and it directly slapped him into the ground. The sea giant slapped down, causing the ground to crack. In the sea of flames, the distant fortress was on the verge of collapse. The power that was enough to destroy a mountain range firmly acted on Zhongli's body, and then it entered the ground through his feet. Although it was not an ancient race, the sea giant's strength was similarly outstanding. One slap could break a mountain range. The power of such a frontal attack was probably not inferior to the few soul formation elders of the Great Mountain Alliance. If it was the Zhongli of the past, even if he relied on the black scale armor and dragon imprisoning lock to defend, he would at least spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. However, although Zhongli was slapped into the ground by the sea giant's palm, he was actually not injured. Zhongli raised his right hand high above his head and supported himself with the rough giant palm. The spiritual chi beneath his feet was like an entrenched tree root that spread down, providing him with a sufficiently stable foothold. Behind him, the blood-colored image of the Thousand Hands Azura became clearer. The 4,000 wisps of human emperor's blood chi in his body boiled endlessly. The quality of these two forces far exceeded his current level, and they brought Zhongli seemingly endless strength. He stepped on the ground and moved against the sea giant's palm, returning to the surface. The surging strength in his body caused the corners of Zhongli's mouth to curl up. He could sense that even if the other party was a giant equivalent to the soul formation realm, he was not inferior in strength at all, and he was even stronger than the other party. SSSS. In Zhongli's left palm, a purple-red energy that almost no one had seen before quickly gathered into a ball. In his hand, it emitted a destructive aura. In the next moment, a straight purple-red pillar of light stretched out from Zhongli's palm and attempted to pierce through the sea giant's palm from below. However, to Zhongli's surprise, his single-handed destruction ray was unable to really break through the other party's palm, and it only annihilated a large piece of the other party's flesh. The sea giant raised its hand in pain and took 2 steps back, revealing some flaws. What a strong body! How about trying this again? A ball of purplish-red energy appeared in Zhongli's hand, and then this energy transformed into an explosive fireball with the human fire of the Swiren clan. He raised his hand and shot at one of the heads. However, before the fireball left his hand, a terrible problem appeared again. A pair of scissors that was larger than a person grabbed Zhongli's wrist, causing his hand to tremble. The fireball that was originally heading straight for the other party's face shot into the sky after wiping off a corner of the other party's armor. Another 2 armored trolls that were roughly equivalent to human nascent soul cultivators had used 2 combined sabers to combine into a large pair of scissors in an attempt to cut off Zhongli's palm with a combined strike. However, the situation was still the same as before. The 2 of them did not have the ability to break through Zhongli's defense. He kicked the 2 of them flying more than 3 kilometers away, and they fell to the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. However, with this interruption, the sea giant's attack arrived. This time, a high-speed current spat out from the ground, directly sending Zhongli flying. The armored sea giant was not easy to deal with. If he fought normally, the other party would not be able to do anything to him. The sea giant had thick skin and tenacious vitality. He could not defeat his opponent in a short period of time. If there were hundreds or even thousands of powerful armored trolls as helpers, Zhongli would be stalled endlessly and it would be even harder to deal with his opponent. Once more time passed, when the top combat strength of the armored trolls arrived, things would not be good. After Zhongli was blasted into the sky, the sea giant stretched out its hand and beckoned, and a sea-water tornado appeared on the distant sea surface. It transformed into an ice-spiked club in the giant's hand and swept horizontally towards Zhongli. Giant really liked maces. They used such big weapons. Zhongli adjusted his figure in the air, and energy gathered crazily in his right hand. Then, he punched out, and the azure phantom behind him also punched out. The tiny fist collided with the ice mace that was like a mountain pillar. The difference of size between the two made it seem like the result was already decided. However, in the cultivation world, size was not a deciding factor. The 100-meter-long ice spike mace exploded in front of the clay pot-sized fist. Zhongli's long preparations were not in vain. After breaking through to the Golden Core realm, his strength had once again soared. However, without him counter-attacking the sea giant, another 20 armored trolls appeared around him. They released their signature techniques at the same time. There were curses, illusions, slashes, and slams as they surrounded Zhongli. All kinds of colorful lights shone on Zhongli's face. He actually looked a little handsome. In the center of the encirclement, Zhongli frowned. He could not continue like this. Every time he had an advantage, he would be harassed by these guys. If this continued, he would sooner or later be stalled to death here. What he had to do now was not only kill these monsters, but also end the battle quickly. As such, he could not only use body cultivation methods and fire attribute spell techniques to fight his enemies. However, at the same time, he could not use things that would easily expose him. With a thought from Zhongli, dark black scales started to swiftly cover his entire body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was completely covered by the black scale armor. He reached into the coffin and took out a dark red steel trident. This steel trident was the Earth-rank demonic artifact, the bloodthirsty trident, that the Yaksha clone had handed over when he opened the spatial crack. Even in the blood-fighting arena, it was a rare demonic artifact. An Earth-rank defensive artifact and an Earth-rank offensive demonic artifact. Not many people in the entire eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent had such a luxurious configuration. With these two treasures, not to mention now, even before he broke through, Zhongli was confident in fighting this giant. After Zhongli held the bloodthirsty trident in his hand, his eyes were tainted by a layer of dense blood color, and the azure phantom behind him directly doubled in size. From the demonic bloodthirsty trident, the blood chi of the Azura world silently invaded Zhongli's body. The reason why demonic artifacts were called demonic artifacts was because they possessed powerful might and bewitching power. There were rumors that those who held demonic treasures would always have a bad ending. Cultivators with weaker mental cultivation would be turned into idiots by the dense blood chi even if they gently touched the bloodthirsty trident. Even if his mental cultivation was enough to temporarily support him, he would slowly be transformed into a monster that only knew how to kill. The powerful force would make cultivators addicted and unable to free themselves. The seniors of the Great Mountain Alliance were right to remind Zhongli. These demonic artifacts were extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. However, sometimes, whether it was dangerous or not depended on the target. In front of Zhongli, who possessed the Azura blood tattoo, Yaksha blood core, and the blood fiend divine art, this blood chi could really not cause any issues. No matter how many blood energy there was, he would not reject it. It would become the nutrients for him to strengthen his body and mind. 20 bolts of energy struck the black scale armor, but Zhongli's body remained unmoved as a breeze blew past the mountain. His entire body shook, and he easily broke through the impact of the energy. Zhongli held the bloodthirsty trident and turned around to charge into the armored trolls. Dressed in the black scale armor, Zhongli did not need to worry about defense at all. On the other hand, the bloodthirsty trident that was filled with boundless might could instantly suck their blood and turn them into dried corpses that fell to the ground after touching those armored trolls. In fact, as long as the enemies stayed within 1,000 feet of the bloodthirsty trident, the blood in their bodies would inevitably be forcefully seized. On the other hand, the blood essence that was absorbed would transform into blood that could be infused into Zhongli's body, causing him to become stronger as he fought tirelessly. The armored sea giant roared as it condensed an ice-spiked club again. Zhongli casually waved the bloodthirsty trident and shattered it. Then, he pounced forward and stabbed his trident into one of the giant's heads. The thick armor could not stop the sharpness of the bloodthirsty trident. It was directly pierced through and stabbed into the flesh behind the armor. The blood light on the bloodthirsty trident flourished, and the head shriveled at a visible speed. In the end, it hung limply on its neck. Clearly, it was already useless. The other head of the armored sea giant cried out in pain as if it had experienced intense pain. It wanted to reach out and crush Zhongli to death, but its skin was pierced by the bloodthirsty trident again, and one of his hands withered into a mummy's dried arm on the spot. Even if the armored sea giant had rough skin and thick flesh, being stabbed by the bloodthirsty trident would take half its life. The strength of this sea giant was originally around the same as Zhongli. Under the circumstances that he did not rely on artifacts and special methods, it was not impossible to fight for a few days and nights. However, with the enhancement of 2 Earth-rank treasures, the difference between the two sides was already huge. The importance of artifacts in the cultivation world was too obvious. A powerful and useful artifact could completely support the rise of a mediocre cultivator and even fight against higher realms. On the other hand, extremely precious Earth-rank artifacts were even more incredible. As the foundation of a sect, they were able to ensure the prosperity of the sect for hundreds of years. It was an honor to die under an Earth-rank artifact. Zhongli did not care about the other armored trolls' desperate attempts to stop him. The attacks that continuously smashed into his body were all repelled by the black scale armor. Zhongli raised the bloodthirsty trident and stabbed into the other head of the armored sea giant. Do you think I can exchange such a huge armored bone plate for more merit points? Chapter 338, Falling into the Deep Sea. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Human. You will regret it, you will definitely regret it. After the remaining head of the armored sea giant on the island was sucked dry by Zhongli's trident, the other armored troll elites also knew that staying here was equivalent to waiting for death. They all abandoned the island that had fallen into a sea of flames and fled in all directions. Zhongli held the bloodthirsty trident and chased after and killed the armored troll in one direction. He could only watch as the other elite armored trolls fled. He did not have enough time. Zhongli had been using the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to monitor the movements in the nearby sea. Amidst the sound of the sea breeze, a few figures were flying through the air at an extremely fast speed towards the island. Old Demon Black Lotus and the other 2 demon generals were fleeing as quickly as possible. Some of the higher UPS of the trolls were still chasing after them. However, after some of the slower ones were pulled farther and farther away, they gave up on chasing and returned to the island. It seemed that they did not receive the trolls' distress call, so their flying speed was relatively slow. However, with that level of speed, there was already very little time left for Zhongli. He raised his palm, and all the flames spreading on the island gathered in his palm. Soon, the flames on the island were completely extinguished, leaving only the bone armor plates on the ground. These armor plates were all merit points. Zhongli could not bear to burn them. In the sea area outside the island, the prince of the mermen, Namor, relied on the enhancement of his bloodline in controlling beasts and the help of 20 other mermen. They controlled a large number of shark groups in the sea area and had already successfully defeated the mermen who had been turned into armored mermen and saved their suffering clansmen. Zhang Li arranged the 9 nether clone and the yin burial coffin beside him so that it was convenient for them to transfer their clansmen. However, after all the clansmen and the captured armored mermen were sent into the coffin, he still did not leave. Instead, he stared intently at the shore, waiting for an opportunity to arrive. After the flames on the island were sucked away by Zhang Li, Namor and his fellow clansmen immediately activated the innate effect of controlling the sea beasts with all their might. They summoned all the amphibious sea creatures in this sea area and made them rush to the island. The 9 nether clone also patted the coffin at the same time. A large number of yin burial ghost soldiers surged out from it, bringing with them a cold wind that spread towards the island. After these sea beasts went ashore, they received an order to kill and eat all the armored trolls. Under the circumstances of controlling beasts on a large scale, they could only issue such simple orders. As for Zhang Li's ghost soldiers, they had to pick up the bone armor masks that had fallen to the ground. Millions of ghost soldiers transformed into a cold torrent that spread across the island. After covering the entire island, it retreated like the tide and quickly and orderly flew back into the coffin with the armor. As for the remaining armored trolls who were lucky enough not to be burned or killed, Zhang Li temporarily could not care about them. In the sky, 17 black dots could be vaguely seen gradually enlarging. He raised his hand to recall the yin burial coffin and smashed the huge fireball in his hand towards the armored troll's food storage. There was no time to look back at the explosion. Zhang Li turned around and plunged into the water. His feet stepped on the seawater and borrowed the force to shoot into the deep sea. However, he had just dived less than 2,000 feet when he felt the seawater around him begin to tremble violently, and the pressure suddenly soared. On the water surface, after a few figures noticed that something was off, they flickered a few times as if they had teleported, and then they crossed a great distance and appeared where Zhang Li had just fallen into the sea. They were immediately furious when they saw the charred island. After such a long period of invading others, someone had finally invaded their home today. If Viscount Galonran returned and saw this, he would skin them alive. The person who had just gone down must be the culprit. 17 armored trolls equivalent to the soul formation realm of humans attacked the place where Zhang Li dived down in anger. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater were sent flying by the impact, almost reaching the clouds. These seawater even fell dozens of kilometers away, creating a salty storm. The heavy and surging sea surface was smashed into a huge pit by their attacks. The black scale armor was not a diving suit. It could only block the energy or physical attacks aimed at it. For example, against poisonous gas, water, and so on, this armor did not have a very good way to defend. The seawater that enveloped Zhang Li had become the best medium for the transmission of strength. Under the attacks of 17 high-level armored trolls, although their strength was dispersed by the seawater and did not affect Zhang Li completely, he was still stunned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and used the coffin to retrieve the blood that had yet to spread. The Great Mountain Alliance was too weak, so when he attacked this time, he had to be careful. He did not dare to use his best wood attribute spell technique because he was afraid that it would leave behind enough traces to track him. If the other party used the blood to use divination to find them, everything he had done would be for naught. After putting away his blood, Zhang Li did not have the time to continue diving when the seawater below him suddenly started to surge. That was because the sea pits created by more than 10 armored trolls were almost touching his back. The seawater naturally could not maintain such a huge depression in the water. According to fluid mechanics, when the seawater filled the hole, other than the surrounding seawater filling the middle, the seawater below would also surge upwards. The rapidly rising sea current obstructed Zhang Li's dive. At this moment, Zhang Li suddenly felt a wave of fear. He turned around and noticed that the dozen-plus armored trolls were actually already close to him. They looked coldly at Zhang Li, wishing to skin him alive. One of the armored trolls directly reached out and grabbed Zhang Li's ankle. His hand erupted with incomparable strength as he wanted to pull Zhang Li up. Oh no! He was caught. Zhang Li felt a sense of danger. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, two figures fell into the water and dived to Zhang Li's side. Two balls of energy smashed directly onto Zhang Li's head. First, it was an extreme explosion. Then, after that instant of explosion, Zhang Li lost all sound. The power of these two balls of light was extremely terrifying. Even with the protection of the black scale armor, the two huge forces still shook Zhang Li until his mind went blank, and his fragile eardrums were directly pierced. To Zhang Li, who cultivated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, such an attack could not be said to be weak. The world immediately became silent. He could feel the intracranial pressure rising rapidly. It was probably due to the high pressure in his ears that caused the acute intracranial bleeding. To ordinary cultivators, this was already enough injuries that required the rejuvenation hall to be saved. However, now was not the time to worry about his injuries. Zhang Li barely brandished the bloodthirsty trident, forcing back the two armored trolls that attacked him. Then, he suddenly reached out and removed a bag from his waist. This storage bag did not look too different from an ordinary one. However, there was one end wrapped around Zhang Li's waist while the other end entered the bag. Zhang Li did not care about anything else and directly tore open this bag violently. Immediately, a spatial fluctuation exploded, and a huge black metal ball appeared in the deep sea. Black gold heavy iron. This was the huge black gold heavy iron ball that the Iron Wolf sect had used to break through Ink sect's Thousand Sieve city. At that time, the battle was chaotic. The elites of the Iron Wolf sect were all destroyed under the Thousand Sieve Earth Treasury. When Zhang Li saw that no one wanted this large iron ball, he was afraid that such a large iron ball would harm plants, so he secretly took it back. Previously, as a precaution, he had refined this black gold heavy iron and the dragon imprisoning lock together. Then, he stuffed the end of the ball into the disposable storage bag. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy now. Apart from having an extremely high density and great weight, there was almost no merit in black gold heavy iron. However, to a certain extent, weight was an advantage. For example, smashing people in this situation. A huge black gold heavy iron ball appeared and was immediately captured by gravity. The upward reverse current could not affect the fall of the heavy object at all. The iron ball fell down and became faster and faster. Zhang Li was grabbed by the ankle and pulled out of the water. More than 10 armored troll higher UPS surrounded him and were planning to find a way to tear off the shell of the black scale armor. The dragon imprisoning lock that connected Zhang Li and the large iron ball was pulled by the sinking black gold heavy iron and instantly tightened. This was a heavy ball that required the combined efforts of 20 airships of the Iron Wolf sect to barely pull up. Even someone as strong as Zhang Li was unable to lift it, let alone others who were not body cultivators. The armored troll that grabbed Zhang Li's ankle was utterly unable to endure such weight, and it was pulled along with Zhang Li on the spot and plunged into the sea water again. A series of bubbles emerged. This armored troll tried its best to stop the fall, but things did not go as it wished. Even if his strength was equivalent to a human soul formation cultivator, he could not pull this weight. The other armored trolls also entered the sea. At this moment, the black gold heavy iron had just begun to accelerate. They relied on their speed to quickly catch up. After passing by Zhang Li, one of the armored trolls with sharp claws waved its claws and swept towards the chain that connected the iron ball and Zhang Li. 5 blood-red claw shadows directly grabbed 5 vacuum chambers on the seabed. The power of the claw could easily cut a mountain into pieces. The powerful attack affected the dragon imprisoning lock, but what shocked the group of armored trolls was that this chain that did not seem to have much spiritual chi fluctuation was actually unscathed under such a powerful attack. Zhang Li's dragon imprisoning lock looked ordinary and had already lost most of its former power. However, this chain was used to lock dragons in ancient times. It was the kind of true dragon that soared into the 9 heavens and summoned the clouds and rain, rivaling immortals and gods. Its power had already disappeared, but the material had not changed. In the current cultivation world, there was probably no one who could destroy it. The other armored trolls saw that the situation was bad and also came up to help. All kinds of astonishing attacks caused the water to flow in reverse and tsunamis to surge. Not far away, the armored trolls' temporary encampment island was in deep trouble. They had just suffered a fire that enveloped the entire island and were attacked by a large number of sea beasts. Before they could recover, a surging tsunami pounced over. The tsunami that was hundreds of feet above the ground directly pushed the island flat, pushing a rare small number of survivors into the water and into the mouths of those sea beasts. However, even so, the chain in the center of the storm did not move. Logically speaking, the chain connecting the two ends was under immense pressure, and it was the weakest place. Of course, it should be the easiest to destroy. However, this logic did not apply to the dragon imprisoning lock. After trying for a period of time, the chain was not destroyed. Instead, the speed at which the black gold heavy iron fell became faster and faster. The group of armored trolls helplessly gave up on the idea of cutting off the dragon imprisoning lock, but they were naturally unwilling to let go of the culprit, Zhongli. They sent away 10 armored trolls to pull the dragon imprisoning lock, resisting the terrifying gravity and trying to slow down their descent. However, even if the 10 armored trolls combined their strength to resist gravity, the strength each of them had to endure was equivalent to the full weight of 2 large flying ships. Even someone as powerful as them could not last long. Moreover, the momentum of the black gold heavy iron had already been established. They could only slow down the speed bit by bit and were unable to directly stop the large iron ball. The remaining armored trolls surrounded Zhongli aggressively. They originally did not want to capture Zhongli alive. As long as they pierced through this tortoise shell and killed the fellow inside, the corpse would not be affected even if it sank to the bottom of the sea. 7 armored trolls equivalent to the Soul Formation realm surrounded Zhongli and attacked crazily. This kind of treatment was the first time in thousands of years for a golden core cultivator. At first, Zhongli wanted to resist. However, with such a huge difference in numbers, even with the bloodthirsty trident, he could not stab anyone. As long as an armored troll restricted him from the side, the threat of his bloodthirsty trident would be greatly reduced. After being hit a few more times but failing to do anything, Zhongli could only put away the bloodthirsty trident and think of a way to use the seaweed to block the cracks in the armor to prevent blood from flowing out. Then, he hugged his head with both hands and curled up into a ball. He used the black scale armor and defense of his body to withstand the terrifying impacts. However, he was not someone who would sit idle. With a thought, he activated a rune. A bright light lit up on the black gold heavy iron ball, and the gravity on it suddenly increased a little. It was an advanced rune in the runic system, representing heaviness and pressure. Zhongli had used similar talismans to put on his body for body cultivation training back then. Previously, he had nothing to do and was practicing carving on the black gold heavy iron. As his spiritual chi poured in, the gravity rune also took effect. The armored trolls that were holding onto the dragon imprisoning lock were initially nervous, but then they noticed that the weight on their hands had only increased by an undetectable trace. They could not help but laugh at Zhongli's final struggle. However, an armored troll saw a problem in the dim water. The huge iron ball did not seem to be smooth. He narrowed his eyes and used the light produced by his companion's attacks to barely see the messy patterns. Wait, these patterns seemed to be identical to the lit rune. At the same time, the second rune light lit up. Then, the third, fourth, fifth, 10th, 100th, 1000th, 5000th, 10,000th, 20,000th, and 50,000th rune lit up. The area on the black gold heavy iron ball was very large. Zhongli had carved 50,000 gravity runes on it. The top-grade spiritual chi that was boundless like a tsunami lit up the runes. The weight of the large iron ball suddenly increased. The armored trolls could no longer hold on and were dragged into the deep sea by the iron ball. Chapter 339, Deep Sea Cocoon Break. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. 10,000 feet, 15,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 25,000 feet, 30,000 feet. As the black gold heavy iron ball continued to fall, even with their eyes, they could no longer see any light in their surroundings. The pressure brought about by their surroundings became greater and greater. 30,000 feet was a terrifying depth of close to 10,000 meters. In his previous life, the deepest Mariana Trench on Earth was only 11,034 meters. Now, their depth underwater was comparable. Zhang Li, who was inside the iron, already deeply felt the heavy pressure of the sea. After enduring the continuous attacks of the 7 armored trolls, although he had the defense of the black scale armor and the support of the immovable overlord body, he still suffered unimaginable damage. The muscles in his entire body were mostly torn apart, and his bones seemed to have come in and out of the crush machine. They broke, healed, and broke countless times. Several foreign energies rampaged through the meridians in his body. Now, the black scale armor was filled with dense dark red blood. This battered body was even harder to resist this water pressure. If he opened the black scale armor now, he would discover that his chest had completely collapsed, the air in his lungs almost completely squeezed out. Fortunately, Zhang Li's one-day death denial status could still take effect with his golden core cultivation. These injuries did not affect him too much. Now that he had reached this depth, the armored trolls chasing after him no longer had the time to continue attacking him. They only attached themselves to the dragon imprisoning lock and were unwilling to give up. However, as the underwater pressure increased, they began to be unable to endure it. The deep sea was a high-pressure, pitch-black, and cold world. Even the steel submarine with the highest technology in his previous life would have been crushed into a pile of scrap metal here. The bodies of everyone present were naturally tougher than steel, but they were not out of the scope of living beings. As the depth continued to increase, the pressure continued to rise. The air in their bodies was also constantly squeezed out. A series of bubbles inevitably leaked out from the mouth and nose of the armored trolls. The lungs in their bodies exploded one after another. As the bubbles were squeezed out, there was also sticky blood. Even someone as strong as them had to suffer damage at this depth. Soon, they reached a depth of 40,000 feet. The world of the 9 provinces was far larger than the Earth in his previous life. It was so deep, but it still could not see the bottom. At this moment, there was a sudden bang. One of the armored troll's eyeballs suddenly exploded. He could no longer endure it and released the dragon imprisoning lock before floating up. This depth seemed to have reached a critical value. More and more armored trolls began to give up and float towards the surface of the sea. On the one hand, Zhang Li had been beaten up by them for such a long time and had fallen into the sea with this iron ball. They felt that the guy in the armor would not be able to survive no matter what. On the other hand, they really could not hold on anymore. The 17 armored trolls floated up successively. The last armored troll that clung to Zhang Li also let go and was prepared to give up. However, right at this moment, Zhang Li, who they thought should have died a long time ago, suddenly moved. He used his hands and feet to stabilize it from behind. He dragged the other party down with him. In fact, compared to these armored trolls, although Zhang Li's situation was terrible, he had an unparalleled advantage. First of all, based on the buff that Zhang Li had obtained back then, he could breathe underwater. Although he was still in pain, he could ensure that his basic survival was not affected. In addition, Zhang Li had more than 100 recovery buffs on him, and one of them came from an Earth-rank medicinal pill. Assuming that the surrounding seawater pressure could cause him 1,000 points of damage per second, Zhang Li could recover at least 10,000 points per second. Therefore, he could completely endure it and survive. After these armored trolls stopped attacking him, his injuries began to quickly recover. Zhang Li endured the pain and sucked the seawater mixed with his blood into his dilapidated lungs, allowing his chest to return to its normal shape before quickly healing his shattered bones. Surviving in the deep sea did not only require a powerful body to withstand the endless water pressure. It was simply impossible. In the deep sea, most creatures were still soft creatures, but they could easily survive the pressure that could crush steel. Because the key was the balance of internal and external pressure. Zhongli sucked the seawater into his chest and poured it into his abdomen, expelling all the air in his body. By causing the pressure inside his body to rise rapidly and getting close to the balance of the external pressure, the damage he suffered would naturally be greatly reduced. This kind of operation made him feel very uncomfortable. When he noticed that the armored trolls that had beaten him up for nothing wanted to escape, how could he let them off easily? He directly grabbed one and fixed it in place. Zhongli had taken the initiative to repair his hands and feet earlier. His strength surpassed this armored troll, and his stabilization technique was complete. Without special abilities to get free, it was practically invincible. The other armored trolls still wanted to save him, but at this depth, they were already exhausted. If they sank further, who knew who would kill who? After chasing for a distance, they finally gave up and could only watch as their fellow clansman was dragged into the deep sea. When it was more than 50,000 feet deep, the strength of the troll's struggles suddenly weakened. Soon, blood spurted out of nowhere and it completely softened. The danger of pursuit had temporarily ended, but they were still sinking. 55,000 feet, 60,000 feet. Because at this moment, Zhongli was unable to stop the large iron ball. In the end, Zhongli was not a sea creature. Using underwater respiration and recovery buffs, it was considered impressive that he could endure 20,000 feet deeper than these trolls. But if he continued down, all the cells in his body would wail. However, since Zhongli chose such an escape route, he naturally had an emergency plan. Now, even he could not stop the momentum of the black gold heavy iron ball. The cage lock was also connected to this large iron ball and could not escape in a short period of time. He could undo the other chain on his waist and escape. However, this initial artifact had accompanied him for a long time. That indestructible special material could be said to never be outdated. He could not bear to let the artifact given to him by his master sink into the deep sea. However, under such circumstances, there was a temporary compromise. That was to extend the length of the dragon imprisoning lock. The dragon imprisoning lock that was once a divine artifact had a special feature that could almost extend indefinitely as long as it provided enough spiritual qi. Coincidentally, Zhongli did not lack spiritual qi. The dragon imprisoning lock began to emit spiritual light and continuously extended. Under the support of Zhongli's endless spiritual qi, the black gold heavy iron ball sank as quickly as it could, and the dragon imprisoning lock stretched as quickly as it could. Without the pull of the iron ball, Zhongli's downward momentum finally stopped, and he stopped at the bottom of the 60,000 feet deep sea just like that. After an unknown period of time, a violent tremor suddenly came from the other end of the dragon imprisoning lock. Zhongli knew that the black gold heavy iron ball was already at the bottom. He roughly sensed the length of the dragon imprisoning lock. It was more than 23,000 feet long. In that case, the bottom of the sea was more than 83,000 feet deep. However, the problem was that Zhongli fell into the sea close to shore. Such a depth was simply unbelievable. Then, wouldn't the deepest sea reach the abyss? Zhongli sighed with emotion at the vastness of this world again. Just the area of the Great Mountain region was equivalent to a continent in his previous life. In the entire eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, even all the land areas on Earth could not compare to it. How big was the complete Azure Cloud continent? How big were the other 8 continents of the same level? With Zhongli's current knowledge, he did not even have a complete concept. Only such a world could withstand the torture of those powerful cultivators. Especially since there were immortals and Buddhas in the ancient times. If the place was not big, how could it accommodate them? He threw the armored troll in his hand into the coffin. As soon as he opened the coffin lid, surging seawater poured crazily into the coffin. If not for the 9 nether clones' timely help, this wave of seawater would have destroyed several acres of spider lily carefree grass. However, floating 60,000 feet in the deep sea, Zhongli was currently in a difficult situation. If he did that, he could indeed not be pulled into the deep sea, but he had not thought of how to retrieve the dragon imprisoning lock and the black gold heavy iron ball. At the very least, he could not go down to the bottom of the sea. What could he do to retrieve his artifact? Zhongli thought for a moment before opening the coffin again and calling out the Merman race's prince, Namor. This Merman was different. Staying 60,000 feet in the deep sea was easy for him, as comfortable as returning home. He swam around and did not discover any dangerous large creatures around him. Only then did he swim back to Zhongli's side and respectfully hand over a few items. "Lord, thank you for saving my tribe. I can't repay you, this is the tears of all my tribesmen. This is my father's Merman heart and crown crystal. This is the egg you want." Borrowing the corrosion of the armored troll's flesh and blood, the spiritual root seed took advantage of the situation and successfully turned that person into a good friend that Zhongli could completely trust within a day. Previously, in the coffin, not only had the other party personally dissected the completely unrecognizable Nadir, he had even called all his clansmen to take out their Merman's tears to offer to Zhongli. Of course, that egg was not the previous one. Letting a father hand over his child was not something he would do. Zhongli was not that cruel. It was the reincarnation egg in the myriad snake cave in the rock mountain range. Zhongli took a few items and looked at them. Gosh, a tray of 57 egg-sized merman's tears. It seemed that the group of armored trolls had bullied these mermen quite a bit. Merman tears were a kind of crystal ball in a merman's body, similar to the stones of other animals. However, this crystal would only form when a merman was facing danger of death and had a huge emotional fluctuation. It was said that there was once a businessman from the southern sea who used intimidation to force the mermen to produce tears repeatedly. He had really manipulated the breeding industry very well. This kind of ball was usually produced at the tail of the merman. Unless the merman died or cut open the tail, they could not obtain these merman tears. Taking out the merman tears would cause great pain to these mermen. Ordinary merman tears were only about the size of beans, it was a little exaggerated to grow to this size. Merman tears could detoxify all poisons. If it was given by someone, it would contain the blessing of the sea. There was no need to mention the heart and crown crystal from the king of the Merman race. Yes, I want to recover from my injuries. Protect me. Zhongli was very satisfied. He raised his hand and formed a few hand seals. The countless scales on his body separated and reassembled, forming a black scale egg that protected Zhongli in the middle. Zhongli endured the water pressure in the sea and hugged the reincarnation egg, the Merman heart, the crown crystal, and the Merman tears as he activated the cocoon break skill. In the black scale eggshell outside, another thick cocoon formed from Zhongli's cuticle formed. In the thick cocoon, Zhongli crushed the reincarnation egg. Then, his consciousness sank and he fell into a slumber. This reincarnation egg was the reincarnation vessel prepared by the Holy Spirit snake in the Rock Mountain range. What was the ultimate goal of all snakes? Wasn't it to transform into a dragon? The Holy Spirit of the Rock Ridge was no exception. This reincarnation egg had been nurtured by the Holy Spirit snake for countless years. The dragon bloodline concentration inside had already reached a very high level. Even Zhongli was tempted. After crushing the eggshell, the thing inside flowed out, causing the thick cocoon to become turbid. Zhongli's figure quickly turned into a semi-melting state. All the tissues, organs, and cells in his body were in an active state of rapid division. First, he healed all the hidden injuries. Then, he absorbed the few treasures of the Merman race and the nutrients of the reincarnation egg to convert them into his own strength. In the outside world, the Merman guarded Zhongli who had entered the cocoon state cautiously. However, after a few hours, he discovered something amiss. Under the water, the pupils of the Merman race would enlarge to the limit. Their entire eye was almost pitch black. This was to capture any weak light in the deep sea. However, the pupils in his eyes were shrinking bit by bit. In the sea water above him, bright sources of light appeared. Something was quickly sinking and casting a large area of light to illuminate the deep sea. It was obvious that it was searching for something. Without a doubt, the target was Zhongli. The few trolls from before probably could not dive so easily. In that case, the one who dived down was increasing his speed? Namor became nervous. The source of light above was getting closer and closer. Now, his master was asleep and could not leave. What should he do? Summon the sea beasts to stop the other party? No, to an expert at the level of Galonran, there was basically no use in controlling ordinary sea beasts. Instead, it might expose his identity. He had no choice but to bring his master down. According to Zhongli's instructions, he knocked on the shrinking coffin rhythmically a few times, indicating that there was danger approaching. Then, he dragged Zhongli and quickly swam down. The talent of the merman race in the water was indeed shocking. When they were in the water, their strength could double, and their speed was even more impressive. He pulled Zhongli down quickly. Namor was very worried that Zhongli's cocoon would be crushed due to the change in water pressure, but if they were discovered by Galonran, the situation would be even worse. Chapter 340, Black Dragon Transformation. Galonran felt very depressed. Ever since he ate the mouthful of food that had been tampered with, nothing good had happened. How many years had it been since someone suddenly attacked their island? After chasing after them, he discovered that the other party was not a human cultivator at all, but 3 strange monsters. Those 3 monsters were very ugly and ran very quickly. His ability as a Viscount was not specialized in speed, so he chased after them for a long time before catching up to them. After a round of beating, they were captured without any accidents. However, the brains of the 3 powerful monsters could not be eaten. Eating human food brought them order and wisdom. However, the brains of the 3 monsters were filled with chaotic wills. He only took a small taste and almost died. If he, a noble, became a chaotic wild troll because he ate indiscriminately, it would be no different from death. However, this was not the most unlucky thing. When he returned to the island where he was stationed, he discovered that the entire island had already changed. First was the fire, then the tsunami. The tens of thousands of trolls on the island had all disappeared. The elite troll army that had been receiving training in the fortress suffered heavy losses. The merman race that they had been relying on in the war had also fled. Even one of the 17 higher UPS who had returned earlier was missing. It turned out that the 3 monsters were just decoys. Such a blow was simply a great humiliation to him. After hearing that the attacker had sunk into the deep sea and had several powerful artifacts on him, he relied on his strength to descend into the sea to search for Zhongli's corpse. Under such circumstances, unless the attacker was originally from the sea, it was basically impossible for him to survive. The main goal was still the things on Zhongli's body, and he wanted to know which faction was targeting him. When he found the culprit, he would definitely take revenge ruthlessly. The armored troll race was actually not good at water. Compared to the previous few, he was naturally much stronger. However, when he reached 70,000 feet deep, he also felt the pressure. After a slight hesitation, he continued to sink deeper. Although he did not have a physical talent, at this level, it was enough for him to have the ability to reach the bottom of this sea. He continued to shoot out strong lights, but at this moment, a sense of danger suddenly enveloped him. Bright light was very dangerous underwater. A huge monster stirred the water and pounced at him. Every tooth of that thing could be used as a city gate. Its cave-like throat produced an ancient roar. Galonran's expression darkened. Before he could react, he was bitten by the monster. The huge underwater creature waved its tail and instantly brought him far away. More than 10,000 feet down the sea, Namor held on to the dragon imprisoning lock tightly. Amidst the violent water current, he barely maintained himself from being swept away. Dozens of breaths later, because of the swing of the huge sea monster's tail, the chaotic current slowly dissipated. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the sea monster had been attracted over. Otherwise, they might really have been discovered. He knew that there was a sea monster sleeping near the sea. However, with his ability, he definitely could not control the other party. The reason why he could awaken the other party in time and lure it over was because of Zhang Li's dragon blood. Although Zhang Li's consciousness was asleep, his other clones did not. He knocked on the coffin and sent the news to Nine Nether. The parallel mind woke Zhang Li up. Firstly, it was to make adjustments when the pressure changed after diving. Secondly, before diving to the bottom of the sea, he created a small hole in the thick cocoon and took the initiative to leave a few drops of his blood. In the thick cocoon, Zhang Li's body was changing at all times. His golden core was refined with the dragon pearl as the core. When he broke out of the cocoon in the deep sea this time, it provided a huge help. The concentration of dragon blood became higher and higher. After this dense dragon blood spread into the sea, it immediately woke up the sleeping sea monster and lured it to swim nearby. Then, he rumbled over and arrogantly released a ball of light to light up the bottom of the sea. This action triggered the light-gathering characteristics of underwater creatures. If the sea monster did not attack him, who else could it attack? The sea monster was very strong. Perhaps it was not so easy to kill Galonran, but in the sea, he was definitely not its match. This would definitely teach that armored troll Viscount a deep lesson, letting him understand that he should be respectful towards the existences in the sea. He could also learn what killing with a borrowed knife meant. With that sea monster as his opponent, he would not be able to attack for a short period of time and find trouble with them. At that time, as long as Zhang Li successfully broke out of the cocoon, they could safely retreat. After diving 83,000 feet towards the bottom of the sea, Zhang Li indeed felt quite a bit of pressure, and the entire thick cocoon was pressed until it was wrinkled. However, under this pressure, Zhang Li's absorption speed of the egg white and merman power became faster. This time, because Zhang Li had absorbed the power of the reincarnation egg and the merman race, his body needed to optimize too much, so the time it took was much longer than usual. After another 3 days, the thick cocoon wrapped in black scales stirred. The shiny black armor quickly faded, revealing a thick cocoon that was already covered in cracks. Then, the cocoon suddenly exploded, and a long black shadow darted out. At first, the black shadow was only the size of a python. After breaking out of the cocoon, it circled around at high speed in the water. Every time it circled around, its body would grow by 10 feet. This black shadow had 9 distinct features. It had 4 claws on its abdomen, 5 fingers on each claw, and 81 scales on its back that symbolized the number of perfection. Its body shone without light. Its voice was grand and it had a beard. There was a pearl below its mouth, and a reverse scale near its throat. Apart from the fact that its tail did not have leaves, its entire body was pitch black, and it had a small crystal crown on its head. It looked almost identical to Rayquaza. This was the totem that the human emperor worshipped, the ruler of the 100-scaled beasts dragon. It was a black dragon. This dragon was none other than Zhang Li himself. This cocoon break attempt had brought him a huge benefit. The dragon blood in his body had further purified, allowing him to master the dragon blood transformation ability he had obtained from the Dragon Transformation Island. However, compared to those cultivators who had entered the sect with mixed dragon blood, Zhang Li's transformation could directly become a black dragon. It could fly into the sky and summon the clouds and rain, and its might was boundless, suppressing most of the other dragon bloodkin. It could even be used like this. The crystal crown on his head emitted a slight glow. The sea creatures in a large area of the surrounding sea surged towards him, and they formed a square formation in front of Zhang Li. Zhang Li could instruct them to move in any direction he wanted. He gained this talent from the mermen. Moreover, due to the dragon blood and dragon pearl in his body, the effect he could form was far greater than even naughtier. After playing for a while, with the thought from Zhongli, the black dragon's body continuously shrunk. Not long after, it returned to its original appearance. This move is called the Black Dragon Transformation. This transformation can at least double my strength. It'll be a little troublesome if the people from the Dragon Transformation Island discover us. We have to be careful. After breaking out of the cocoon in the deep sea, Zhongli's body had absorbed the advantages and strength of the two races. Now, even if he transformed back to his main body, he could still breathe freely in the deep sea. The seawater and water pressure no longer posed any obstruction to him. At this moment, his eyes were not pitch black. After stimulating the dragon blood, Zhongli's eyes could already capture the faint light emitted by some fluorescent creatures in the water. His nose had also become extremely sensitive, and he was able to smell any changes in the sea. However, the most important thing was that Zhongli's ears had already recovered and he had adapted to capturing the sounds in the water under the high pressure. Compared to air, the spread of vibrations in the water was actually more advantageous. The distance was farther, the speed was faster, and the sound was clearer. Zhongli reached out and snapped his fingers. A vibrating ripple spread out from his fingertips. Everything that the ripple touched was reflected back. After being received by his ears, a clear image formed in his mind. With the ability of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, he could completely achieve a better effect than the radar. Through changing the frequency of sound waves, he could also become a human flesh ultrasonic scanner and probe the interior of some solid objects. It could be said to be very convenient. However, now was not the time to test his ability. If Galonran did not give up and came back, he would be unlucky. He summoned the yin burial coffin and enlarged it before grabbing the entire black gold heavy iron ball and putting it away. With his strength, he could not move it at all. After roughly checking that there were no other dangers around, he stuck to the seabed and planned to swim back to the shore. However, he had only taken 2 steps when Zhongli strangely stopped. He paused for a few breaths of time. Then, he scratched his head and looked behind him. Although this sounded a little silly, he felt that something was summoning him in that direction. It was very weak, but after confirming repeatedly that this summoning sensation indeed existed, it was not his imagination. "Namor, do you feel anything?" Zhongli guessed that it was the newly obtained Merman bloodline that allowed him to hear some special sounds in the sea. However, Namor, who was looking at him as if he was an immortal, shook his head. He did not feel anything strange. The Merman prince's eyes were still filled with the shadow of the black dragon from before. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since the dragon race appeared? His master was actually a dragon. The ruler of the 100-scaled beasts was not just for show. The creatures in the sea had a greater desire for the dragon race than the humans on land. Namor's emotions were very complicated and his expression could barely show it. However, since he had already eaten the spiritual root seed, and he was already Zhongli's loyal follower, there was no need to say anything. He turned around and answered Zhongli's question. This wily old fox in the sea was not optimistic about the so-called summoning sensation that Zhongli felt. "Lord, could this be a trap of some sea demons? Our mermaids often do this." Zhongli looked at him helplessly. The vast sea was really dangerous for humans. Female mermen, which was the mermaid or siren in stories, would occasionally use their beauty and voice to flirt. They would want to drag the people on the shore or on the ship down for food. That sentence made Zhongli raise his guard. However, this slight attraction always made him pay attention. He decided to take a look. After changing direction, Zhongli swam far away from the shore. In the sea, danger lurked everywhere. In fact, Galonran had just faced one earlier. If Zhongli encountered it, he might really be taken away. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful. He could not enter the prey domain of those powerful sea monsters. Fortunately, there was the tour guide beside him, Namor. He could tell Zhang Li what situations in the sea represented danger and what signals represented safety. In addition, with the talent of the merman race, even if they could not control powerful sea beasts, they could still comfort and express goodwill to a certain extent. Therefore, the merman race was actually rarely attacked while wandering in the sea. They were relatively cautious when traveling in the sea, and their speed was not slow. As they crossed the distance, the surface of the sea gradually showed a downward slope. The deeper the sea water went, the quieter the world became. After snapping his fingers in the water again, Zhang Li stopped above a gorge in the sea. The feeling of attraction was getting stronger. The thing that summoned him should be below this canyon. The vibrations of the voice entered, but there was no response for a long time. The valley in the sea was very deep. Even the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra could not reach the bottom. Could this be the nest of a huge sea monster? Go down and take a look. Zhang Li hesitated for a moment before summoning a few armored mermen who were already under his control and letting them scout ahead. He and Namor followed far behind, slowly sinking. The dragon imprisoning lock was still fixed to a rock mountain outside. Once there was a change, he would control and shorten it to pull himself and the falling object out as quickly as possible. It was safe. The armored mermen who scouted the way reported safe information. Zhang Li also discovered that the creatures in the canyon were even fewer than other places. This also meant that there should be something below the canyon. In the canyon, after diving for another 20,000 feet, the speed at which the armored mermen and Namor dived became slower and slower for some reason. At first, they did not notice it. Later on, they discovered that after reaching a critical point, they could no longer control their bodies to dive. It was as if something was resisting their approach. However, Zhang Li, who was swimming with them, did not feel this way. Lord, I had that feeling when you transformed into a dragon just now. Namor spoke hesitantly. When he heard this, even if it was in the deep sea, Zhang Li's eyes lit up. Could it be that if he wanted to enter this gorge, he had to possess dragon blood of a certain purity or above, or perhaps he simply had to possess the dragon pearl? In that case, wouldn't it be very likely that there was a dragon ruin below this canyon? If it was a dragon palace, wouldn't he be rich? Chapter 341, Shining Basia. After tightening the dragon imprisoning lock on his body to ensure that he could escape at any time, Zhang Li continued to sink. In the canyon, Zhang Li could smell decay. This place was too deep. The currents could not flow in, and there were no other sea creatures living here. To a certain extent, it was like a pool of stagnant water. He carefully took some time to reach the bottom of the canyon. He did not dare to shine light openly and continued to use his sonar to explore this place. As his senses became more and more obvious, Zhang Li slowly advanced towards a place. A figure gradually appeared in the vision of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. It was a huge tortoise shell. A tortoise shell that was large enough to easily carry 3 to 5 mountains. When Zhang Li first sensed it, he did not recognize it. Only when he saw the shaped patterns on the tortoise shells did he barely confirm it. This tortoise shell was stuck in the middle of the 2 ravines. Both sides were deeply embedded in the canyon wall. Its complete size should be far above what Zhang Li had seen. This tortoise shell should have been buried deep underground. It was during intense geological activity that this seabed suddenly split open, forming this canyon. Only then did this tortoise shell see the light of day again. The species in the ancient times were indeed powerful. Now, there were dozens and thousands of monsters thousands of feet tall. Clearly, they were far inferior to the original owner of this tortoise shell. Moreover, there was a strong dragon aura. Although Zhang Li had never seen a true pure-blooded dragon, he always felt that even the dragon were unable to compare to the original owner of this tortoise shell. No sea race member dared to enter this canyon. They were most likely driven away by the aura emitted by the tortoise shell. The dragon race had a dominating suppression over all sea creatures. If the flood dragons did not have the help of special treasures, even they could not be spared. What attracted Zhang Li was inside the tortoise shell. Zhang Li slowly swam in from the hole. The space inside was so wide that it was not inferior to the coffin. In this tortoise shell was a group of palaces, or rather, ruins. In the ruins, Zhang Li could still faintly see the prosperity of the past. Slap! He landed and planned to see what materials the dragon race used to build the palace back then. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he discovered that something had been broken. He gently blew out a stream of water and washed away the surrounding mud. What was exposed before Zhang Li was a complete dragon bone fossil. If he sold such a complete dragon bone, it should not be a problem for him to sell it for 400,000 to 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, he had broken a rib when he landed, so the quality was much worse. The price would probably be reduced by tens of thousands. Did he just casually step on a dragon bone? Zhang Li thought for a moment before taking a deep breath of seawater and spitting it out again. Using his dragon bloodline's water control talent, the water current swept through the entire interior of the tortoise shell this time. Water flowed into the hole that Zhang Li entered from and poured out from the other side, slowly washing away the thick layer of mud on the ground. It revealed the original appearance of this place. Zhang Li did not notice any danger in the tortoise shell, so he shot a ball of light towards the sky above. After the light scattered down, he looked over. Tragically, the ground was covered in dragon corpses. They were either large or small, twisted or spinning. At a glance, hundreds of dragon bone fossils were lying quietly on the ground. An ancient aura assaulted his senses. Even the ancient biological fossil research hall under the Divine Judgment Hall probably did not have so many dragon race fossils. After putting away these fossils and selling them, Zhang Li's trip would not be in vain. However, what attracted him was not these dragon bone fossils, but a huge stone monument in the center of the tortoise shell. The words on this stone monument were a type of unorthodox ancient text, looking a little familiar. The Dragon King was enlightened on the spot. He used his divine power and sent rain to the mortal world. He saved the scorched earth and caused life to grow. He prevented harm from happening to the seedlings. The river flowed freely and clean water was available. Such deeds were to be praised. By saving mankind, it was seen as the holy dragon of divine power. It was the guard of the water realm. If there was a drought, rain would descend. If yin and yang were not balanced, and the people were terrified, it would notify the heavens and cities would receive strict cleansing and nurture new life. The sky was filled with rain, the earth was filled with spiritual springs, plants were flourishing, and the fields were abundant. There was no worry in the world, and peace was preserved till one turned old. The calamity had forever disappeared. However, in the 33 heavens, the ancestors descended to the lower realm, and the myriad tribulations were unjustified. 1,000 tribulations descended as suffering ensued. They who were covered in scales, horns, and the likes were walking deities in human form. Yet, the ancestors enslaved them. Unbelievable! The path of death was in hell, and there was no return. The sin was deep and could not be explained. Our race was silent, and the gods had harmed us. Our lifespan was short, and we died in the darkness of the night and suffered 100 tribulations. This was a world where dragons and phoenixes do not appear to be auspicious, and the evil of heaven and earth was hard to overcome. Zhang Li circled around the stone monument to read. There were already some unclear words on it. Behind the stone monument was a huge earth vein map. After reading through this monument, be it the words or the content, they were very similar to the things he had read on Ink 6000 Mechanisms sphere. The content recorded on it was similar to the previous stone monument. Generally speaking, it spoke of the initial glory of the dragon race. They controlled the clouds, rain, and flood, and were respected by all races. However, later on, due to the decision of a certain mighty figure in the 33 heavens, they were locked up somewhere. They sacrificed the entire dragon race to cast a certain shocking array to resist the calamity of heaven and earth. Then, the life of the dragon race was only left with suffering and despair. They even said the words dragons and phoenixes do not appear to be auspicious, and the evil of heaven and earth was hard to overcome. Zhang Li knew about this calamity of the world. Apart from the calamity of the cultivationless age, what else could make the person from the 33 heavens personally make a move on the dragon race? These stone tablets recorded the struggles of ancient mighty figures on the eve of the cultivationless age. The dragon race should have been sacrificed in some mountains and lakes to seal the earth vein and reduce the loss of spiritual qi in the ground to the greatest extent. How much effect could it have? He still did not know. If they could stall for more time, those immortals and gods would be able to make more preparations. The dragon race was sacrificed because of this, but this was also the reason why dragon blood descendants could still blossom everywhere after tens of thousands of years. The map behind the stone monument recorded the location where the dragon race was sealed back then. This was very interesting. It was basically a large-scale treasure map. If he searched according to this map, perhaps he could dig out something. At the very least, the earth vein that had been nourished by the dragon race would definitely be stronger. Using the earth flag to move it into the coffin was very beneficial to him. Zhang Li took out a piece of leather paper and stuck it on it, preparing to print it down and search for it in the future. However, as soon as his hand touched the smooth stone surface, the monument suddenly erupted with a bright light. Danger! A strong sense of fear exploded in Zhang Li's heart. The dragon imprisoning lock immediately tightened and retracted. A strong force from his waist pulled him back. However, his hand was firmly attached to the monument and could not be removed. The dragon imprisoning lock was on his waist, continuously pulling him back. Zhang Li's spine was pulled apart piece by piece, and every joint was creaking, as if it might dislocate at any time. His muscles were pulled by the enormous force until they emitted a tearing pain. However, he still could not remove his palm. Something was entering through his palm. However, if he continued to pull, this hand would probably be torn off. The immortal slaying flying sword instantly flew out and stuck to the monument, about to cut off a layer of Zhang Li's skin. However, the sharp immortal slaying flying sword actually lost its effect at this moment. A golden light shot out from the stone monument and struck the flying sword, sending it flying thousands of feet away. There was also a golden thread attached to it, causing the flying sword to roll on the ground and be unable to fly. At this moment, Zhang Li's expression changed drastically. A will entered his body through his palm. Ha ha ha! I, the sixth son, have finally woken up. Ha 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 ha! Lucky dragon blood descendant, let me give you a huge opportunity. Remnant soul of the ancient dragon races Basia has entered the body. Dragon soul possession in progress. A voice sounded from his body, carrying the golden force as it ran around. Zhang Li was so angry that he wanted to curse. Damn! An ancient remnant soul. It had actually survived until now. Damn it! I was careless. Zhang Li cursed himself for being careless in his heart. After he found out that it was an ancient ruin, he subconsciously thought that everything inside had died completely and that there would not be much danger. He relaxed his guard and ended up really falling into their trap. This guy who had been left behind from ancient times was at least at the level of an immortal god. Could Zhang Li's tricks be useful? He did not have time to think too much. He closed his eyes and immersed his mind into his sea of consciousness. He summoned back 4 parallel minds and guarded it tightly. Sure enough, Zhang Li's head hurt, and a large hole was blasted open on the edge of his consciousness. After that, an enormous dragon-headed tortoise darted in from the hole. This dragon-headed tortoise looked very similar to the dragon tortoise Zhang Li had seen back then. However, the dragon tortoise had a snake tail and only had 2 front limbs. This thing had a dragon head and a dragon tail that was even more elegant. Its 4 feet were flat and stable, and on its back was a stone monument with magnificent achievements written on it. This appearance described Basia, the 6th son among the 9 sons of the dragon. It was also called Bi Xi, and it was the most orthodox of the dragon race. It was far superior to any dragon tortoise. Zhang Li looked at its tortoise shell. If he enlarged it 100 times, wouldn't it be the huge tortoise shell embedded in the middle of the canyon? It was said that one could catch a turtle in a jar, but in the end, he ran into the tortoise shell and was caught by a tortoise. If word got out, he would not have the face to see the elders of the Great Mountain Alliance. Ha ha ha, such a solid foundation. My luck is not bad. Oh? Junior, you have such a heavy dragon aura on your body. How can the soul in your body be a human? Ha ha ha, you, a human junior, must have harmed many of my dragon descendants. Leave your body quickly. I'll let you die in peace. After Ba Xia's remnant soul entered the sea of consciousness, he appeared very excited. This huge tortoise first praised Zhang Li's Dao foundation. Apart from those prehistoric variants, it was very difficult to find a few like him even in the ancient times. It was very satisfied with Zhang Li's body. Then, it spoke rudely and unreasonably, asking Zhang Li to leave his soul and become a lonely ghost, giving this body to it. It had already treated Zhang Li's body as its own. In his eyes, leaving Zhang Li alive and not turning him into ashes was already a form of mercy. Master Dragon, I, the descendant of King Zhou of Shang, have accidentally entered your precious land. I've disturbed your cultivation. Please be magnanimous. I'll definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Zhang Li's expression was solemn, but he did not panic. This was because although the quality of this Ba Xia remnant soul was difficult to estimate, it did not seem to carry much power. Otherwise, his consciousness space would not be able to withstand a true immortal level existence so easily. However, Zhang Li still spoke reason with the other party first. He released a bit of the human emperor's blood qi and pulled out King Zhou's name, hoping that the other party would stop here. After sensing the human emperor's blood qi in Zhang Li's body, Ba Xia was clearly stunned. Back then, it had carried the 3 mountains and 5 peaks and ran around. After that, it was beaten up by the grandson of the Yellow Emperor, Yu the Great. The stone monument on its back was given to it by him. Yu the Great was the human emperor of the Great Xia dynasty to begin with. Although this blood qi was weak in his eyes, it indeed originated from the human emperor. Yu the Great's whip landed on its body, and it was quite painful. The memories of being slapped back then made Ba Xia hesitate, but thinking about it, it became dishonest again. The bloodline of the human emperor had been thinned countless times after the last calamity. Now, the entire world had been cleansed by the calamity. The stronger an existence was, the more miserable they would be under such circumstances. Perhaps he was the only one left? Ha ha ha! The human emperor from tens of thousands of years ago can't scare me. The bit of remnant soul that Ba Xia could retain until now had already weakened to the limit. Although the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was recovering, if it did not possess a body, it would completely disappear in a few hundred years. It was not easy for it to wait for such a superb possession target, so how could it let go of this opportunity? Most importantly, those who were thought to be ants had no right to negotiate. It no longer paid attention to Zhang Li. Instead, its eyes lit up as it looked at the 5 sword mountains in the center of his sea of consciousness. Ha 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 ha, those mountains are not bad. I want to carry them on my back. The huge turtle, Ba Xia, rushed towards Zhang Li. Every step it took caused his sea of consciousness to tremble non-stop. It opened its mouth. Since this human was unwilling to leave, it did not mind having a good meal. Zhang Li stood on the spot and did not attempt to dodge. He observed the ground beneath Ba Xia. Although the tremor was not light, the ground did not crack. Due to the status effect provided by the soul dissolution liquor, it could provide Zhang Li with shattered soul fragments at all times. The soul fragments were burned into the purest dust in Zhang Li's consciousness, and they continuously rained down on his consciousness, allowing his soul to absorb and strengthen. In just a short period of time, the mountain range in his consciousness was 3 times thicker than before. If that's the case, there's no other way to resolve this. A large number of roots suddenly burrowed out from the ground and tied up Ba Xia's four limbs tightly. The momentum of the advance immediately stopped. However, these roots only bound it for a moment. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Ba Xia, who could carry 3 mountains and 5 mountains. Its strength was really shocking. Countless roots broke apart in pieces. Even if they continuously emerged in the next moment and continued to bind him, Ba Xia could still advance step by step. Another figure descended from the sky. Dressed in blood-red skin, the Yaksha clone holding a steel trident flapped its wings and descended from the sky. The trident stabbed into Ba Xia's tail, nailing it to the ground. Chaotic consciousness flowed into its tail. The chaotic will of the Azura world was not something that could be resisted casually. Even if it was the dragon's son, Ba Xia, it would slowly be soaked in the blood color. Behind Zhongli, another 9 balls of pale cold flames appeared, and then they converged into a flaming snake that roared and charged towards Ba Xia. The white flaming snake wrapped around Ba Xia tightly. The power of the advanced cold flames was even more boundless, burning this huge turtle with the dragon head until it roared in pain. Zhongli's dual cultivation in body and energy was outstanding, but in terms of soul cultivation, he was only fighting a remnant soul. Damn! This was actually possible. Ha 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 ha! In the ruins of the dragon race, hundreds of dragon bone fossils turned to ash. Strands of golden light floated out from the fossils and entered the space between Zhongli's brows before finally entering the ethereal body of Ba Xia's soul. This Ba Xia suddenly swelled up like a balloon. Its entire body emitted golden light as it actually transformed into the shining Ba Xia. Zhongli, who is the protagonist here? Chapter 342, Spirit Summoning Technique leaves no room for regret. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Looking at the golden figure of Ba Xia, it immediately broke the 9 nether roots on its body. With a swing of its tail, it threw the bloodthirsty trident and the Yaksha clone out. Only the huge snake formed by the ghost lantern cold flame clung tightly to the other party's body and was not easily dispersed by the golden dragon soul. However, the Ba Xia dragon soul was a powerful ancient variant beast to begin with. Its origins were extremely extraordinary, and ordinary immortals and gods were probably far inferior to it. Even though it had already lost most of its strength and was only left with a fragment, barely surviving, this dragon soul that had existed since ancient times was the most tenacious portion tempered by time, and its tenacity far exceeded Zhongli's expectations. Even the ghost lantern cold flame that had advanced once and had always been successful in dealing with souls could only wear it down bit by bit. In a short period of time, it would at most feel pain, and it was utterly impossible to heavily injure it, let alone completely kill it. After the Ba Xia dragon soul absorbed the other dragon bone remnant souls in the ruin, it became even braver. As it released a long-standing dragon roar, it collided with Zhongli. Zhongli condensed a sword heart light sword and slashed out a flying sword that landed on Ba Xia's tortoise shell from afar. The sword heart slash was directly shattered into specks of white light and vanished. Only a shallow mark was left on the tortoise shell. Zhongli's sword heart was utterly unable to deal with an existence of this level. He did not continue to fight. His figure floated back and raised his hand to point at the sky. A golden core sun divided into yin and yang. Dark clouds surged out from within, and then a large amount of lightning struck Ba Xia like rain. Then, beast roars sounded. The blood-colored 100 beasts and the Azura statue surged out from the 5 elements sword mountain and rushed towards Ba Xia with killing intent. The 1,000 hands divine statue that was half Buddha and half demon appeared on the path that Ba Xia had to pass through. The 1,000 hands behind the divine statue clone continuously slapped out. Every time it struck down, a bitter world or chaotic will would be sent into Ba Xia's body, polluting its dragon soul. This was a tragic battle in the mental world. Zhongli's accumulation over such a long time was not useless. He used all his methods, greatly slowing down the shining Ba Xia's speed. This spurt of energy would weaken again and again. After experiencing the passage of time, even if the remnant soul looked ferocious now, it was still an arrow at the end of its flight. By the time it broke through the layers of obstructions and finally crawled into the interior of the Five Elements Sword Mountain, the light on its body had already dimmed greatly. Zhongli hid in the distance and observed it carefully, and he noticed that the expression in its eyes was already slightly unclear. Its soul only had a little bit left to begin with. After being tortured by Zhongli, its rationality was disappearing bit by bit. This made it easier for Ba Xia's remnant soul to make wrong decisions. Ba Xia was anxious. It wanted to find Zhongli and devour him as soon as possible. However, after breaking through layers of obstructions, its eyes were attracted by a large golden ball of light that floated in the center of the Five Elements Sword Mountain. It was something that was protected at the core like the moon surrounded by stars. It was supported by a gorgeous and clean lotus platform, and it emitted a shocking and familiar aura fluctuation. Dragon Pearl. Ha ha ha. No wonder this kid has such pure dragon chi on him. So he still has a dragon pearl hidden on him. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping our dragon race. With the help of this dragon pearl, I, the sixth son, can recover a little. A golden light flashed across its entire body, sending the dozen or so demon beasts that were still biting its body flying. The entire tortoise transformed into a golden light and darted into the dragon pearl. Ha 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 ha. It's indeed the dragon pearl. Ha ha ha. Human Junior, I see that you are fated to be with my dragon race. How about this? You leave this body yourself. In the future, I'll find a flood dragon egg and personally reincarnate you. Then, you'll follow me as my subordinate. I guarantee you'll enjoy all the glory. After entering the dragon pearl, the power inside allowed the injuries on Ba Xia to recover. Its aura rose, and its originally blurry rationality began to occupy the high ground again. The original dragon soul was already difficult for Zhongli to resist. Now that it obtained the dragon pearl, it was even more powerful. Ba Xia believed that victory was already in its grasp. It suggested to Zhongli again that as long as he left his body on his own, it would give him another body with excellent talent. However, soon, Ba Xia, who had recovered its rationality, felt that something was amiss. This was indeed the dragon pearl. Although it had already been refined by someone, it believed that with its methods as one of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, it was not difficult to control this dragon pearl. However, the power that surged into its body gave him a very strange feeling. It did not seem to be ordinary spiritual qi, but a product mixed with some other force. It was powerful, but it could not control it at all. At this moment, Ba Xia already felt that something was wrong. Before it could react, the petals of the lotus platform that was originally dragging under the dragon pearl suddenly began to close. Layers of transparent petals tightly wrapped around the dragon pearl and also locked Ba Xia's dragon soul inside the dragon pearl. 4 more golden cores or blood cores flew over and slowly rotated around the lotus platform dragon pearl like satellites. The 4 forces acted together and formed an indestructible binding. At this moment, how could Ba Xia not know that this dragon pearl was simply a trap set by that human junior? Ha ha ha. Kid. Do you think you can trap me like this? When I get out, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Ba Xia was abnormally angry and began to collide with the dragon pearl. With the terrifying brute force of the 6th son of the ancestral dragon, Zhongli's golden core shook violently from the collision. It was not easy to be knocked away by him. However, if such a force was used for a long time, even the most tenacious golden core would probably be injured. Zhongli's golden core had just been formed. He did not want it to be damaged like this. Master Dragon, since you like the dragon pearl, why don't you stay inside for a while? As soon as he finished speaking, a bright flame appeared under the dragon pearl. At this moment, Ba Xia, the 6th son of the ancestral dragon, could not remain calm. What? Human fire? How can there be human fire? This is impossible. You're really a descendant of the human emperor. It was hard to imagine hearing such a sharp cry from such a huge tortoise. There were not many people who knew a legendary flame like the human fire, but it was famous in ancient times. This was especially true when the orthodox human emperor was alive. The human fire could even unleash a power that could shock the heavens and earth. With the fire of the humans burning in the capital, there was a saying that immortals and gods could not enter, Zheoj 1. As a result, if they wanted to overthrow the Shang dynasty, they could only use the method of stirring up the war between the humans. Now that it was used by Zhongli, its might was naturally less than a millionth of the human emperor's. However, it still had the ability to burn Ba Xia's remnant soul until it rolled on the ground. Ha ha ha! Let me out quickly! Kid, let me out quickly! I don't want your body anymore! Let me out quickly! Inside the dragon pearl, Ba Xia's 4 huge feet seemed to be stepping on red-hot iron. It continuously raised them in turns as if it was dancing, and before long, it began to admit defeat. However, for the sake of dealing with it, Zhongli had even taken out his golden core to take a risk, so how could he let it go easily? Master Dragon, your tortoise shell looks good. It's spacious and sturdy. It's useless to leave it like this anyway. Ha ha ha, it's for you. I'll give it to you. I'll teach you a chant. Little friend, feel free to keep this tortoise shell. I admire Master Dragon's generosity. However, there were originally quite a number of dragon corpses in this tortoise shell. Now, they've all turned to dust. How do you plan to compensate me? With the initiative in hand, Zhongli started to push his luck. Ha ha ha! Little brother is fated to be with my dragon race. I have a Dao technique passed down by the ancestral dragon here. Little brother, please accept this and definitely bring the dragon race to greater heights. The Dao technique left behind by the ancestral dragon. Zhongli's eyes were about to light up. Clearly, this was a huge surprise to him. He made a few more requests in succession. Ba Xia suppressed its anger and agreed to them one by one. However, this huge tortoise was not an idiot. It agreed to many conditions, but it was unwilling to fulfill them directly. It had to let Zhongli release it before it was willing to hand it over. Of course, it was very easy to talk to it now. He reckoned that Ba Xia would eat Zhongli as soon as it came out to vent its anger. Ha ha ha! Kid, let me out quickly. That's the cultivation method and secret treasure left behind by the ancestral dragon. It's enough for you to ascend to the immortal realm within 100 years. If you burn me to death here, you won't be able to obtain anything. The light on Ba Xia's body had long dissipated, and its 4 feet were showing signs of melting. Refining this remnant soul of Ba Xia in the Dragon Pearl Golden Core would actually allow Zhongli to obtain great benefits. However, compared to the ancestral Dragon Dao technique and secret treasure ruin revealed by the other party, it was obviously much inferior. Zhongli showed a look of hesitation and struggled. In the end, he did not overcome the greed in his heart and was prepared to believe Ba Xia and release him. Master Dragon, you won't lie to me, right? Ha ha ha, little brother, don't worry. You have the human fire to protect you. I can't injure you at all. Moreover, my remnant soul can't leave the stone monument. If you regret it, you can burn me to death with the fire. I won't complain. When Ba Xia saw Zhongli waver, it immediately continued to persuade him. All right, I have one last condition. Ha ha ha, say it. Ba Xia held back and only hoped to escape first. I once cultivated a spirit summoning technique. It's said that once I master it, I can invite a god to possess me. However, I've always only invited lonely ghosts and small demons in the wilderness. Now that I've encountered a divine dragon, I wonder if Master Dragon can cooperate with me to execute it once. It won't take long. Let me experience it for 2 hours. Zhongli made his last request, and then he started to execute the spirit summoning technique on the spot. A golden bridge appeared in Zhongli's consciousness and landed on his golden core. As long as Ba Xia agreed to enter, it would be able to leave the golden core that trapped it. Ha ha ha, impolite kid. This spirit summoning technique only borrows strength, but it doesn't give me the chance to control the body. Ha ha ha, with your little cultivation, it's fine if you suppress the lonely ghosts. If you want to subdue me, humph, there's nothing you can do. As Ba Xia thought this, it took a step forward and stepped on the golden bridge. In the next moment, it was guided out by the golden bridge, and then chains bound it before starting to extract strength from the soul. What Zhongli used was clearly an unfair spirit summoning technique. Typically, only ghosts domesticated by cultivators would agree to such a treatment and lend their strength. If not for Ba Xia being in a hurry to leave the dragon pearl burned by the fire, he would definitely not have agreed to this spirit summoning technique. This Ba Xia was thinking that it would agree to Zhongli's request first. After it went out, it would break free from the spirit summoning technique and make him regret it. At that time, it would definitely make this kid know that the prestige of the dragon race was inviolable. Spirit summoning technique used successfully. Added status, Ba Xia possession. Ba Xia possession, strength plus 15,000, resistance to all attributes plus 200, water control talent plus 500, body defense plus 2,000, dragon race affinity plus 2,000, cell aging reduced by 95%. Temporary dragon soul has been obtained. Temporary trait, body mountain has been obtained. Temporary skill, summoning clouds and rain has been obtained. Duration, 2 hours. Warning. Dragon soul Ba Xia is struggling violently. The duration of the status Ba Xia possession has greatly decreased. The current duration is 20 minutes. Warning. Dragon soul Ba Xia is struggling violently. The duration of the status Ba Xia possession has greatly decreased. The current duration is 3 minutes. Warning. Dragon soul Ba Xia is struggling violently. The duration of the status Ba Xia possession has greatly decreased. The current duration is 10 seconds. Warning. Dragon soul Ba Xia is struggling violently. The duration of the status Ba Xia possession has greatly decreased. The current duration is . In Zhongli's consciousness, as Ba Xia struggled, the golden chains binding it began to break one after another. It had only twisted its butt 3 times, but Zhongli's spirit summoning technique was about to collapse. However, at this moment, the chains that represented the spirit summoning technique suddenly recovered to their original state and became unshakable. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape at all. The sudden change confused Ba Xia's remnant soul. This spirit summoning technique was not brilliant at all. The person who used it had a soul that was far inferior to it. In the beginning, this spirit summoning technique's binding was no different from paper. It could be broken in a few moves. But what happened now? Why was it that no matter how it struggled, it could not destroy the fragile spirit summoning technique? It was finally panicking. What kind of divine technique was this? Was it unbreakable? This was the dignified 6th son of the ancestral dragon, it could not be reduced to a tool used by humans, right? Ha ha ha. Impossible. As long as it is the spirit summoning technique, there will definitely be an end. I, Master Dragon, will definitely go out one day. As long as Zhongli was unwilling, this spirit summoning technique would probably never end. It was not until this moment that Zhongli, who was in Ba Xia's tortoise shell, finally opened his eyes. Feeling the raw strength that had directly doubled, he was abnormally satisfied. This was Zhongli's true goal. Although the human fire could injure Ba Xia, the amount of fire was still too small. If he really waited to refine the dragon soul, his golden core would also be injured. As for the other conditions that Ba Xia agreed to, he did not dare to dream about it for the time being. Earlier, this huge tortoise had caused a commotion. Zhang Li's consciousness space was now in chaos. The few clones were all heavily injured and could not engage in soul combat for a short period of time. He could not take the initiative to send the human fire out of his golden core and injure the enemy. Once he released this huge tortoise, Zhang Li would no longer have the capital to negotiate. Only by finding a way to trap and completely restrain it would Zhang Li have the mood to think about other things. The unfair spirit summoning technique was what he relied on. Zhang Li did not need 2 hours at all. As long as he was given a few seconds, he would be able to seal this huge tortoise within the spirit summoning technique forever. Chapter 343, Protection Fee? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A few days later, at the location of the Great Mountain Alliance's Mechanism City. In the defensive battle a few days ago, due to the enhancement of the 1000 Mechanisms sphere, the power of the mechanisms in the Mechanism City had increased greatly, and there was also the Great Sea floating wood tree sea that Zhang Li had set up. The casualties of their cultivators were not serious. However, the large number of damaged mechanisms still required a lot of materials and time to repair. It turned out that the group of elite disciples from the Ink sect had not chosen to establish another sect. It played a very key role after joining the Great Mountain Alliance. Not only did the Great Mountain Alliance gain an additional soul formation cultivator, under their guidance, the standards of the various sects' Mystic Gate cultivators also clearly increased. Most of them could already repair and build their own mechanisms. However, today, a group of uninvited guests arrived. 2 large ships dragged by ferocious flood dragons sailed into the defensive territory of the Great Mountain Alliance for some reason. To be able to use flood dragons to pull the ship, this was undoubtedly the warship of the Dragon Transformation Island. No matter what, it was the few elders stationed here by the Great Mountain Alliance of the eastern region that personally received them. However, the other party had no intention of giving face to small rural forces. The moment they spoke, it was a very excessive request. What? We have to pay you 500 armored masks every month. Isn't your island asking for a little too much? The Great Mountain Alliance elder was extremely indignant. The battle at the front line was difficult. Every time they fought, they would lose quite a number of people. It was hard to say if they could gather 500 armored trolls in a month. Now, the Dragon Transformation Island wanted 500. If the Great Mountain Alliance really did as they wished, they would be dragged into the mud of this war until they died. Humph, going too far? A small rural faction dares to boast shamelessly. The few people who got off the ship had long expected the Great Mountain Alliance's retort and were disdainful. This Mechanism City is in a dangerous place. It has always been attacked by war. It's not easy to deal with, right? We can tell you a piece of news. Now, the 1000 Crane Tower in the east has already abandoned its encampment and retreated its disciples. There's only an empty city ahead of you. If you agree, then my Dragon Transformation Island's fleet might be able to assist you, but you don't agree. Humph, you probably can't endure the sea beasts that stretch for 50 kilometers. You have to think carefully if you are going too far. The people from the 1000 Crane Tower had retreated. Everyone from the Great Mountain Alliance was shocked when they heard this. Apart from a large number of forces who wanted to join the Divine Judgment Hall and establish strongholds in every seafront to defend. There would also be medium-sized Divine Judgment Masters in the Divine Judgment Hall presiding over the overall situation. The 1000 Crane Tower was the flag-bearer of this sea area. Their immortal crane group ate 1 million sea beasts as food, and they reproduced quite a large group in this sea area. Every time they suffered a tide, they could endure extremely great pressure. However, for some reason, the fleet of the 1000 Crane Tower had been attacked recently. It was said that the losses were extremely heavy. Some soul formation elders were even heavily injured. During this period of time, they finally could not stand the disturbance and took the initiative to withdraw from the front line, returning to the back area to deal with the hiding enemy. However, once they left, the pressure on the remaining forces would suddenly increase. After the Dragon Transformation Island learned of this news, they sent a fleet here. On the surface, it was to take the initiative to share the pressure. However, in private, they extorted protection fees. 500 armored troll masks per month did not sound like a lot. However, most small sects could not save up so much in a month. They were afraid of being targeted by the Dragon Transformation Island, so they could only take out the resources they had accumulated to fill this gap. They only hoped that the Divine Judgment Hall could send other members in time to change this situation. Otherwise, as time passed, they would definitely be extorted to death. Hearing this news, the higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance also felt a heavy pressure. If there was only no 1000 crane tower ahead, the situation would not be especially bad. After all, the Great Mountain Alliance was formed by the entire Great Mountain region. Although it was not comparable to medium-sized Divine Judgment Hall members, it was still much stronger than ordinary sects. However, the problem was that not only did the people from the Dragon Transformation Island not help, they even kicked them while they was down. How is it? A mere 500 armored trolls can exchange for a month of peace. Don't make a mistake you'll regret. Someone from the Dragon Transformation Island took out a white pearl from somewhere and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he puffed his mouth and whistled strangely. The sea water not far away immediately churned. Be it ordinary sea fish or lone sea beasts, when they heard this voice, they all jumped out of the water and swam over. When they saw that scene, the expressions of the people from the Great Mountain Alliance immediately changed. The people of the Dragon Transformation Island actually had the ability to control the sea beasts. If Zhongli was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the small white pearl was a merman's tear. However, the size and quality were far inferior to the 57 pills he had consumed earlier. With the power of the sea contained in the merman's tears and the Dragon Transformation Island's dragon blood cultivation method, controlling the weak sea beasts in a small area was their specialty. Although they were definitely not as terrifying as true mermen, these sects on the front line were already afraid of the sea beast tide. It was too easy to use them to scare people and collect protection fees. This was a blatant threat. The Dragon Transformation Island was hinting that if they did not pay the protection fee, they would lure the sea beasts in the other areas over. They did not need to remember the factions who had paid the protection fee. They only needed to remember the factions who had not paid the protection fee. We need to discuss it first. Such a decision was equivalent to betraying the interests of the entire Great Mountain region. None of them could agree immediately. Without Zhongli around, they had to at least go through the Great Mountain Conference. Give it to them. Friends from the Dragon Transformation Island have come from afar. Consider the 500 armored troll masks a welcome gift from our Great Mountain Alliance. While the higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance were hesitating, Zhongli's voice sounded from afar. In next to no time, a flowing light descended into the city and transformed into Zhongli. He took a few steps into the main hall and casually waved his hand. Swoosh! The sound of bone armor plates colliding continuously sounded. 5 stacks of armor plates appeared under his hand. Each stack of 100 was the number they requested. Some of the armors were still covered in blood and flesh. Clearly, they were new goods that had been pried off not long ago. Interesting, it seems that the Great Mountain Alliance is not an incompetent small section. Is this the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance? You're indeed young and promising. Little brother, what's your name? Have we met before? At this moment, the female captain of the Dragon Transformation Island who had been sitting at the side with her legs crossed and not speaking suddenly became interested. Zhongli was slightly surprised when he saw this person. This was Captain Sasha who he had seen from afar when he came out of the Ghost King desolate ground earlier. However, he had disguised himself at that time, so this female captain should not recognize him. Little brother, if you're willing to stay on my ship for a month, I'll make the decision to forego these 500 armored troll masks. I don't want them anymore. Little brother, what do you think? Staying on the ship for a month? She was clearly craving his body. At that time, this female captain had issued a reward to get someone to capture Zhang Li and bring him to her bed. He did not expect that she would still target him after suppressing the dragon blood dragon qi on his body the second time they met. It was not that Zhang Li was pure and innocent, but that he simply did not like the smell of the sea. Captain Sasha did not insist. After receiving what they wanted, the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Island did not stop. They jumped onto the warship and drove towards the next unlucky person's territory. Of course, if they knew that the dragon blood in Zhang Li's body was practically not inferior to that of a pure-blooded dragon, that woman would definitely not let him off. Seeing this group of uninvited guests leave, the people from the Great Mountain Alliance immediately cursed. However, in the end, their strength was inferior to others and anyone could bully them. Alliance leader, where have you been these few days? It's too dangerous outside now. If there's anything important in the future, let us follow you. As for the Dragon Transformation Island, we originally planned to send a message to ask your opinion. The people from the Dragon Transformation Island are going too far. Even if they take the armor plates, they won't help us. Everyone communicated, but no one complained about Zhang Li handing over the armored troll masks so readily. This was because Zhang Li's prestige in the Great Mountain Alliance had already been established. After contributing greatly to the alliance to solve the big trouble time and again, there was also the existence of the Hidden Rock Cultivators. The current alliance leader Zhang had strength, influence, reputation, and achievements. No one questioned his decision anymore. Otherwise, it would be ugly if the Hidden Rock Cultivators came to find them at night. It's fine. Our possessions are not so easy to obtain. Since they've taken it, I naturally have a way to let them block the calamity. 500 armored troll masks is nothing. Zhang Li meant something deeper. For a thrifty person like him, if there was no special reason, how could he be willing to let others scam him? Some of the 500 armored troll masks had been tampered with. There was a tracking method used by the noble armored trolls. Coincidentally, that method was broken by Galanfran. The armored trolls had lost a stronghold and were most likely seeking revenge. The small Great Mountain Alliance could not withstand it. Now that someone said that they wanted to protect them, it was a good thing. In addition, check this batch of armor plates. Then, I'll have to trouble Martial Ancestor to personally make a trip down and exchange these armor plates for merit points. Zhang Li handed over another storage bag. A high-level soul formation cultivator took it and took a look. Even with his knowledge, he gasped on the spot. When the others saw this colleague's reaction, they curiously took it and took turns to check. However, everyone had the same expression after reading it. The Great Mountain Alliance had been stationed here for several months and had obtained very little. They had never seen so many armored trolls at once. Zhang Li, how did you do it? Where did you get so many armor plates? They were thinking if Zhang Li had gone out to rob some sex warehouse. Nothing. I attacked an island of those monsters these past few days. There should be about 80,000 armored troll masks here. With these, we're one step closer to the million mark. Zhang Li did not explain much. He waved his hand and left, leaving behind an unfathomable back. In the deep sea crack, after kidnapping the remnant soul of one of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, Ba Xia, Zhang Li directly returned to the encampment of the Great Mountain Alliance. However, what was a little regretful was that Ba Xia, who had fallen for Zhang Li's trick, was unwilling to tell him even a single word. As a result, he could not take away the huge tortoise shell that looked like a treasure. Master Dragon, look, I've already released you from the Dragon Pearl. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Zhang Li tried to persuade it again. Then, there was only one response. It was the roar of a dragon. Although Ba Xia could not escape from Zhang Li's buff, it could not be hurt anymore. The huge tortoise's desire was freedom and to kill Zhang Li, so he was naturally unable to satisfy it. It was probably quite difficult to pry out the ancestral dragon cultivation method that Zhang Li wanted from this tortoise's mouth. After exiting his consciousness, Zhang Li walked into the coffin. Due to the fact that it had been opened in the deep sea earlier, a lot of seawater had entered the coffin. The ground was still a little wet. After cleaning up, he gathered all this seawater into a small lake for the Merman tribe that had already come under him. With them in their great mountain alliance, the future battles would be much easier. Young master. At this moment, Qin Shuman floated over from afar and bowed charmingly in front of him. She bowed skillfully and cunningly. The quality of this Seven Roads Ghost City Lord's clothes had always been poor, especially every time she saw Zhang Li, they always slipped off her body. You've been doing quite well recently. Thank you for your hard work. She was the earliest senior subordinate who had followed Zhang Li to conquer the world. Ever since she came out of the Seven Roads Ghost City, she had been working non-stop. Managing Zhang Li's coffin, taking care of Green Mountain residents, training the ghost soldiers, and printing black talismans was absolutely worthy of praise. Zhang Li was very satisfied with this capable female ghost. He looked up and saw that not long after, the Yin burial ghost soldiers floating above the coffin had nearly doubled in size. After Zhang Li became the alliance leader, the entire Great Mountain region was his backyard. Under the operation of the prosperous Zhanghong Inn, an endless stream of souls were sent over. The number of qualified ghost soldiers had already reached an astonishing 1.83 million. As long as the 2 coffin nails given to the Great Mountain Alliance were refined, the Yin burial coffin could begin to advance to the medium-grade earth rank. At that time, Qin Shuman would probably have even more work. Where is Galan Fran? Where is she? Zhang Li gave her a high-grade profound rank illusion artifact. This kind of unorthodox artifact had always been rare, and it was truly rare to be able to reach this rank. Then, he looked around and did not see the strange doctor he had just kidnapped, so he asked casually. Qin Shuman was very happy to receive the useful artifact. When she heard Zhang Li ask about another woman, she seemed to be a little unhappy. A faint and sorrowful expression appeared in her eyes. Young master is really a heartless person. You still think about other women when you have me. Sigh, I'm really unlucky. She's there digging holes. Isn't she just young master's new lover? Zhang Li was speechless. This illusion master really loved to perform. Especially with the divine statue clone that contained the various experiences of human life, it was comparable to a dramatic TV series. It provided Qin Shuman with countless inspirations. Zhang Li followed the direction she pointed at and indeed saw a flower field that had been dug out in the corner. Corpses of all shapes and sizes were being thrown out from within. The current Yin burial coffin looked like a beautiful scene. Under the cold wind, the flowers and grassland formed by the spider lilies and carefree grass swayed with the wind. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a paradise. However, below this sea of flowers was actually filled with various corpses that were more than 100 feet thick. There were the remains of cultivators who had died in several major battles, the corpses of demon beasts that Zhang Li had casually killed, the ancient variant race Yin corpses in the underwater graveyard, and the vast number of Azura world monster corpses gathered at the 100 Tempering Mountain. There were too many of them. Unknowingly, they piled up more than 10 stories high in the coffin. Qin Shuman would choose some of the better quality ones for her ghost soldiers to possess, but most of them were still piled there and no one cared about them. To the armored troll doctor, Galan Fran, these strange corpses were basically no different from treasures. After arriving here, besides helping Zhang Li modify dozens of bait armor plates to give to the Dragon Transformation Island, she plunged into the pile of corpses and excitedly searched for the dissection targets that she was interested in. Even when Zhang Li arrived, she was unmoved. Fran, come up and broaden your horizons. Don't you want to see another world? Chapter 344, Farming Merit. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Another world. The petite armored troll noble immediately became energetic when she heard this word. She raised her head and jumped out of the hole, landing lightly on the ground. Under the white bone mask, the corners of her mouth cracked until her ears, revealing the serrated teeth inside. Coupled with her white robe and the strong smell of corpses, those who did not know better would think that Zhang Li had found someone with a mental illness. Lord, is it the world they came from? Fran pointed at an area filled with blood-colored energy in the coffin. There were more than 100 technicians from the Azura world working hard. As soon as they entered a few days ago, Fran became extremely interested in them. She had always expressed that she wanted to put them on the operating table and have a good chat. However, these technicians from the Azura world were very precious and were very useful to Zhang Li. He could not let her harm them like this. It's that world. I'll show you now. However, we have to say this first. We can let you do this research, but you have to complete your daily mission. Fran nodded and agreed absent-mindedly. She could not be interested in those simple jobs. However, after eating the spiritual root seed, she could not go against Zhang Li's wishes. Zhang Li did not know how many other abilities this noble of the armored trolls had. However, he had to keep this strange doctor under his wing and raise her well. This was because she had the ability and technique to quickly transform the armored trolls. The Great Mountain Alliance had previously obtained 630,000 merit points from Ink Sect and another 100,000 merit points from the Cloud Manners token. During this period of time, they killed some armored trolls one after another, but they could not gather 10,000. Their current total merit points were just more than 730,000. Coupled with the 80,000 plus armored troll masks Zhang Li brought back this time, after exchanging them, the merit points could reach 810,000. However, they were still lacking 190,000. If they wanted to gather them, they had to capture at least 2 or 3 armored troll strongholds. It was not impossible, but even if they were lucky enough to find 2 more strongholds through the channels of the despicable traffickers in the cultivation world, to capture 2 strongholds, they would definitely have to spend a lot of time and suffer casualties. For example, this time, Zhang Li had sacrificed 3 demon generals from the Azura world. Old Demon Black Lotus and the 2 soul formation cultivators of the 100 Tempering Mountain could be considered to have contributed to the Great Mountain region at the end of their lives. If he used the same trick again, not to mention whether it was effective. It was clearly not suitable to let the higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance be bait. At this moment, Galen Fran's role appeared. With this strange doctor, they could produce their own armored trolls. The armored trolls with intelligence were no different from the ones without. Zhang Li could completely use cheap humanoid species like wild beasts, demon beasts, and even scaled demons as body materials to transform them into new armored trolls. At that time, if he dug out the armor plates and handed it over, he could easily produce hundreds of thousands of merit points. However, this kind of thing had to be kept secret. Once the Divine Judgment Hall discovered it, their Great Mountain Alliance would be directly finished. Therefore, Zhang Li did not tell anyone about this. From the capturing of the beasts to the transportation of goods and the subsequent matters, he could only entrust them to the hidden rock cultivators who could be completely trusted. All the other steps were carried out in the coffin. Galen Fran handled it personally. Now, the standing cages in the coffin had been built. The speed at which the armored trolls were created was limited by the flesh reproduction speed of the ancient Ling Zi. No matter how important an employee was, he naturally would not reject them if they were interested in new things. Of course, Zhang Li had long planned to open another controllable spatial crack. Previously at the sea, it was his prelude. After many attempts, through controlling the output of energy and some modifications to the altar's blood pool, he could finally control the spatial crack in a stable range. Otherwise, every time it opened, the spatial crack would uncontrollably spread out like shattered glass. If that sort of situation occurred in the Yin burial coffin, it was even possible that his Earth rank artifact would be directly ruined. However, he could give it a try now. In the Azura world, the fallen blood Yaksha had left the blood fighting arena again, unknown to the two bosses. This time, even the huge bell hanging around the blood fighting arena was removed. The sound of this bell could summon the ordinary monsters born in the blood plains 50 kilometers away. It was necessary for various territories to recruit new blood. The blood pool altar in the Azura world was prepared. Zhongli threw out a blood-colored karma cleansing lotus from the coffin. After easily completing the connection, an invisible crack slowly split open on the lotus flower. Under the control of hundreds of Azura world monsters on both sides, the crack gradually stopped after reaching 20 feet long and 7 feet wide. Galanfran could not wait to peek over and observe the strange red world on the other side. The fallen blood Yaksha raised its hand and pressed the head back. Then, it ordered its subordinates to carry a bucket of human blood and draw lines on the ground, drawing from the inside to the outside of the cave. Then, a bell sounded. All the monsters in a 50-kilometer radius were summoned and slowly walked over. After approaching a certain distance, those monsters smelled the smell of human blood. Their eyes were instantly filled with greed as they rushed towards the thin line of human blood drawn on the ground crazily. Passing through a long passageway, they saw the spatial crack that was not very large. There was a reason why the creatures of the Azura world called the 9 provinces continent the Lamb world. In the eyes of the vast majority of Azura monsters, there were delicious sheep that could not resist everywhere in the continent of the 9 provinces. This instinctive understanding might have come from the will of the entire Azura world. Just like back then, the demon beasts and even the wind protection giant of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region spontaneously attacked the invaders. This willpower was even above the instinct to fear death. There was no need for an order or any hesitation. The monsters swarmed into the crack. Some monsters were directly cut apart by the sharp edges of the crack. Some landed in front of Zhongli after passing through the crack. Before they could search excitedly for the lamb, this man, who looked neither burly nor tall, raised a large hand and waved it at them. The hand carried a mountainous force. He directly slapped the 5 monsters into mush. With Zhongli's current strength, the bodies of these monsters were not much tougher than tofu to him. He had no intention of subduing these lowest-level monsters. Moreover, the corpses of most monsters in the Azura world could not be used as medicine or as spiritual materials to forge artifacts. They were basically worthless. Having spent so much effort to open this crack, Zhongli was purely here to accumulate merit. After spending a few seconds to eliminate the negative karma of opening the spatial crack for the second time, Zhongli stood in front of the crack and became a human-shaped meat grinder. These monsters that usually roamed the blood plains were very weak. Under the circumstances that they controlled the range of the spatial crack, there was no possibility of failure. It was only the pollution caused by their flesh that was slightly troublesome to deal with. Hee, what cute and beautiful creatures! Lord, leave a few for me. Fran's eyes lit up. Ignoring Qin Shuman's obstruction, she approached Zhongli. A small blade appeared on her finger and she waved it twice. A monster that had rushed to her had its 8 tentacles cut off. This petite armored troll's strength could not be underestimated. Then, Fran reached out with her left claw and dug into the chest of the Azura world monster. Ignoring the other party's blood, she studied it. Interesting, interesting. You actually have 3 hearts. Fran reached into the monster's chest and searched everywhere. After a long time, she took out 3 ugly hearts that were still beating. The 3 hearts were of different sizes and shapes. It was unknown how they formed a cycle together. Azura world creatures indeed looked like they could do whatever they wanted and did not care about logic. While Fran was excited, something suddenly happened to her left arm that was covered in blood of madness and held 3 hearts. Her slender arm began to swell, lumps of flesh growing on it. There was also a tumor on the tumor. Fran's entire left arm and the left side of her body that was tainted with blood began to lose control. If an ordinary person encountered such a change, they would be frightened to death. However, Fran was different. These abnormal biological cell reactions only made her feel excited and curious. She was also sufficiently decisive. She waved the blade in her right hand and cut off the left side of her body that had changed. With the armored troll's self-healing ability, such injuries would not be a hindrance after spending some time. The body tissues that fell to the ground did not stop. After a while, on the lumps, human faces that could cry and smile even appeared and twisted on the ground. That scene was as disgusting as it could be. If a normal person saw it, their sanity would be lost. Even the experienced and knowledgeable female ghost, Qin Shuman, could not accept it. She turned her head away and did not want to look at the thing on the ground. Interesting, interesting. The blood of these monsters can actually rob us of our rationality. They can turn our cells back to their most primitive state. I've never seen such a situation. How interesting. Master, please help me keep a few alive. What happened to Fran also attracted Zhang Li's attention. He knew that the blood of an Azura Lord was very dangerous. However, the flesh and blood of these ordinary monsters should not have such a powerful assimilation ability. The problem was likely Fran. Just the flesh alone caused such a serious reaction from Galan Fran. Was this situation an exception, or could it be effective on all the armored trolls? If it was the latter, things would be interesting. Perhaps he could make use of this phenomenon. What Zhang Li did not know was that after the armored troll Galanran captured the 3 demon generals, he had even tasted the brains of one of them. In the end, Galanran could only cut off his own tongue. There were 2 sides to everything in the world. The racial characteristics of the armored trolls were undoubtedly very powerful. They could easily corrode other races and seize their talent ability. However, the price was that they could not develop any rationality. Their intelligence came from the human brain. They usually ate the muscles and internal organs of other creatures except the brain. All the intelligent armored trolls did not dare to touch it. This was because eating the brains of other species would quickly make their brains wither and become stupid and slow. Only by consuming nourishment again could they recover. Zhang Li had even thought of disguising the brains of animals as food for them to use, thus weakening this race. However, the armored trolls had a strong sense of smell. Zhang Li did not find an effective way to disguise them for the time being. When this creature encountered an Azura world creature that represented madness and disorder, it finally exposed its irrepressible weakness. When Zhang Li first saw the armored troll, he even let his servants dissect the corpses in a vain attempt to find the flaws of their race. At that time, he had gained almost nothing and only felt deep pressure. Later on, they discovered the sacrificial flower on the enemy island. It was not easy to mass-produce that thing, and it was not an artifact. It was only suitable for the strong to deal with the weak. It was still quite difficult to rely on those flowers to defeat the strong. He did not expect to suddenly discover a turning point today. The blood of madness in the Azura world could have such a miraculous effect on armored troll nobles. What about ordinary armored trolls with less stability? Originally, Zhang Li did not want Fran to be distracted. He only wanted her to focus on cultivating the armored trolls. Now, it seemed that he had to support it greatly. In the yin burial coffin, Zhang Li fell into the joy of becoming stronger by killing monsters. Due to the fact that there were fewer spatial cracks, his efficiency in farming monsters was far inferior to before. In order to obtain the next stage of the merit blessing status, the accumulation of merit would be several times greater. He would probably have to be in seclusion for a long time. 1,000 miles away, in a new prosperous Zhonghong in near Phoenix Sun City. The chubby Yanhong was directing a few workers ranging from the Qi refinement realm to the core formation realm. He tidied the counter and checked the warehouse. Although Yanhong's cultivation was low, he still had quite a bit of authority as Zhang Li's good friend. Zhang Li had sent a few parasitized cultivators to him. Now, Yanhong was starting to develop prosperous Zhonghong's business near Phoenix Sun City. However, before it could open, this small inn that targeted low-level demon beasts welcomed a guest. It was a benevolent old man. He shook a horsetail whisk in his hand and stepped into the store. His eyes swept across the busy people in the inn, and there was no change in his wrinkled face. "Senior, what can I do for you? My small store has yet to open. My employees have not been trained well. If you want to drink tea, please come back another day." Yan Hong saw a stranger enter the store and went forward to greet him skillfully. He was also feeling a little strange. The prosperous Zhonghong Inn had a special symbol on its signboard. Ordinary people should know that this was an inn that served demons with a glance. Could it be that this old deist was actually a demon that had taken form? "Is the head manager of your inn the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance?" The old deist's sudden question stunned Yan Hong. This was not new in the Great Mountain region, but near the eastern region's Phoenix Sun City, their Great Mountain Alliance was not famous. After hesitating for a moment, Yan Hong nodded. "That's good, your inn has a pawn shop to collect treasures. Look at how many spirit stones this thing is worth." The old deist sized up Yan Hong before taking out a brocade box and opening it to reveal the treasure inside. Chapter 345, Longevity Peach Banquet. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Yan Hong was a little confused when he saw the item in the box. Although he had been involved in the market all year round and could be considered experienced and knowledgeable, he really had no chance to see true good things with his standards. He did not know how valuable this thing was or what its use was. However, the pupils of the other parasitized cultivators in the prosperous Zhonghong Inn constricted. Someone took out a communication spirit stone and immediately wanted to send the news out. Someone rushed forward and pulled Yan Hong away. However, the benevolent-looking old deist only swept the horsetail whisk in his hand, and after a ray of light, the inn returned to calm. Recently, there had been several instances where the spiritual root seeds had suddenly disappeared. Parasitized cultivators of the Nine Netherwood were one of Zhang Li's greatest secrets. This strange situation naturally attracted his attention. However, the Nine Nether clones' reaction to the spiritual root seed was only limited to direction and strength. It could not locate the exact location very precisely, nor could they communicate remotely. As a result, Zhang Li was unable to determine what had happened immediately. He used the communication spirit stone to ask each of the strongholds, but there was no problem when they replied. He had already arranged for the hidden rock cultivators to investigate, but there was no result for the time being. He could only guess that there might have been some losses when capturing humanoid creatures. While Zhang Li was in seclusion, an invitation with peach blossom markings caused a commotion in the cultivation world of the eastern region. Exquisite invitations were sent to the hands of many sects in the eastern region and even those famous and powerful cultivators in the cultivation world. It was said that the Grand Longevity Peach Banquet held once every 9 years in the Peach Forest's Mu family was currently in the midst of preparation. The Mu family's 10-mile peach blossom forest blossomed every 3 years, produced every 3 years, and matured every 3 years. Every longevity peach had the effect of healing injuries and illnesses, extending one's lifespan, increasing cultivation level, and raising aptitude. Although it was not as good as the few they had auctioned earlier, it was indeed an ordinary and rare top-grade spiritual fruit. An invitation at the very least represented a 9-year-old longevity peach. If that was all, a banquet would not have caused such a commotion. To sects and forces, a 9-year longevity peach was nothing. However, other than that, there were also 1,200 unnamed peach blossom invitations that were deliberately spread among the rogue cultivators. Obtaining an invitation not only meant a longevity peach for free to extend their lifespan by 9 years, but their cultivation would also rise greatly. If they could perform well at the longevity peach banquet and win, they would have a chance to obtain a higher level longevity peach, or be chosen by the Mu family and change their fate. Rogue cultivators liked to join in the fun to begin with. To most rogue cultivators, this kind of opportunity was an irresistible temptation. Just thinking about the price of the longevity peach at the auction, one could tell how much the Mu family had invested. Ordinary forces would definitely hold such a good thing in their hands. However, the Mu family of the Peach Forest was different. They would convene such a meeting every 9 years. This was also an important reason why they could survive in the eastern region for so many years. The stronger a cultivator was, the harder it was to reproduce. How many descendants could the Mu family produce with just their direct descendants? A large portion of the reason why they could have their current faction was because of their vassals and relatives. Apart from those old and famous cultivators who had exhausted their lifespans and begged them, they also held such a meeting every 9 years and used this method to gather some young talents in the cultivation world. At the same time, they could form a good relationship with some unfamiliar sects. There was no need to mention those large sects. To the rogue cultivators, the first stage was to obtain a peach blossom invitation. Of course, although the Great Mountain Alliance did not have much status yet, they had accumulated 810,000 merit points in just a few months. Among the many forces that had yet to join the Divine Judgment Hall, this was already quite high level and was considered a potential stock. It was naturally very normal to send an additional invitation to such a faction. As the alliance leader, this invitation card was finally in his hands. In the beginning, Zhongli originally did not want to go. After all, his cultivation method countered the Mu family of the Peach Forest, and it might cause some conflict. However, the peach blossom in the invitation attracted his interest. It was different from the peachwood worship back then. This smell and aura was definitely not ordinary peach tree spirit. After handing this peach blossom to the 9 Nether clone, his feeling was even clearer than Zhongli. It was the smell of mortal enemies and prey. The Mu family's patriarch was so enthusiastic about chasing after the 9 Nether wood. Zhongli did not believe that it was only hatred. The other party must have obtained some shocking benefits from the 9 Nether wood to act like this. This situation was the same for him. As the spiritual root branch of the 9 Nether wood, no matter what, he was still at the top of the food chain. Even if they were mortal enemies, they should hunt each other. Now, Zhongli's golden core was mixed with half of the chaotic power of the Azura world, and the aura characteristics of the 9 Nether Dao scriptures' spiritual chi had completely changed. Even the 9 Nether clone was unable to distinguish the aura of Zhongli's cultivation method, let alone the others. Thus, Zhongli gained the advantage of having his hidden enemy in the open. At this moment, he took the opportunity to make a trip to the Peach Forest. Zhongli really wanted to see exactly who that Mu family's ancestor was. Zhongli could only leave a 9 Netherwood realm in the coffin and divert a portion of his mind to control it to continue killing the monsters. He temporarily came out of the coffin and rode the flying ship towards the pink peach forest. In a dark swamp, a smelly purple poisonous fog filled the air above. A tragic battle had just happened here. Hundreds of bleeding corpses were lying in the mud, attracting a large number of rotting crocodiles and greedy crows to share this banquet. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the pile of corpses. In his hand was a pure white peach blossom invitation. In a bloody fighting arena, on the venue covered in blood, the roaring slave warriors fought with their bare hands. Every punch was fatal. All the fighters here were skilled in killing. In the end, all the enemies fell. A strong young man with a face covered in blood and a determined expression stood at the end, winning an invitation for his master. In a dark casino, after a group of cultivators were pasted with talisman papers that sealed their spiritual chi, they threw themselves on the gambling table with red faces and stared at the only invitation left for the winner. They gambled their wealth and future, wanting to make a fortune. In a flying ship with red lights, there were orioles and swallows singing and dancing. A group of young cultivators dressed as refined Confucian scholars spent a lot of money and recited poetry for the number 1 courtesan. Finally, an elegant young master stood out among all the guests and won the Knight of the Courtesan Bell. After a night of interaction, the courtesan bell flew away, leaving only an invitation letter with the fragrance of peach blossoms beside the pillow. In the eastern region, 1,200 anonymous invitations were distributed in various ways. Among the winners, some were wild with joy, some were smug, some smiled lightly, and some were disdainful. 10 days later, Zhongli stood on the deck of the Great Mountain Alliance's flying ship and looked at the gorgeous pink peach blossoms in the distance. The location of the Mu family of the peach forest was very good. It was a place where the earth vein was rich in spiritual qi. The climate was even warmer and moist, and the 4 seasons were like spring. It was said that the peach blossoms here would never wither and would always be like this. Although it was called a 10-mile peach blossom forest, this peach blossom forest stretched for at least 50 miles. However, the center 10 miles was filled with precious longevity peach spiritual fruits, so it was still called the 10-mile peach blossom forest. Alliance leader Zhang, Kaihua, the Mu family is ahead. Standing beside Zhongli were Shu Mountain's elder Mu and Shenshan Kaihua. As members of the Mu family, they had also received 2 invitations. Although they did not know Elder Mu's past experiences, from the performance of Mu Junyang and Mu Chunkong, their attitude could be considered respectful. Elder Mu still had some ties with the family. After all, she was the biological descendant of the Mu family. How could she break off? Since the main family had invited them, Mu Chunkong could be considered to have helped a little in finding Shenshan Kaihua, so it was not good for them to refuse, so they simply accompanied Zhongli. The flying ship landed in a large manner on the outside. In this spaceport, there were already gorgeous flying ships parked in rows. Even if all the flying ships in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region were combined, they might not be able to reach this number. With the Mu family's connections, and coming here to eat a spiritual fruit banquet for nothing, very few forces would not give them respect. The 3 of them disembarked. There were already many sects and forces below. Sitting in the picturesque peach forest manor, many representatives of the sects and factions sat under the peach trees. They could also take this opportunity to make a delightful transaction. I haven't been back in a long time. Elder Mu sighed when she returned to her hometown. This place is similar to our small courtyard. Shenshan Kaihua was also a little surprised. The courtyard she had grown up in was just like this place. It was filled with peach blossoms. Over there seems to be something. Looking at the surrounding peach forest, Shenshan Kaihua suddenly covered her head and looked into the depths of the peach forest in confusion. Ever since she awakened a special ability last time, Shenshan Kaihua could always sense something from time to time. It was precisely because of this ability that she had felt the hatred of the hundreds of children on the flying ship that was traveling in the sky. In the 10-mile peach blossom forest, Shenshan Kaihua clearly sensed something special. However, her mother, Elder Mu, was a little secretive about the talent that Kaihua had awakened and was unwilling to talk about it in detail. As a result, they still did not know the exact function of this talent. However, Shenshan Kaihua's high-grade water and fire spiritual root had actually become a top-grade dual attribute spiritual root after awakening. For a supplementary effect to have such a miraculous transformation, it could be seen that this ability was not ordinary. Alliance leader Zhang, long time no see. How have you been? Not far away, a voice sounded. Zhang Li looked over and greeted one of their few business partners in the eastern region, Shopkeeper Zhang of the Medicine King Pavilion. Shopkeeper Zhang, long time no see. In the cooperation of the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm in the Misty Mountain Range, the 2 sides cooperated very happily and established some friendship. The Medicine King Pavilion's merit points had long reached more than 900,000. Moreover, it was a sect that could produce medicine, so it naturally received the Mu family's invitation. In such an occasion where sects gathered, it did not seem too awkward for 1 or 2 familiar faces to speak to each other. They found a stone table under the peach tree and sat around it, tasting the unique peach blossom brew of the Mu family. Not long after, there was a commotion ahead. Many representatives stood up or walked out of the courtyard. They surrounded the 2 sides of the forest path and stopped to watch. Young Master Chunyeo. I've long heard of the Mu family's eldest young master's reputation as a genius. Now that I see it, he's indeed peerless. Yes, yes, yes. In our eastern region's cultivation world, young Master Chunyeo is definitely the number one. From the rising and falling compliments, it could be seen that this person was of high status. Alliance leader Zhang, that person is the eldest young master of the Mu family, Mu Chunyeo. It's said that this child is extremely valued in the clan. He's less than 40 years old and his cultivation has already reached the nascent soul realm. With such a cultivation, countless old fellows are ashamed. Shopkeeper Zhang knew that Zhang Li knew very little about the eastern region and took the initiative to explain from beside him. The age of cultivators could not be measured like ordinary people. Ordinary golden core cultivators could live for 500 years without illness or calamity, let alone nascent soul cultivators who could establish sects in many places. 40 years old was indeed ridiculously young. As they spoke, they realized that something was amiss. Looking at the direction where the crowd separated, why did Mu Chunyeo look like he was coming towards them? Sure enough, a few breaths later, a tall young man stood before Zhang Li and the others. "Greetings, Aunt." Mu Chunyeo stepped forward and bowed gently, causing the surrounding sect cultivators to be surprised. He did not expect that there was a person of high status from the Mu family here. Wasn't Mu Chunyeo's aunt the sister or sister of the current head of the Mu family? That status was incredible. Everyone else was thinking about the relationship and situation between Elder Mu and the Mu family. Mu Chunyeo then placed his gaze on Shen Shan Kaihua. "This must be cousin Kaihua. This is the first time we met. This is my gift to you." He actually used Zhang Li's method from back then to give gifts as soon as he arrived. It was a pure wooden hairpin. As soon as he took it out, everyone could sense the dense vitality and surging spiritual qi hidden within. Clearly, this was an accessory-type artifact of high quality. "Miss Kaihua, quickly accept it. This is made from a precious tree bestowed by the ancestor to young Master Chun Kong. He specially forged this brilliant hairpin for you. It's very precious." A maidservant behind Mu Chunyeo spoke and began to praise her master, but she clearly treated them as country bumpkins. It was just a profound rank artifact. Zhang Li did not think much of it now. How could the little princess of the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak, the Shen Shan clan, lack such a thing? If he wanted to put on a show, he could casually give an earth rank artifact to Zhang Li. That would be impressive. Otherwise, why bother to come and act like a nice guy? I can't take a reward without merit. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Mu. Shen Shan Kaihua directly rejected it, and then she took 2 steps back and stood behind Zhang Li. "What cousin?" Sorry, she did not recognize him at all. At this moment, Mu Chunyeo seemed to have finally seen Zhang Li, who was standing at the side, and he sized him up without saying anything. "Cousin Kaihua is quite shy. Aunt, I hope you will accept this hairpin on her behalf. In addition, Aunt, you've been away from home for a long time. Father misses you very much. Aunt, come in and have a chat." Chapter 346, Beast Frenzy Sect. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Yeah, it's been quite a few years. It could be seen from her expression that Elder Mu was slightly hesitant, but she still agreed for some reason. Elder Mu turned to look at Zhang Li and the other two. "Kaihua, stay with Alliance Leader Zhang. I will go meet my old friends." Mu Chunyeo originally wanted to bring Shen Shan Kaihua in, but hearing what Elder Mu said, he did not insist. Previously, on the way here, she had instructed Shen Shan Kaihua to interact less with the Mu family. He did not know how much she had considered it. Mu Chunyeo looked at Zhang Li, who was so familiar with the two of them, and felt a little curious. It was said that an alliance was established in the Great Mountain region. No one would have thought that the person who became the alliance leader was actually such a young man. Alliance leader Zhang of the Great Mountain Alliance is indeed young and promising. The banquet has yet to begin. Brother Zhang can enter the inner circle with cousin Kaihua. The young people of the various sects in the eastern region are all there. If you get to know them, you can have more friends in the future. You can also participate in the small games inside. The rewards are not bad. After he smiled and finished speaking, he walked into the depths of the peach forest with Elder Mu. Only 2 peach blossom pins were left. According to Mu Chunyeo, by putting this peach blossom on his collar and sleeve, he could enter the higher circle of the social gathering. Those who could gather there were basically all cultivators from the Divine Judgment Hall's member factions. Their statuses were completely different from the people outside. At the very least, the people inside would not be so flattering to a young master of the Mu family. As the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, it was his duty to build a good relationship with the other sects. After bidding farewell to the Medicine King Pavilion's shopkeeper Zhang, he placed the 2 peach blossoms on his collar and sleeve. A moment later, the scene in front of their eyes slowly changed. In the chaotic and dense peach blossom forest ahead, a small path that led to an unknown place appeared. This peach blossom forest was originally enveloped by brilliant array formations and illusions. Only with these tokens could one see more things. Zhang Li's gaze focused slightly. Although he had not deliberately observed it previously, he did not discover this array formation. It could be seen that the person who set up the array was very skilled. The Mu family had been running this place for thousands of years. Their heritage was so deep that ordinary sects could not compare to them. No one in the Great Mountain region could achieve this level of array formation. Let's go in and take a look. To a genius array master, the joy of challenging the array was infinite. Stepping onto the winding path, everything inside was pink. It had to be said that the scenery in this array formation was quite good. It was probably not a problem to evaluate it as a superb scenic area. When she was alone with Zhang Li in this charming and gentle environment, Shen Shan Kaihua's face flushed red once more. It was unknown if it was because of the peach blossoms or because she had recalled something shameful. However, Alliance leader Zhang did not pay attention to what the young lady was thinking. As a new formation master, Zhang Li placed all his attention on the surrounding grass and trees. On the surface, nothing could be seen. Every tree looked the same. If one stared at them for too long, not to mention seeing the pattern, it was not strange for them to show signs of dizziness and vomiting. In fact, Zhang Li could even sense that this array formation was alive. The nodes of the array formation beneath the ground seemed to be moving at any moment. Even if the array master found the rules of the array formation, it would not be long before the entire array formation changed completely, causing everything to fail. Many array masters had challenged this place before. There were very few people who could crack it. This was an array formation built with spiritual plant creatures as the foundation. It was indeed profound. However, there was also a layer of illusion on the surface of this array formation. This was not something he was good at. Zhang Li quietly reached into the coffin. The female ghost, Qin Shuman, followed his hand and entered his body. With Qin Shuman's help, the blurry peach blossom illusion immediately dissipated, and everything in front of him became even more vivid. Moreover, Zhang Li's method of breaking the array was different from others. He did not need to find the knots and rules of the array formation. He only needed to keep an eye on the earth vein that the array formation relied on. Zhang Li could even rely on his talent to directly change the earth vein. At that time, no matter how exquisite the array formation was, it would be useless. At this moment, on a high pavilion not far away, a group of young men were bragging together and pointing at the world. Some said that they had just obtained a powerful divine weapon. Some said that they had heroically slaughtered a few powerful demons. Some said that the daughter of a small family had thrown herself at him. They were a group of second-generation sect heirs who were familiar with the Mu family. Just playing together was a way for many sects to maintain their relationship. Ignoring everything else, the cultivation and aura on each of their bodies were not weak. The weakest was at least at the core formation realm. Under the circumstances of being of the same age, there were indeed not many young people in the great mountain region who could compare to them. Even Chu Yongxuan's cultivation could only be considered ordinary among them. A group of people was currently surrounding a chessboard, watching the match between two of them. If the chess pieces on the chessboard on the table moved, the enlarged chessboard under the pavilion would also change. However, in the enlarged version of the chessboard, the chess pieces were not chess pieces, but had been changed to their respective demon beast spiritual pets. When the chess pieces collided, the demon beasts in the same compartment would fight each other. The winner would stay. In such a game, the key was no longer skill or wisdom, but the quality of the chess piece. If one had a high-quality chess piece, one could even take down all 16 pieces on the other side. This kind of competition was more in line with the interests of these second-generation heirs. At this moment, on the field were 16 huge silver-white bears that were as big as elephants. On the other side, there were only 2 golden leopards left holding on bitterly. After 2 more rounds, they could only helplessly lose. The beast frenzy sex beast taming standards were indeed outstanding. They also had the advantage in this kind of chess game. After the match ended, everyone congratulated the burly cultivator. They were just about to start another round when a disc array not far from them suddenly reacted. Everyone became interested. Oh! Someone's here again. Young Master Chun Kong, who is it this time? Accompanying them in the tall pavilion was Mu Chun Kong, who Zhang Li had seen before. This person had obtained the news and made a trip to the mother river of the great mountain region. Although he had observed a bit of the aura of the 9 nether wood, it was indeed as Zhang Li had said. It was a little long, and he found nothing after searching around. It was also time for the 9-year longevity peach banquet to begin, so he rushed back first. However, there was still no news of his younger brother, Mu Junyang, so the family became a little suspicious. They suspected that something might really have happened to them. Let me see. Mu Chung Kong's finger brushed past a token on his waist before pointing at the array disc. An image of the peach blossom maze appeared on the array disc. Dressed in the embroidered robe of the great mountain region, a man and woman in the uniform of the Shu mountain disciples were shuttling through the peach blossom forest. Mu Chun Kong, who had just met Zhang Li not long ago, naturally recognized him with a single glance. It's them. Who are they? I don't think I've seen them among the younger generation. However, that female cultivator is quite beautiful. Young Master Chun Kong, why don't you introduce her to us? The others were a little puzzled. The eastern region was neither big nor small. They had more or less met once in their circle. Occasionally, there would be new people who would be recommended. They had never heard of these 2 people. They're not famous people. They come from a small faction in a remote area. It's natural that you don't recognize them. That female cultivator is related to our family. She's my cousin. The others understood clearly, and they had some thoughts towards the sweet-looking Shen Shan Kaihua. As for Zhang Li, they more or less looked down on him. I see. I heard the cultivators in small places are not very capable. How long do you think they will take to walk here? I think it'll take at least 10 hours. Judging from that person's appearance, he probably hasn't seen such a maze before. Even if they have the peach blossom pin, seeing through the 9 palace transformation of the peach blossom formation is also their limit. If they can't even get past this, they should stay there. Haha, young Master Cheng is right. Not everyone can befriend us. Some of these people thought of themselves as extraordinary, and only a few stood at the side and did not speak. Some people looked at Zhang Li's face with a spurious smile, and it was unknown what they were thinking in their minds. Wait, is he looking at us? While everyone was chatting and laughing, one of the female cultivators noticed that Zhang Li suddenly raised his head in the scene, and the direction his gaze shot towards seemed to be towards them. Zhang Li made 2 hand seals, and a peach blossom tree not far away trembled twice before the scene on the disc array suddenly vanished. The entire array disc began to beat uncontrollably. Mu Chunkong was shocked. He had never seen such a situation. After a few breaths, the peach blossom array trembled in front of the second-generation cultivators. The lush peach blossoms separated to the sides, turning from the curved nine-palace windy path to a straight path. At a glance, at the end of the peach blossom path were Zhongli and Shen Shan Kaihua, who they had just seen through the formation. The group of young people looked at each other. What was going on? That person actually found the flaw in the peach forest's array formation and easily broke it. He even took over the control. The level of the Mu family's peach blossom array was not ordinary. Although there were guests visiting now and the strength of the outer array formation was specially reduced, it was a little exaggerated to do this. With such incredible array formation attainment, could it be that this other party was really from a small faction in a remote area? Mu Chunkong grabbed the token in his hand and poked and tapped at the disc array. However, the peach blossom forest array in front of him seemed to be stuck and did not react at all. His actions looked a little stupid now. Following this path that appeared, Zhongli and Shen Shan Kaihua easily walked into the pavilion. After that, they waved their hands and the peach blossom formation and disc array returned to their original state. Alliance leader Zhongli. What great methods! Even with the core disc array in his hand, he had actually failed to stop Zhongli. This made Mu Chunkong feel very embarrassed. The expressions of the other second-generation disciples were not much better. They had just passed through the Nine Palaces formation and had spent a lot of effort. Obviously, there was an insurmountable gap between them and Zhongli in the Dao of formations. Isn't this young Master Chunkong? Thank you for your help earlier, but I haven't thanked you. It's our fault for being rude. Please visit the Great Mountain Alliance next time. Everyone, I'm Zhongli from the Great Mountain Alliance. Zhongli first greeted Mu Chunkong politely, then cupped his hands towards everyone as a form of greeting. Most of the people present only nodded as they pondered about the stranger, Zhongli. However, one of them, a man who was obviously taller than ordinary people and had a silver bearskin on his tall and burly body, gave him an unfriendly gaze. You're from the Great Mountain Alliance? Humph, consider yourself unlucky to have encountered me here. Do you have the guts to fight me? We can determine the winner and the loser, but we can also have a fight to the death. That person walked out of the crowd and smiled cruelly, revealing a mouth full of bloodthirsty fangs. Duel? Who are you? Zhongli was stunned. This person did not seem to know him previously. Why did they suddenly want to fight him when they heard that he was a cultivator of the Great Mountain Alliance? Humph. I'm Barasa from the Beast Frenzy sect. You don't know me, but the matters of the Iron Wolf sect are the matters of my Beast Frenzy sect. The Great Mountain Alliance snatched our food. Do you think there's no need to pay the price? Zhongli slapped his forehead and recalled that he had once secretly tricked the Iron Wolf sect in the matter of Ink sect. Later on, when the Divine Judgment Hall transferred the merit points, due to the immoral actions of a certain vicious staff who secretly informed the Iron Wolf sect, even their 630,000 merit points were almost snatched away. Although their identity was not exposed at the beginning, after the merit points were transferred, it could not be hidden from anyone no matter what. In fact, if not for the fact that the Iron Wolf sect had lost too many people in the previous 1000 Sieve Earth Treasury, they would have long come to find trouble with the Great Mountain Alliance. As for the Beast Frenzy sect and the Iron Wolf sect, they could be said to be related by blood and had an extremely good relationship. This Barasa should be a disciple of the Silver Bear lineage in the Beast faction. Since they had met today, it was obvious that they could not reconcile. Barasa. This is our Mu family's peach forest. No one can kill anyone here. When he saw that the robust man intended to kill, Mu Chunkong hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. It was not that he wanted to protect Zhongli, but the dignity of the Mu family could not be challenged by outsiders. Barasa glanced at Mu Chunkong. He was not crazy enough to provoke the Mu family for such a thing. However, he clearly did not plan to let it go. Tisk, if it conforms to the rules, he can only blame himself for being incompetent if he dies. That kid surnamed Zhang, do you dare to have a life and death game with me? The burly Barasa stared at Zhang Li, and his finger that was as thick as a radish pointed at the large chessboard outside the tall pavilion. On it, 16 silver bears that were dyed in blood were roaring excitedly. Obviously, the battle just now was not enough to satisfy them. The so-called life and death chess was when the player himself entered the board as a chess piece. All the rules did not change. Life and death were determined by fate, and wealth was determined by heaven. This beast battle chess game was arranged by the Mu family to begin with. If that was the case, then Mu Chunkong would no longer object and only speak to Zhang Li. You can choose to refuse. He can't attack you in the Mu family. These words were meant for Zhang Li and Barasa. They could not kill in the Mu family, but they could do so outside. Zhang Li felt a little helpless as he looked at the burly man with brilliant killing intent. For insects merit points, such conflicts were unavoidable. If he killed this guy, he would probably get himself into more trouble. How troublesome! However, there was no other choice. Stealing benefits was something that sex had to experience when developing. Some wars had to be fought. One huge fight could deter 100 enemies. Chapter 347, Longevity Peach Yang Fruit. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, then I can't decline. However, are you really betting your life? Zhang Li's expression did not reveal the fearful expression they expected. Instead, he smiled as if he was watching a child's farce. You bumpkin, if you're afraid, kneel on the ground and kowtow 3 times before returning all your merit points to the Iron Wolf sect. It's not like I can't spare your life. It was obvious that he had Zhang Li in his grasp. It seems there's no point in saying anything. Please. These second-generation disciples of the cultivation world of the eastern region were all arrogant fellows. Some of them could barely maintain their manners because of their childhood education, but some were incorrigible. Kaihua, wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Zhang Li flipped his palm, and a bracelet with a golden net tattoo appeared in his hand. He placed it on Shen Shan Kaihua's wrist. This thing could protect Kaihua when he left. After that, Zhang Li turned around and leaped down from the tall pavilion, and his figure floated down to the main seat on the chessboard. Barasa, who was opposite him, quickly took his place and looked at Zhang Li with a teasing gaze. Ignorant fellow, how dare you call yourself the alliance leader? It seems that you don't know the power of our beast frenzy sect at all. I'll let you attack first. Summon your pet and let me see what rare beasts people from small places can have. Barasa had just won a round with the intention of crushing his opponent. On his side of the chessboard, 16 blood-stained silver giant bears had yet to recover and were staring fixedly at Zhang Li with cruel gazes. On the other side, Zhang Li shook his sleeve, and a small red snake that was thick like a thumb crawled out from his sleeve and landed on a small compartment in front of him. Ha! What's this? Only a snake? What's the use of such a thing? You're indeed from a small. Before he could finish saying the word small place, a red light crossed the field and swallowed a silver bear in the straight line. The small snake that was originally as thick as a thumb turned into a 100-meter-long python in the blink of an eye. The abdomen of the huge snake swelled into a ball. Then, in a few breaths, the abdomen of the air quickly returned to flatness like a deflated ball. An elephant-sized demon core realm silver bear was actually digested completely just like that, not even bones left. Barasa's expression finally changed. This was a terrifying demon equivalent to a human nascent soul. No wonder. Is this where your confidence lie? You want to defeat me with just a snake demon? Don't be too arrogant. Beast blood burst technique. Barasa was a very dramatic person. He roared and took out a curved saber, cutting a hole in his wrist. The blood that gushed out turned into a dark red light that scattered towards the remaining 15 war bears. That was the unique spell of the Beast Frenzy sect. It could overdraw one's life to allow the war beasts to erupt with twice the combat strength in a short period of time. When the red light of the spell shone on them, the bodies of the 15 giant bears swelled up again. Their silver-white fur stood up like steel needles. From the roots to the tip, they were all dyed a violent red. Under Baras's control, a war bear charged at the red snake lady without fear of death. However, what greeted it was a perfect snake kiss. Be it before or after going berserk, these Demon Core Realm battle bears were all swallowed by the red snake lady. The rules of this beast chess were not as complicated as the mortal chessboard. Every beast chess piece could move in a straight line and diagonal line. After colliding, they would continue to fight until one side was completely defeated. The huge snake's appetite was not small. After eating the two bears, it still did not feel full. Zhang Li commanded it to continuously charge at the chessboard. Every time it moved, it would definitely eat one of the other party's chess pieces. Seeing that he was about to lose, Baras's face was filled with anger, but he did not admit defeat or beg for mercy. Perhaps because he had said too many harsh words previously, it was not easy to resolve this now. In just a few steps, there were only 5 silver bears left on the board. However, with the intention of sacrificing his war bear, he still led the snake lady to the edge of the chessboard. At this moment, on the empty chessboard, there was no longer any chess piece between him and Zhang Li. He smiled sinisterly, took out a horn from his bosom, and began to cheat on the spot. After blowing the horn, he summoned another huge silver bear 3 times the size of other war bears. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? There's an array formation restriction on this chessboard. Outside of the round, your snake can't save you now. Big bear, eat him. The aura of this bear was inferior to the red snake lady, but it had clearly reached the level of a nascent soul cultivator. Zhang Li revealed a surprised expression towards this. He was not surprised that the other party could produce a battle bear of this level. To these large sects with deep foundations, it was not difficult to produce a great demon. What surprised Zhang Li was that such a person who seemed to be brainless actually knew how to act weak. On the spectator stand, Shen Shan Kaihua nervously grabbed the fence. She knew that Zhang Li's strength was extraordinary. However, Zhang Li's cultivation had only reached the foundation establishment realm not long ago. Even if he broke through now, logically speaking, it was only a void core. The red snake lady had been lured away. Now that he had to face such a terrifying beast, it was no wonder that Shen Shan Kaihua was nervous. However, other than her, the others all looked like they were watching a show. This so-called Great Mountain Alliance gave him quite a good treatment. They even arranged for a snake demon to protect him. However, this person was too careless. He's definitely going to lose. Young Master Chun Kong, if you don't stop them, that alliance leader will be eaten. Since he participated in the game, there's nothing to regret. Moreover, he didn't beg for mercy, right? A group of young masters teased from the spectator stand, looking at Zhang Li who was covered by the shadow of the giant bear with interest. Even if it was them, they would not be easy to deal with such a scene now, let alone this Zhang Li who seemed to be younger than them and was unknown. The speed of the great demon silver bear was extremely swift, and it pounced towards Zhang Li with the momentum of pushing a mountain back. The fat and heavy claw was even larger than his entire body. Carrying the momentum of the giant bear's collision and the powerful and domineering earth attribute spiritual qi, this bear palm could create a giant chasm on the spot. However, Zhang Li stood on the spot as if he was stunned. All he did was to raise a hand to block the huge claw. It was like an ant colliding with an elephant. It looked funny and ridiculous. However, when the two sides collided, time seemed to have suddenly stopped. The claw that carried extreme might suddenly stopped in midair. The arm Zhang Li raised did not even bend, and the ground beneath his feet did not show any signs of cracking. The enormous force was actually easily dispersed by Zhang Li. I heard that the silver bear palm of the myriad beast plains is the best in the world. Looks like I'm in for a treat today. Zhang Li flipped his hand and grabbed one of the giant bear's claws. He gently swung it up and spun it around before ruthlessly smashing it to the side. The fat on the silver bear great demon shook crazily under this impact. There was only a dumbfounded expression in its originally bloodthirsty eyes. The bear, whose entire body was in pieces, could not get up from the ground for a moment. Then, a fist enlarged in its eyes. A ball of blood splattered. After the bear's body stiffened, it completely stopped breathing. It was unknown if it was alive or dead. What? Is this your trump card? Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. I might spare your life. Shaking the bear blood on his arm, Zhang Li returned the other party's words in his face. Even if Barasa originally wanted to surrender, he did not have the face to say it now. On the high pavilion, the group of second-generation sect disciples were also in disbelief. The gap between the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm was like the chasm of divine punishment. How could it be crossed so easily? Even in the flourishing cultivation world of the eastern region of the Azure Cloud continent, there were no more than 5 people who were able to surmount a gap of such a large realm and defeat the strong as the weak. Due to their noble status, they could withstand the attacks of nascent soul cultivators for a period of time with the protective artifacts given by their elders. However, if one wanted to win in a battle, or even so easily rely on their physical strength, it was definitely impossible to easily resolve it in 2 rounds. The most shocked person was Mu Chun Kong. He had just gone to the Great Mountain region to inquire about information and had heard a little about Zhang Li. If he remembered correctly, this alliance leader Zhang was only 15 years old, right? No, he must have remembered wrongly. Perhaps he was 51 years old, but he looked too young. Zhang Li paid no attention to the surprise of these second-generation disciples. They were only a group of second-generation disciples who had yet to leave the protection of their elders, and they were not worthy of being mentioned. If it was Mu Chunyeo, he would probably not be in the mood to play these games. Since the other party had already attacked, it was his turn. Zhang Li himself stepped forward, as if he had crossed the entire venue with just 1 step and stood in the same compartment as Barasa. Wait! What are you doing? An ordinary hand reached out and grabbed the other party's neck. Right when his palm was about to touch it, a solid layer of the bear soul barrier moved out in an attempt to stop Zhang Li's palm. However, a layer of purple-red light appeared on Zhang Li's hand. After the protective artifact refined from a high-level beast soul came into contact with Zhang Li's special spiritual qi, it immediately began to tremble violently. In a moment, it shattered like a soap bubble. Zhang Li reached out and grabbed the other party's neck. Then, he casually threw it at the huge red snake not far away. Red snake, eat him! Barasa drew an arc in the air. The red snake also opened its mouth at the right time and aimed at the food that was thrown at it. Wait, you can't kill him. Just as Barasa was about to fall into the snake's mouth, another figure darted out from the tall pavilion and turned into a bronze tiger phantom in midair, about to cross the chessboard array and catch him. Zhang Li did not scold them for being unfair or treating them differently when he saw this. This was normal. The Beast Frenzy sect was formed by the combined forces of the Bronze Tiger, Silver Bear, and Golden Lion. Naturally, they were united. Zhang Li was new here and did not have a deep background. They did not know him at all, so what reason did he have to be fair and just? He was not a child anymore, so Zhang Li knew how to defend himself. With a tap of his foot, a light screen suddenly rose around the chessboard, blocking the Bronze Tiger Phantom outside. Without the Bronze Tiger's obstruction, there was no chance of Barasa surviving. He was swallowed by the Red Snake Lady. Mu Chun Kong, what are you doing? After the Bronze Tiger landed, it transformed into its human form again. It turned around and questioned Mu Chun Kong angrily, thinking that he was deliberately stopping it. It's not me. Mu Chun-kong explained with an ugly expression before looking at Zhang Li with displeasure. Only now did everyone recall the scene from before. Zhang Li had actually silently seized this chess formation. They had not discovered that he could do this in such a short period of time. This person's attainments in array formations were so high that it probably surpassed their imagination. Now, they really did not dare to underestimate Zhang Li anymore. Alliance leader Zhang, right? Your methods are indeed impressive. The bronze tiger cultivator did not finish his words. After saying this, he exchanged glances with Mu Chun-kong before turning around and quickly leaving. Mu Chun-kong shook his head helplessly, and then he took a box from the side and handed it to Zhang Li. This is our Mu family's longevity peach. Consider it Alliance leader Jiang's reward for winning the game. In addition, Alliance leader Zhang must be tired after the battle. Please rest in the other courtyard. Although he spoke nicely, he was actually helping the Beast Frenzy sect keep an eye on Zhang Li so that they could find someone to turn the situation around. However, Zhang Li did not reject this suggestion. After retrieving the red snake lady, he summoned Shen Shan Kaihua and followed Mu Chun-kong into a courtyard. Senior brother Zhang Li, what should we do next? Should I inform mother? With her help, we can definitely leave this place. Shen Shan Kaihua did not reveal it in front of everyone just now, so after the two of them were alone, she immediately became anxious. No matter how strong Zhang Li was, it was impossible for him to defeat the elders of the other party's sect. When the other party brought people back, he would really be unable to escape. She and Elder Mu might be fine, but the Mu family would not protect Zhang Li. He smiled and reassured Shen Shan Kaihua. He even had the mood to brew the peach blossom tea on the table. In just 2 minutes, the door to their courtyard was indeed kicked open from the outside. An old man with hair that exploded like a lion's mane rushed in murderously under the lead of the bronze tiger cultivator. Damn kid! You actually dared to kill my disciple. Quickly come out and die. As soon as he finished speaking, the inner sect had already exploded into pieces on the ground. However, the situation in the hall indeed puzzled this elder. The silver bear disciple, Barasa, was sitting at the table perfectly fine. He was enjoying tea and wine with Zhang Li and Shen Shan Kaihua. They were chatting happily. The elder of the Golden Lion lineage turned around and glared at the disciple who reported the news. This person was not dead at all. Since the two of them became friends after fighting, there was no need to continue pursuing this matter. After the people from the Beast Frenzy sect left, Zhang Li took out the box that contained the longevity peach. The longevity peach inside had already disappeared, leaving only a black leaf. On it was a sentence written in ancient text. The longevity peach yang fruit can conceal the aura of the yin fruit. Chapter 348, Contact Across Space. Zhang Li had discovered this leaf in the box where the Mu family's longevity peach was stored. The breed was very special. Even in the entire cultivation world of the eastern region, not many cultivators had seen it. However, it just so happened that Zhang Li was very familiar with it. It was because this was the leaf of the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the 9 nether wood. As a cultivator of the 9 nether Dao scripture, Zhang Li could guarantee that it was definitely real. To be able to hand this leaf to him meant that the other party was either a puppet planted by another 9 nether branch or the main body was here. Most importantly, the other party probably knew that there was a 9 nether branch behind Zhang Li. Zhang Li originally wanted to find out the situation from the Mu family. However, instead of finding out anything about the Mu family, his situation had already been secretly figured out by someone. If he revealed this information to the Mu family of the Peach Forest, Zhang Li would probably be troubled by a huge problem again. Apart from that, the ancient text written on the leaf also made Zhang Li very concerned. The longevity peach yang fruit can conceal the aura of the yin fruit. The longevity peach yang fruit referred to the Mu family's longevity peach, while the yin fruit referred to the 9 nether earth fruit. Zhang Li had tried earlier, and the other party did not lie to him. After using the 9 nether wood to absorb the longevity peach, he could fuse it into the 9 nether earth fruit or the spiritual root seed. The unique aura of someone parasitized by the spiritual root seed could indeed be perfectly concealed. Even he could not recognize his puppet. The reason why the other party sent this news to him was clearly to use it on the beast frenzy sex Barasa. Originally, Zhongli did not want to use the spiritual root seed in the peach forest. He planned to use the spirit-absorbing monster to control Barasa first. After dealing with the higher UPS of the beast frenzy sect, he would let him find an opportunity to kill him. This was because there was a flaw in doing this. After the brain was eaten by the spirit-absorbing monster, although cultivators could not see anything strange on the surface, this person's essence was already dead. This meant that the soul lamp or life token stored in the beast frenzy sect would be extinguished on the spot. It would not be long before the other party's sect reacted. If they checked the time of his death, Zhongli would easily be exposed. It was not until he looked at the note and tested it that he realized that it was indeed possible. He used the spiritual root seed that had fused with the longevity peach to turn Barasa into one of his own. With his status as the second-generation heir of the sect, perhaps he could not directly resolve the conflict between the Beast Frenzy sect and the Great Mountain Alliance. However, for the time being, it was not a problem to stabilize them. In the future, with him as the springboard, Zhongli could gradually devour the opposing sect. As long as he turned a few important figures in the Beast Frenzy sect into his own, this matter could be resolved without bloodshed. He did not have to worry about the Beast Frenzy sect's incident for the time being. The problem now was that he had to find the hidden 9 nether branch as soon as possible. Could it be Mu Chun Kong? Mu Chun Kong had personally handed this box to him. It was the easiest for him to do something. However, after thinking for a moment, Zhongli shook his head and eliminated this possibility. He had already tried many times on Mu Junyang. Due to the Mu family's special cultivation method, the spiritual root seed could not parasitize them at all. Even if he did it forcefully, the final outcome would only be the parasite dying under the collision of two completely different energies. Although there were some differences between each spiritual root branch, their quality would not change. Since Zhongli could not do it, there was a high chance that the other party could not. It might be the second-generation disciples of other sects in the pavilion. At that time, everyone's attention was on the battle between Zhongli and Barasa. Under such circumstances, it was probably not difficult to secretly put a leaf into the box. He took back the bracelet from Shenshan Kaihua and transformed it into a small version of the golden web python in Zhongli's hand. This was naturally the other great demon python in the myriad snake cave of the Rock Mountain range. Previously, Zhongli had asked it to transform into a bracelet and stay in the high pavilion with Shenshan Kaihua. Apart from protecting Kaihua, he had also asked it to monitor everyone on it. He had to guard against these second-generation heirs from behind the scenes. Unfortunately, the other party was very cautious and did not observe any suspicious figures. Since he could not determine the target directly, Zhongli looked at the leaf again. The only thing that could be confirmed now was that this 9 nether leaf was completely fresh. It should have been plucked less than 2 hours ago. In other words, the thing that had infiltrated the Mu family and was close to Zhongli in the high pavilion was probably the main body of a 9 nether branch. He was really bold and his methods of hiding his aura were really powerful. Zhongli felt a headache coming on. He pulled a few parallel minds together and thought of a solution for a long time. If the other party deliberately hid and wanted to find him directly, it was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. However, there was actually a way to contact the other party first. After explaining to Shenshan Kaihua, Zhongli sat cross-legged on the spot and meditated while his mind had already sunk into the depths of his sea of consciousness. This time, he did not summon the other parallel minds. Instead, he entered the 9 nether clones' consciousness. Compared to Zhongli's main body, the sea of consciousness of the 9 nether clones seemed to be much narrower, and his mental world was even more monotonous and empty. In the gloomy mental world, there was only a huge tree floating in the middle of the world. The surrounding area was only a few thousand feet before they reached the end. Looking out, other than vaguely seeing Zhongli's main consciousness, he could not see anything else. This was different from the scene Zhongli had seen when he used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to obtain the 9 nether branch back then. The consciousness of the ordinary 9 nether branch was actually hanging on the main body of the 9 nether wood. However, after Zhongli seized this branch, he cut off his original connection and hung it on the shore of his consciousness. What he needed to do now was to let this mental space return to its original location. Zhongli focused his mind and activated the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, severing the connection between the two mental worlds. In the next moment, the mental world of the 9 nether branch shook. After leaving Zhongli's main body, it floated for a moment before being attracted by another existence and approaching in an unknown direction. The mental world was illusory and did not have any concept of distance in the conventional sense. Just like the mental connection between him and the Yaksha clone, it could even cross the barrier of a world without being too affected. Not long after, through the edge of his sea of consciousness, Zhongli vaguely saw a huge inverted tree that could reach the sky. Even in the mental world, it was very difficult to observe the other party's complete posture. Indeed, the parallel mind of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra could even deceive this mental body. As long as he took the initiative to get close, he would similarly be accepted by the 9 nether wood. Soon, the consciousness space stabilized. Zhongli looked around. In the other direction of his mental space, he was practically stuck to the mental bubble of another 9 nether branch. The mission of many 9 nether branches was to devour each other to determine the strongest person and return to the nether world to devour their true body to inherit the authority of the spiritual root of heaven and earth. Therefore, they had the instinct to converge from the moment they were born. For example, in this consciousness space, one could determine the distance of the main body through the distance between the mental bubbles. Now, he was almost close to seeing the mental world of another 9 nether branch. This meant that there was really a 9 nether wood that was quite close to him. This should be the one who contacted him, right? With a thought, Zhongli ran to the edge of the mental barrier closest to the two sides. At this moment, the other party also discovered him. In the other party's mental space, a small version of the 9 nether wood spontaneously floated over. The appearance of the tree was that of an immortal in Daoist clothing. What was noteworthy was that behind the statue, the tree bark was not flat, but a shriveled crease. It seemed that there was something growing under the tree bark. However, the thing inside disappeared for some reason. After the tree bark was empty, it wrinkled. Zhongli's mind shook as he recalled the branch in the Mother River. After obtaining the demonic tree heart, he made it into the core of the divine statue clone. As for the remaining half, wasn't it exactly the same as the one in front of him? Wait, if the other party was not blind back then, it would have definitely seen that the ghost lantern cold flame that burned it to near death was released by Zhongli. Could it be that it had come to seek revenge? After understanding the other party's identity, he recalled the situation where parasitized cultivators frequently disappeared from his hidden rock army. Now, it seemed that it was very likely this guy's doing. Back then, the 9 nether wood in the underwater graveyard was almost burned to death by Zhongli's ghost lantern cold flame. After escaping, it received a blessing in disguise. While it was heavily injured, it awakened a special talent similar to the spiritual root seed. It shrunk its body and hid in the bodies of human cultivators. After lying low for a period of time, it had appeared again at an unknown time and did not expose its tracks. Instead, it hid in the range of the Great Mountain region and dug out Zhongli's secrets from behind the scenes. Due to the fact that Zhongli's network was too big, it was inevitable that this fellow would find him. This was really impossible to guard against. After this fellow fled back then, Zhongli had specially taken out the lamps of 10 ghost lantern fish and refined it into a one-time use ghost lantern flame bomb before handing it to the higher UPS of the Great Mountain Alliance. As long as this 9 nether wood dared to appear again, even if he was not present, the Great Mountain Alliance could still use the ghost lantern flame bomb to give it a fatal lesson. Unfortunately, this tree demon became smarter after the incident. In the end, he was the one who was tricked. The two sides stared at each other through the barrier of the mental world. However, the soul could not cross this seemingly small distance. At this moment, a tree root stretched out from the other party. On the tree root was a pitch-black token with the words Great Mountain written on it. At the same time, Zhang Li's chest suddenly emitted a burning sensation. It was his Great Mountain Alliance leader token that had a reaction. With a thought, he held his Alliance leader token. After reading the information, his expression immediately became even uglier. We finally meet again, my clansman. Or rather, I should call you Green Mountain Ascetic. It was the token he had left Yanhong. However, the one who sent the message was clearly the Nine Nether branch that was contacting him from afar. It turned out that even Yanhong had fallen into the other party's hands. Coupled with the hidden rock cultivators that went missing mysterious, it was obvious that all the information they knew was leaked. Fortunately, Zhang Li did not have the habit of telling his subordinates everything. What was passed down were only missions and never the entire plan, so the information leaked was still within his tolerance. Moreover, this Nine Netherwood probably did not think that a human could control its kind. After obtaining the information about the hidden rock cultivators, it roughly guessed the experiences of this fellow clansman. In its understanding, the Nine Nether clone had originally appeared in the cultivation world as Green Mountain Ascetic and intercepted many of its spiritual root seeds. Later on, it found a way to get to know and control the alliance leader of the Great Mountain Alliance, so it left the Great Mountain region with the army and arrived at the main city of the eastern region. It called out the name Green Mountain Ascetic because it wanted Zhang Li to know that it had already obtained all the information and wanted to inflict some mental pressure. Zhang Li did not deny it when he saw the other party misunderstand this, and he only calmly asked the other party through the alliance leader token, "So it's you. Where are my seeds?" The other party had no reservations right now. If Zhang Li did not want to be in a passive spot, he had to pretend that he did not care as well. The word seeds expressed his attitude towards those missing cultivators. "Don't worry, they're in good shape. You snatched away 2,000 seeds from me earlier. Isn't it good to use them to repay me now?" In the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, there were only 2 Nine Nether branches. It naturally had to count the cultivators who had disappeared when it was still in the underwater graveyard as Zhang Li's doing. However, Zhang Li did not intend to admit it at all. "I don't know what you're talking about. However, you're not allowed to touch my territory and my seeds. Return all my seeds. You should know that you're not my match." Zhang Li did not show any anger or even worry, as if he was really just a tree. The other party already had considerable intelligence. If he let the other party feel that he valued those seed cultivators and even Yanhong, he would be severely threatened. Zhang Li put on a stoic expression and even raised his hand to summon a ball of ghastly white ghost lantern fire. He looked as if he was not afraid of him but was determined to win. Seeing the pale white fire, fear and anger clearly flashed across the face of the other party's immortal statue tree. Although the color was already different, it had suffered greatly from this flame back then. Even though Zhang Li's Nine Nether clone was inferior to it, so long as this ball of fire was present, there was no possibility of it winning. Just like that, Zhang Li did not show any signs of being threatened at all. Instead, he started to threaten the other party. This bold move would kill Yanhong if he was not careful. However, the other party's next sentence made Zhang Li heave a sigh of relief. "It's not good for us to fight here. I can return those seeds to you, but you have to help me deal with the immortal peach demon wood." Chapter 349, Divine Possession Girl. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Zhang Li's intentional disguise was very effective. As expected, the other party did not treat him as a human. To the Nine Nether branch, although the spiritual root seed was important, it would definitely not be a threat. Moreover, the status of the human cultivation world was not very important to a tree. Fortunately, he did not expose himself earlier. In that case, Yan Hong and the others' safety was slightly guaranteed. He could also be largely unaffected by the other party. However, the immortal peach demon would? Wait, could he be talking about the Mu family's patriarch? You want to attack that person from the Mu family? Zhang Li deliberately tested him. That's right, it's that old fellow. He has eaten countless of our clansmen in the eastern region over the years. If we let him continue developing, it'll be similarly difficult for us to survive. The other party's words affirmed Zhang Li's guess. In fact, Zhang Li had noticed it since the first time he met Mu Junyang. The other party's Yangwood spiritual qi was completely countered by the Nine Nether spiritual qi. Moreover, the level of his cultivation method was extraordinarily high, and it was probably not inferior to the Nine Nether Dao scripture. The Nine Nether Dao scripture originated from the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the Nine Nether Wood. There were not many Yang would attribute inheritances of the same level as him even in ancient times. It was very likely that the Mu family's cultivation method originated from another Yang would attribute spiritual root of heaven and earth. Thinking about those longevity peaches, if their effects were strengthened by 1,000 times, they would be almost identical to the legendary immortal longevity peach. However, the main body of the Nine Nether Wood had relied on the souls of the 6 paths of reincarnation to survive until now in the Netherworld. The immortality peach tree above the heavenly palace was even more dependent on spiritual qi, so it should not be able to survive until today. In the legends, other than the true form of the immortality peach that no one had seen before, there were 3,600 peach trees in the immortal peach garden. The first 1,200 stalks were small and ripened every 3,000 years. When a person ate them, they would become immortal and achieve the Dao. In the middle, there were 1,200 stalks that ripened every 6,000 years. When a person ate them, they would ascend and become immortal. In the back, there were 1,200 stalks with purple patterned cores that ripened every 9,000 years. When a person ate them, their lifespan would be equivalent to heaven and earth, existing like the sun and moon. Ignoring everything else, just the effects of these people easily achieving longevity and ascending to immortality with lifespan that could last as long as heaven and earth were enticing enough. Right now, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the continent of the 9 provinces could not support the growth of any orthodox immortal peach tree. In ancient times alone, the concentration of spiritual qi in the human world could not compare to the immortal peach garden. Not to mention the current continent of the 9 provinces. Even the small immortal peach that was ripened every 3,000 years would find it difficult to survive in such an environment, let alone produce fruits. Perhaps the peach core of a certain immortal peach tree had fallen into the human world and only grew after countless years. Humph, you know that person's level is far above ours. Even if we work together, we won't be his match. Zhang Li did not question the other party. This 9 nether branch that grew in the underwater graveyard had already cultivated the second tree heart, so it naturally obtained more inheritances from the main body. He could even use the reverse domain of the Bakyan mountain. It was very normal for him to know some secrets that Zhang Li did not know. There's no need for you to do anything. As long as you hand me the divine possession girl that old fellow has been searching for more than 1,000 years, we will naturally have a way to deal with him. The 9 nether wood from the graveyard finally stated its goal. However, Zhang Li did not expect that the other party was not targeting him, but the divine possession girl. As long as you hand that divine possession girl to me, you don't have to interfere with anything else. I can return those seeds to you immediately. After this matter is completed, I can give you half of the immortality peach demon wood's immortality peaches and the 9 nether tree hearts that he hid. The 9 nether wood in the graveyard offered very sincere conditions for this divine possession girl. Divine possession girl. Divine possession girl. The color in Zhang Li's eyes inexplicably changed. He had already guessed who the 9 nether wood was talking about. In addition, it turned out that the Mu family's patriarch had been searching for her. It seemed that the immortal peach demon would had stayed here for 8,000 years and wanted to go out and take a look. Zhang Li did not believe that the other party had no goal after searching for so many years. The divine possession physique was the best material to possess. At the very least, it was good material for an incarnation. The plan of the 9 Netherwood in the underwater graveyard was to tamper with the divine possession girl and personally give her to the Mu family's patriarch to possess. Then, he would give the other party a fatal blow when he was at his weakest. No wonder he was so easygoing in front of Zhang Li. It turned out that this person from the underwater graveyard really felt that the initiative was in Zhang Li's hands. Clearly, Zhang Li would not give him the person he wanted. The divine possession girl is very important. Tell me the plan. If it's feasible, I can cooperate with you. In the courtyard, Zhang Li was sitting cross-legged. Elder Mu, who had left earlier, finally returned. Kaihua, are you all right? Seeing the 2 damaged doors, Elder Mu felt a lingering fear. She grabbed Shen Shan Kaihua and looked left and right. Seeing that they were not injured, she relaxed. She did not expect that they would bump into people from the Beast Frenzy sect. After the Mu family told her the situation, Elder Mu immediately rushed back, but she was still a step late. Fortunately, Zhang Li handled it very well, and nothing happened. Kaihua, eat this. We won't be participating in the longevity peach banquet. A box appeared in Elder Mu's hand. She had also brought back a longevity peach. This longevity peach was larger than the one Zhang Li had obtained earlier, and the flesh was more transparent and round. This was a high-grade longevity peach that ripened every 30 years. Every disciple of the Mu family would obtain such a longevity peach at the beginning of their cultivation. It could improve the physique of cultivators and obtain the blessing of their ancestors. It was said that they might even obtain the supreme inheritance of the Mu family's patriarch. However, Shen Shan Kaihua had been staying at the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak since she was young. Moreover, her natural spiritual root was different from ordinary Mu family disciples. She had a dual attribute water and fire spiritual root. Therefore, Elder Mu did not contact the family to ask for the longevity peach for her. It was not until she awakened a certain special talent and encountered several dangers that Elder Mu recalled a saying in the clan. She brought Shen Shan Kaihua back to the Mu family and used her relationship with the family head to obtain this longevity peach. Shen Shan Kaihua took the longevity peach and was about to eat it when a hand stopped her. Zhang Li had already woken up from his meditation at some point in time. It was he who had stopped Shen Shan Kaihua. Zhang Li, you. When there were outsiders present, Elder Mu called him the alliance leader, although she called him by his name in private. Seeing Zhang Li stop them, the 2 of them looked at him in confusion. Elder Mu, do you know about the divine possession physique? Zhang Li did not explain and asked after gesturing to Shen Shan Kaihua. When she heard the words divine possession physique, Elder Mu's expression changed. Indeed, she knew the talent that Shen Shan Kaihua had awakened. The so-called divine possession physique could also be called the divine bearer. In ancient times, after the path to ascension was cut, without the Buzhu mountain as a passageway, the passage between the heavenly realm and the human world became even more difficult. It was even harder for mortals to become immortals, but for immortals and gods who had already become immortals and attained the Dao, it was similarly difficult to descend to the lower realm. However, some immortals and gods had to protect the descendants of the lower realm, and they also had to reveal divine miracles from time to maintain their prosperity. At this time, they needed a human body that could carry their will and strength as their spokesperson. That was to find the divine possession physique, otherwise known as the divine bearer. So, did junior sister Kaihua awaken the divine possession physique earlier? That's right. That time, Kaihua could hear the voices of those children's ghosts on the flying ship because she awakened it. During this period of time, the situation has not improved. Dozens of ghosts have already been attracted by Kaihua's aura. Almost every day, there are ghosts attacking the great mountain stronghold. I'm afraid that if this continues, something will happen to her. If an ordinary person's sole residence was a sturdy fortress, the sole residence of the divine bearer was a wooden house that was riddled with holes and had no windows. There was a large number of gold, silver, and treasures inside. Their bodies could accept information from the outside world more easily, but it would also attract many ghosts with evil intentions to come and seize their bodies. For some mighty figures who were about to die or demons who could not transform, they were also the best targets to possess. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were surrounded by wolves. I've tried many methods, but none of them worked. Now, perhaps only the ancestor spirits of the race can protect Kaiahua. Elder Mu was very helpless. Unless she had no choice, she did not want to return to the Mu family. Zhongli understood that even in the Mu family, there should be very few people who knew the details of the Mu family's patriarch. They probably really thought that he was only an old ancestor. If Elder Mu knew that that old ancestor was actually an immortal peach demon wood, she would probably not bring Shenshan Kaiahua back even if she was beaten to death. However, Elder Mu knew that the Mu family had been searching for the 9 nether tree heart and divine possession physique for many years, so she had always been vigilant and did not dare to reveal it to anyone. Previously, she had always asked Shenshan Kaiahua to stay with Zhongli and did not let her meet her old friends. Elder Mu, Kaiahua, do you trust me? The two of them nodded. I'll think of a way to resolve the matter of the divine possession physique, but she can't eat this longevity peach. Fortunately, Zhongli had come this time. Otherwise, when he saw Shenshan Kaiahua again, the owner of her body would probably have changed. There was no need to mention Shenshan Kaiahua. Elder Mu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Zhongli put away the longevity peach and reached into the coffin for a long time before taking out a snake ring with a black and white snake tail. Junior sister Kaiahua, close your eyes and don't resist. Shenshan Kaiahua's trust in Zhongli had probably reached the point where he could knock on her door at night. She did as she was told without any hesitation. With a thought from Zhongli, a pale white fire snake holy spirit flew out from behind him. Borrowing Zhongli's strength, the holy spirit spat out a mouthful of dragon chi and struck the snake ring. The Ouroboros ring immediately separated and entered Shenshan Kaiahua's consciousness from both sides. After circling around the sea of consciousness that was different from ordinary people, they reconnected. The barrier formed by the black-white snake ring locked Shenshan Kaiahua's defenseless mental world. Before the snake ring was removed, nothing could easily enter. The exposed aura of a divine bearer was quickly reduced until it was too low to detect. I can't hear those voices anymore. Shenshan Kaiahua opened her eyes in pleasant surprise. It turned out that the voices that had been lingering in her ears had finally disappeared. Up until now, there were no immortals or gods in the world, but this did not mean that the talent of the divine possession was useless. On the contrary, some existences that had survived since ancient times would only desire them more. Zhongli had once seen 2 ancient stone monuments. One of them recorded the method of using an immortal soul to wait until the calamity was over before relying on the method of rebirth. According to the 2 stone monuments, the calamity of heaven and earth that had lasted for tens of thousands of years was originally because the heavenly Dao was unable to endure the boundless greed of the heavenly immortals and gods, so it directly destroyed everything and brought about the cultivationless age. Even if the immortals and gods of back then could leave behind even a little bit until now, they would still be rejected by the world and be unable to cultivate to attain the Dao again. It was just like the main body of the 9 nether wood that was hiding in the netherworld and could not leave at all. If they used the divine bearer, they could largely bypass this restriction and might even inherit a portion of the power from the ancient times. It was just like Xia that was trapped in Zhongli's mind. If he could encounter Shenshan Kaiahua in advance and easily possess her, then even if he could only inherit 1,000th of the ancient strength, he would probably be able to slap Zhongli to death. Since he could do it alone, there might be more. In a place that Zhongli did not know, it was even possible that immortals and gods had already revived. He had to be careful in the future. At the same time, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. At the moment, he temporarily restricted Shen Shan Kaihua's talent. However, the other 9 nether branch was still staring covetously. When he spoke to Zhang Li earlier, he had also said that he had a way to deal with that person. This meant that that fellow had other helpers. Once they fought, Zhang Li's ghost lantern cold flame might not be able to suppress them all. The next day, everyone could already smell the strong peach fragrance when they went out. Everyone from the various sects walked into the inner area of the peach forest under the lead of the attendant. Of the 3 people from the Great Mountain Alliance, only Zhang Li rode the spirit cold carriage into the banquet. Elder Mu and Shen Shan Kaihua did the opposite and left the Mu family's peach forest against the flow of people. Mu Chunkong and the others, who were outside, felt a little strange. However, Elder Mu was determined to leave, so they could not forcefully stop her. The Great Mountain Alliance's flying ship rose into the sky. A pair of eyes watched it slowly disappear into the horizon. An hour later, the protective light membrane on the flying ship that was flying in the sky suddenly fluctuated violently. A black thread easily penetrated the entire flying ship. Then, the black thread slashed horizontally, instantly cutting the flying ship at the waist. A large number of the array patterns were destroyed, and the force of the airship could no longer be maintained. The entire flying ship began to fall diagonally. Boom! The flying ship crashed to the ground, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A few figures darted out of the flying ship before falling. The Great Mountain Alliance did not bring many experts with them this time. The existence that could destroy the flying ship in one strike was not something they could deal with. As soon as Elder Mu and the others left the flying ship, they rode their flying swords and tried to leave as quickly as possible. However, not long after he flew out, a hidden rock cultivator at the front seemed to have collided with something. His entire body emitted blood as he fell with a wail. Elder Mu and the others behind immediately slowed down and observed carefully. Only then did they discover that countless fine black threads had formed a wall in front of them. A sword technique flew out and struck the black threads. The sharpshoe mountain sword technique could not injure the threads at all. The few of them immediately turned the flying sword around, but they discovered that the wall formed by the black threads seemed to have no end. It was as if they were locked in a solid bird cage with nowhere to escape. Chapter 350, The Aureole Behind. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. They had just left the Mu family's peach forest when the Great Mountain Alliance's flying ship was attacked by an unknown cultivator. With just one strike, even the flying ship was destroyed. There was also a black silk barrier that blocked their path. Shen Shan Kaihua and the others immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Hand over the divine possession girl and I won't kill you. A crisp female voice sounded from the sky. A petite woman wrapped in a red veil slowly descended from above. Black hair spread out in all directions. It turned out that the black threads that had cut open the flying ship and formed a bird cage to block their path were all this person's hair. We should have no grudges with Senior. Why are you blocking our path? Elder Mu spoke solemnly. That person only looked at them and gave them a lot of pressure. The strength of the two sides was clearly not on the same level. I've already told you to hand over the divine possession girl. Since you don't know how to take the initiative, don't blame me. The figure behind the veil waved his hand, and 3,000 black threads flew towards them. Every black strand was condensed from extremely terrifying hatred and was extremely tough. Under the stimulation of the cold yin qi, every single strand could unleash terrifying might. Elder Mu and the others were at the golden core realm at most. The sword technique they slashed out was unable to block the invasion of the black hair. They could only use their flying swords to dodge the hair cage. However, the speed at which the hair grew was even faster than their flying swords. In just a moment, there was no way to dodge. Just as they were about to be riddled with holes by these hair strands, a golden light suddenly appeared and actually cut off the black threads that covered the sky. When the golden light dissipated, it could be seen that it was a Buddhist hand that seemed to be made of gold. Amitabha. Hair is the vessel of worry and trouble. Benefactor, do you still not understand? What struck out that Buddhist hand was a strange golden statue with 1,000 hands on its back, half Buddha and half demon. A Buddhist hand on the back of the golden statue struck out again. With a light slash in the gentle Buddhist light, it easily cut off a large area of the tough and indestructible hair cage, revealing a gap that could be used to escape. Elder Mu and the others cupped their hands in thanks behind the golden statue and quickly fled from the gap in the cage. They turned into a few streaks of light and quickly disappeared from sight. The figure of the woman hidden between the red veil and black hair fluttered as she wanted to pursue, but the golden statue appeared in front of her and did not move an inch. Monk, you're so unreasonable. How can you stop a woman like me? Could it be that master wants to rob me? What monk are you? I find you familiar. Make way. I'll definitely review our relationship tonight after this. How about it? The two Buddhist hands earlier easily cut off her hair of resentment. This made the woman in the red veil filled with fear towards this person who blocked her path and was unwilling to become enemies with him. However, she tried to bypass it several times but failed. Seeing the sword lights fly farther and farther away, she also understood that if she did not deal with this strange statue, she would not be able to capture the divine possession girl. The female cultivator behind the red veil carefully sized up the appearance of the statue and was slightly surprised. Half flesh, half golden body, half demon, and half Buddha. It looked abnormal. Moreover, she felt that she had seen that demonic face somewhere before. This monk appreciates the good intentions of the female bodhisattva. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Female bodhisattva, please be magnanimous and let those benefactors off. The divine statue clone was still unmoved. He pressed his palms together in front of his chest, and the Buddhist eyes on his face were devout and demonic. I admire your profound Buddhist dharma. Since you say so, then, go to hell. The female voice behind the red sand suddenly became sinister and terrifying. The black threads floating in the air were instantly dyed red and slashed at the statue in the middle. When she attacked, there was a dense ghost chi and cold wind. Such a move was simply not something that a living person could use. In those strands of hair, there was resentment, bitterness, and dense bloody killing intent. Ordinary cultivators would die upon contact. In fact, after being killed, they would not even have the chance to become ghosts. It was an extremely vicious and ruthless move. However, the divine statue clone held a large amount of hair in his hand and casually rubbed it. The hair that was far more powerful than ordinary profound rank artifacts melted away like snow in spring. This method of condensing negative emotions for oneself was naturally useful against ordinary cultivators. However, in the body of the divine statue clone, the endless sufferings and chaotic wills of the world were colliding at all times. Such great enlightenment produced Ananda's blood tears and created epiphany on the divine statue clone. These evil thoughts were useless in front of him. This is impossible. Who are you? When the woman blocking the way saw her resentment threads being broken, she was shocked and furious. She attacked even more crazily. The ghost chi of the frozen living beings spread in the air. For a time, cold winds swept through the dark clouds and covered the sun, dyeing the plain like a dead realm. Black claw ghost threads slashed at the statue clone, causing the air to wail. However, the attacks that were enough to tear through the sky and change the terrain were all blocked by a layer of red lotus barrier. I am Ananda of the Great Mountain Alliance. I am willing to preach the scriptures to the female bodhisattva. Another few Buddhist and demonic palms struck out from behind, easily creating a few holes in the hair that covered the sky. The woman behind the cloud of hair could only retreat in front of the Buddha demon's palm. If she was struck by it, she would suffer greatly. It was not that she had never seen Buddhist cultivators before. Those ordinary Buddhist lights could at most resist her resentment threads. However, how could a guy who did not look very devout be so strange? The threads of resentment that she commanded the Ghost King desolate ground were completely countered by the statue clone without any temper. After fighting for a long time, hearing the words Great Mountain Alliance stimulated her sensitive nerves again. Great Mountain Alliance? What's your relationship with Zhongli? To his surprise, that unknown female cultivator actually called out Zhongli's name. However, how could Zhongli not remember knowing such a powerful female cultivator? Benefactor Zhongli is the alliance leader of the Great Mountain region. Is the female bodhisattva an old friend of the alliance leader? After hearing this name again, the blood-colored hair that covered the sky suddenly shrunk. Then, an exasperated female voice sounded. Damn it! Behave yourself! Damn monk, I'll remember you! Don't let me hear that name again! As if something had happened to its body, the red veil hidden in its hair quickly fled into the distance. The speed was very fast, it could be seen how anxious the other party was. However, things did not go as she wished. A figure that she least wanted to see had unknowingly blocked her path of retreat. Miss Yang, why did you leave in a hurry after meeting an old friend? It was Zhongli who had been hiding since the beginning. The person in the Mu family of the Peach Forest was simply a 9-nether clone that Zhongli had created using the 30-year-old longevity peach. It should not be a problem to deceive them for the time being. His main body hid in the coffin and left the 10-mile peach blossom forest with Elder Mu and the other two in order to lure the snake out of the hole. Unexpectedly, it was not the graveyard's 9-nether wood, but an old friend. It's you. The woman's expression changed drastically. What she was most afraid of was not Zhongli and the Buddha statue behind him. It was the other will that had been awakened in her body after seeing Zhongli. Don't come out. You're not allowed to come out. Two completely different expressions appeared, competing on the same face. The full-strength resistance of the original owner of this body affected most of Yang Ruoji's mind. This body was not hers after all. After being affected, her combat strength plummeted. At this moment, another ball of pale flames appeared in front of her. Zhongli waved his hand and shot out the ghost lantern cold flame, burning away Yang Ruoji's messy hair. White and flames still burned along the hair towards the main body. Yang Ruoji screamed. The ghost chi that almost covered the sky instantly disappeared. This injured ghost king was frightened back by Zhongli's ghost lantern cold flame. Back when she was in the Ghost King desolate ground, she had seen this kind of flame. If she was at her peak, she would still have the confidence to deal with this cold flame, but it was best to save it now. Yang Ruoji retreated, and the eyes of the woman behind the red veil finally recovered their clarity. However, snatching the body from a Ghost King was extremely difficult. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion, and she was unable to even maintain the simplest flight. After calling out benefactor in a daze, she fell. Zhongli flew forward and caught the thin figure wrapped in the red veil. This person was the abandoned disciple of the 1000 Crane Tower that Zhongli had rescued from the Ghost King desolate ground a few months ago, Mu Yulan. For some reason, she entered and appeared here. It seemed that this unlucky female cultivator had experienced many things during this period of time. He felt that the flesh and blood that had been cut off by the ghosts had already grown back. The power in her body shocked even him. At that time, she, who had not even formed a golden core, was already a powerful nascent soul cultivator. This was the benefit of having a grandpa or an elder sister in her body. That troublesome injury had already recovered so quickly. The progress of her cultivation was so terrifying. The Ghost King, Yang Ruoji, was a terrifying existence that surpassed soul formation cultivators. Because she had been heavily injured in the chaotic battle, her strength had greatly decreased. However, as long as she separated a small portion of her strength, it was enough to allow Mu Yulan's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Earlier, under Yang Ruoji's personal control, she even displayed an exaggerated strength that had reached the soul formation realm. If not for Zhongli restraining ghosts, it would have been very difficult to deal with them. However, it was almost impossible to fix this rashly created nascent soul. Yang Ruoji, this big sister, was not very qualified. She was a little too ruthless. If not for the fact that the cultivation method of the Thousand Crane Tower was neutral and gave Mu Yulan a firm foundation, at this moment, she would have been toyed to death by Yang Ruoji. 2 hours later, Mu Yulan slowly woke up from her coma. Where am I? She had been suppressed by Yang Ruoji for a long time and had been sleeping soundly. She still did not understand the situation. She only felt warm currents flowing into her body from behind. She turned around with difficulty and saw a face that she missed day and night but did not dare to see. Benefactor. Why are you here? Leave quickly. Leave quickly. I'll hurt you. Mu Yulan was flustered. She knew her own situation. After she separated from Zhang Li, she first destroyed a gathering place of rogue cultivators in the human trafficking industry. After relying on the blood food to recover her injuries and a portion of her strength, she was bewitched by Yang Ruoji and began to take revenge on the fleet of the Thousand Crane Tower. At first, it was fine. The control of her body was still in her hands. However, as the slaughter increased, Yang Ruoji's strength quickly recovered. Before she could react, she was already completely suppressed. Some time ago, Mu Yulan stopped waking up. It was as if she was dreaming as she watched Yang Ruoji use her body to do all kinds of things that she had never dared to imagine. For example, marry many strange men and suck them dry in a coffin. During this process, Mu Yulan's cultivation unknowingly broke through to the nascent soul realm, but she did not feel any joy. If nothing unexpected happened, she might never wake up again. This was until she met Zhang Li again. The defeated Yang Ruoji retreated into her body. Only then did Mu Yulan know that she had woken up. However, the first thing she thought of was that she was afraid that Zhang Li would be hurt by Yang Ruoji. It's fine. I don't think she dares to come out now. Zhang Li raised his hand and released the ghost lantern cold flame again. White flames shone on the other party's face. Mu Yulan could hear Yang Ruoji cursing in her body. Only then did she recall the scene of Yang Ruoji being defeated. It turned out that Zhang Li had saved her again. However, even the Ghost King was afraid of Zhang Li. Benefactor was indeed formidable. Benefactor saved my life twice, but I repaid your kindness with ingratitude. I really deserve to die. Mu Yulan turned around and knelt down towards Zhang Li. She raised her hand and intended to slap her forehead. Firstly, it was to atone for Zhang Li's sins. Secondly, she was afraid that Yang Ruoji would snatch her body again. When the time came, she really could not believe what she would do. However, the hand that had turned into a crane claw was stopped by Zhang Li. The powerful palm made her suicide stop in front of her forehead. So your name is Mu Yulan. That Yang Ruoji must be that person from before. Those were not your intentions. Don't take it to heart. The name the other party had told him previously was Yang Ruoji. He pretended that he had just found out and smiled as he forgave her. Can you tell me why Yang Ruoji suddenly attacked the Great Mountain Alliance's flying ship? Although she was not the one controlling her body earlier, Mu Yulan still had a look of regret on her face. It was obvious that she had let Zhang Li down. After adjusting her mood for a while, she recalled and spoke. I don't remember very clearly what happened before. I only remember that my body is getting weaker by the day and my lifespan is about to end. For some reason, Yang Ruoji can't easily separate from me, so she wants to obtain the Mu family's longevity peach to extend our lifespan. When she was snatching the invitation card earlier, she met a strange deist. He said that there is a spiritual fruit called the immortal peach in the core of the Mu family that can completely recover our injuries and strength. That's why they are temporarily working together. He asked Yang Ruoji to attack the flying ship in order to snatch the divine possession girl.